Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. We've got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we'd better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void. Well, Space Fams, beautiful to see you here on this evening. Oh shit, hold on. I'll be right. I'll start. Hold on, 1 second. God damn it. Okay, here we are, we're back. Great to see all of you here so far. Shuffling in on this Friday evening, weekending report time. Oh, and it's been a very busy week. Lots to talk about, but first, some shout-outs in the chat. Hermeteorologist Scouts and Randy Terpstra, 123 in the YouTube chat. Young Chris, a close fourth. Skinny Stock, also here. Sweet Chewy, Atticus Among Us. Catharticus. Big Jerry. The Green New Deal. And Manda the Pivot. Over on Twitch. Well, like I mentioned, so much to talk about here tonight. Very busy week. We won't get it all, but we'll do what we can. Sam Cedar, alive? People continuing to demand justice when it comes to ICE activities across the country. Hold on. Hold on. We have a long list. It's been a very busy week. News, injustice. A bunch of justice-related news. And then to the fight within the Democratic Party. Between the establishment and the left. What else? Yes, we'll talk a little bit about the state of the health system in the U.S., the economy, AI update, and then, of course, everything's on fire. Or underwater, but mostly on fire. Whether it's in North America, or the EU, Europe, including you, United Kingdom, you're on fire. Or impending fire. Fire or going to be on fire any minute now, I'm sure of it. And then, of course, other news across the planet. It's been a busy, busy week. We'll try and get to it all here tonight. Anyway, starting that. And the beautiful continent of North America in the country known as the United States. Wait, I forgot. But before we get to this story, this is something that led me to do an entire 3-hour segment investigating the whereabouts of Majority Report host, founder Sam Cedar. And it would seem, at least for now, that he is alive, freely moving about, and back to doing the show. However, I do think we need to do a little bit post-investigation here. Wait.
Not sure how to use this. Hey, folks! Remember me? Well, I just got back in time for the dog days of summer, but they're not just about sweltering heat anymore. Now they're about chilling out, calming down, and keeping your four-legged friends feeling their best.
The first words of Sam Cedar. How does this mic work? Are we sure this is the reals? Wait, actually, I take it back. I think that's actually confirmation that that is, in fact, the real Sam Cedar. Seeing as he, right back to not knowing how to operate the equipment that he's been operating for the last 20 years. Seems like we're right back on track here. If you ask me, seems like we're right back on track. Let's just make real sure.
Go along with it, or I'll do nothing. Meanwhile, Todd Blanche nomination on its last legs. 60,000 or near 60,000 people cross into Spanish enclave on the tip of Morocco. Chevron Exxon earnings through the roof as Iran launches strikes against U.S. targets in Kuwait. New York State sues Kalshi for being an illegal gambling
what now?
site. Bernie Moreno's daughter files yet another restraining order against Republican Congressman Max Miller. Mandela Barnes drops out of the Wisconsin governor race. DHS, what is this? I can't even read this. Oh, DHS notice on Haitian temp.
Oh, Sam is right back to being the very best. The very, very best. Knowing how to use his equipment and read, proving that he can do it all. Same 5-minute span.
Protected status revocation causes massive layoffs at airports, healthcare facilities, and schools. All this and more on today's Majority Report.
Welcome back.
Welcome back to myself.
To yourself, yes.
Yes, well, welcome, folks.
Very smooth.
Sam Cedar here with Emma Vigland. I am
Yes.
back. I am alive.
Yes.
This is not an AI replica myself.
You have recovered.
I have all my fingers,
Oh.
as you can see.
You've recovered from your plastic surgery.
I've recovered from my
Wait.
plastic.
What? What? Sam says he has all of his fingers, but I'm only counting 4, if you include the thumb. Sam's is missing one of his digits. This is a disaster. I think he's just being... He's like a magician. I think his finger's still there, actually. It's just an optical illusion. It's trickery.
Fingers,
Oh.
as you can see.
You've recovered from your plastic surgery.
I've recovered from my plastic surgery.
So many different
six-pack installed.
procedures. Yep.
Yep.
Oh,
That is grandma.
looks maxing.
That
is grandma.
No, you're going to have to be reintroduced to
There's
what
a lot of new lore.
might be the greatest sound drop that or be introduced for the first time. That might be the greatest sound drop that Matt has come up with.
Mom
at this
Donnie was
point.
trying to erase Little Italy while you were gone.
Yes.
Of course.
And
The
they-
Free Press interviewed some people in Little
the
Italy.
people that might live in Jersey but still like to go to Little Italy are not going to stand for it.
Not
Exactly.
gonna do it.
but there wasn't
Not
any.
gonna do
I
it.
mean, there was
Wouldn't be
rumors
prudent
that
at
maybe
this
I was
juncture.
going to get a full hair replacement in Turkey, and that's what it took me a month for the scars to heal.
Well, I mean, you've been very convincing with that wig for so long.
Yep.
It's some time for a more permanent solution.
Yep. Folks are asking if I had a calf reduction surgery.
No, suddenly you're 6'5", though.
Yeah. No, I had my spine elongated.
Wow.
Just briefly, I was some time ago. I was requested to audition for a show and a TV show, and I figured, on a lark, I would do it occasionally. You know, I maybe go on one audition every 18 months or something like that.
Right?
Sure.
As some of you know, I used to do a little acting, and I got it. I thought the part was going to be. I thought the shoot was going to be a little shorter than it was. I can't say what the show is because I actually had to sign an NDA. So I guess they have the timing in which, but it comes out. I think it comes out in next April. And just
Oh
one
my
episode.
God.
But I got a chance to work with some really great actors.
This is unacceptable.
This is ridiculous!
You're telling me that we are going to have to wait an entire year to know why? Why we have been lacking Sam for a whole month, 4 weeks, 30 days. We gotta wait a whole year to find out whether it was worth it? A whole year? How long is it gonna take to edit this thing? This is unacceptable. Oh, disgusting.
It is
Disgusting.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. Has Sam been cloned by a plant? Like in Invasion of the Body Snatchers? Is this clone telling us lies to keep us from the truth?
So you think this is a Sam clone, like from Invasion of the Body Snatchers? That's here. It's like sowing disinformation to get us off of the scent. And the real Sam was like, he's like locked up somewhere and is still locked up in a basement, like we've been saying this whole time. Oh God. Oh no, that's not good. Oh, it's a horrifying theory.
In a beautiful location. It's a show that I had seen. One season had come out, and it's I really enjoyed it. We'll.
Oh, now we're getting information. Now we need now we need the we need the film and TV show, the TV show buffs right now to start doing some thinking. You start doing some thinking, okay? A nice location, nice filming location, and it's only done one season. A show that Sam would have watched already. Let's remember who Sam is. Sam's a guy who doesn't watch. He doesn't never know what anything is happening. If something's happening, it's almost a guarantee Sam doesn't know about it. So it's a show Sam would have already watched, and B, shot in a nice location. One season. These are three details that I think we can piece together some kind of a thesis on the situation. I'm not saying I have time for this, but I know somebody out there, one of you perhaps, has it.
Out, and it's I really enjoyed it. We'll talk more about it. I had said with the cat. Why you look like you're about to like?
No, I'm just smiling. Why are you so uncomfortable with me showing joy?
Just not this whole thing with the microphone.
Yeah, why are you smiling, Emma? This is this is unacceptable. It's the reverse. Sam is the reverse of Donald Trump. He's like, you're smiling too much. Okay? It's weird. Stop smiling so much. I need you to look more forlorn. More forlorn and angry. Okay, Emma? Why are you smiling? This is not what the majority report is about. No smiling. Stop it. Illegal.
Illegal.
Why are you so uncomfortable with me showing joy?
Just not this whole thing with the microphone. It's all very confusing. Look, as an actor, like,
oh God,
I just like I'm more sensitive to my surroundings now, and so
everyone has to coddle you.
When I entered in, no, it's not White Lotus. It's not White.
It's not White Lotus.
That's
Okay, wow. Oh, wow.
When I came in today.
Okay, so that's 4 pieces of information now. Okay, we have 4 juicy pieces of information. People, we can put this together. It's a show that Sam both watched and enjoyed. That is shot in a nice location. Only has 1 season, and it's not White Lotus. Doesn't White Lotus have more than 1 season now? I'm fairly certain it does, but whatever. I'm not sure that actually helps now that I'm thinking about it. I'm pretty sure it has at least 2. So I don't think that actually does anything for us. God damn it.
I blared Back in Black as I came coming down the
hall.
Oh, really?
Just for the
From
sake
your
of,
phone?
Yeah, for Brian. And of course, I missed the big interview yesterday.
Well,
and I saw
yeah.
that it went very, very well.
Yes, I thought it went well.
I found it really interesting. The stuff about the Maha stuff was I did not anticipate that, and it was very interesting to see.
Yes.
Like, who knows if she's going to run for president? We're speaking of AOC, of course, or Senate, but I suspect it's going to be one of those 2 things. But regardless of what she runs for, she's still a a very prominent voice in terms of setting the narrative.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, well, that's all the investigating we're gonna do into this Sam return. He does seem to be alive and well. I don't think he has been body snatched. That's just me saying it. I think he's okay. I think that's the real Sam. Did a real acting gig. I think we should still work on getting to the bottom of what show we should be expecting. Because it doesn't sound like it was Bob's Burgers, right? If I recall, I did the joke investigation into the situation, whatever, last week, and now here he is, he's back. But I was saying that, that he was probably doing like a Bob's Burgers movie, maybe some sort of health inspector, because of course Bob's Burgers fans have been clamoring for more health inspector. Thought that was possible. It doesn't seem like Burger for Bob. Nope, no Bob. I don't think that does not sound at all like Bob's Burgers. One season? Something that Sam's watched before? I don't think Sam's actually watched Bob's Burgers. Yeah, no, it definitely doesn't sound like that. I am struggling. I need somebody to come up with some theories, some theories for me at some point. Hugo, exactly. People have been clamoring for Hugo. I thought it was possible. Get some sort of a Hugo-based film. More lore into the life of the health inspector. General Hospital will hire anybody. The General Hospital has done more than one season. This is what I'm saying. General Hospital has done way more than one season. It's definitely not that. It's definitely not Bob's Burgers. It's a one-season show that Sam has already seen and enjoyed. These are the details that we have. Sam, a guy who doesn't watch TV, is never caught up on what the fuck is happening with anything media-wise, music, movies, TV. Count Sam out on almost all of it. Sam watched it, enjoyed it, and now starred on it. And spent a month at that shoot in a nice location. That is very specific, and I'm sure somebody somewhere is going to know exactly. I just say that enough times. Somebody will be like, actually, that's this show. It's the new Roseanne show. Is Roseanne doing a new show? You figure? Hugo's Burgers. Was it like, yeah, a Hugo movie where it turns out actually Hugo's health inspector arc goes back to a failed burger restaurant of his own. Could be anything, I suppose, but really, once again, not that. Anything but that. All right, now, over the weekend, we had people across the country, including in the great state of Wisconsin, protesting the ICE murder of Corey Ruiz. Status Quo made a little montage here.
cops up.
Another man has been shot and killed by local authorities. In just a minute here. In fact, actually right now, there is a vigil that is getting underway here behind me.
What do you want? Justice! When do you want it? Now! What do you want? Justice! When do you want it? Now!
It says corrupt cops deserve to die too. And it says, fuck you, kill Peterson.
Now, that's a play on the cop's name there.
Yeah.
It's like a strong sentiment. Why was it important to you to deliver that strong message here today?
Because I think he deserves to die. We don't want justice, we want revenge, and he deserves to die.
How do you ensure that something like this never happens again?
We start fighting back.
What does fighting back look like?
Doing what they do to us. Because I'm a mom of a black son. And Lord forbid if anything happens to him, it's going to be a war. And that's not right hand to God, and he knows it.
Yeah, and that danger feels that real to you.
It does. It really does.
Yeah.
I just want change here for Madison. I was born and raised in Madison, and this isn't the first officer-involved shooting that I've witnessed, and I seen the videos, and it was just horrifying. It was terrifying. And that was somebody's son, somebody's father, and it was just heartbreaking. So.
I felt like it was important to be in the streets because not only did Corey die in the streets, my uncle died in the streets, my friends died in the streets, just a long line of violence and death in the streets. Yeah.
And my first emotions was, again. And so that's when I realized I had to get up and be a part of this because we can sit back and, behind closed doors all the time. But if we don't come together and stand up, nothing will ever change.
Okay, I'm not gonna watch this whole clip here. But there was a what do you call it? Vigil site at the spot where Corey was murdered by ICE. I'm not sure if that's still up, but it was up for days with a tent and a place for people to place candles and flowers and say words, how they were feeling. But it's a horrifying time, and it's shouldn't be having to do this, People shouldn't be having to do any of this. I'm gonna watch a little bit more of this clip.
With the community, yeah.
I was at work and I saw people at the Capitol as well as here at the Crystal Corner on my way back from work. And I guess I felt compelled to seek out the information at home rather than stopping last night, although even as I was cycling by, I felt like almost guilty, I guess, for not participating in that moment because I really believe that each person standing here makes a difference by their presence. And so then when I got home and I saw the video, or what video I did see, which I think there were multiple, left me feeling disturbed and there's no valid explanation for someone firing multiple shots at another human at point blank range. And someone who the community is supposed to trust.
Yeah, in reference to the police, that protected serve moniker there. And I mean, do you feel protected and served by this
By
police?
that behavior? Hell no. Hell no.
Yeah. Hell no. I don't see how you possibly could feel protected by that kind of behavior. Nobody was made safe. Yep. In fact, ICE is just making people less safe. Less safe across the country. We're seeing it over and over and over again. The death toll just keeps rising. Then, of course, we can't forget all the people who have been taken away unjustly from their jobs, who've been taken away from their families without due process, completely had their lives upended, forced into detainment centers, into horrifying conditions. All the protesters who've been beaten and shot at and gassed, and it's like America is being traumatized by ICE. And apparently one man who was completely here in the country illegally, after an encounter with ICE for being too brown, apparently needs surgery, had surgery on his knee. I think it was his knee. I mean, this is sort of devastating injury that's going to lead to this guy not being able to work. The guy who's here with a work permit legally now was not going to be able to work because ICE decided to attack him. In Kansas City, Kansas, apparently. KMBC 9 2 days ago on the story.
Kansas City, Kansas family is full of fear and unanswered questions after their loved one is injured in an ICE operation. Thank you for joining us tonight. I am Bria Berry. The family of Elmer Martinez says he was hurt badly enough that he is at the KU Medical Center tonight. KMBC 9's Jackson Kurtz is live there from now. And Jackson, the family told you he has no criminal record and was not asked to leave the country.
Yeah, Bria, that's right. No criminal record, been here for 7 years and is employed. They're confused on why this happened. They actually told us that he had surgery at the hospital here and is unable to walk.
He's really in pain right now in the hospital.
It was Sunday in KCK near 8th and Minnesota Avenue. Elmer Omar Gueva Martinez was running errands. When witnesses say ICE vehicles pulled up to him, officers got out and started to chase him.
And I see this man running and then two officers running after him. They break the window and he's hurt. They tackle him on the floor.
Elmer's family says he ran from the officers in fear. Elmer's wife Gracie tells us she was devastated when she found out what happened after trying to reach him for hours. The family says the encounter with ICE caused injuries to his feet, under his knee, and tendons.
It was very awful to witness. I've heard of it, seen it on the news, but never had to witness it in person.
His family says Elmer has been in the U.S. for 7 years from Honduras and works as a painter. They tell us he's in the process to becoming a legal citizen.
This whole thing is completely insane. Guy is here completely legally. ICE didn't even ask him to leave. Once they figured out he was here legally, they just left him there, bleeding out. Had to go get surgery on his leg. Can't walk now. Can't work, I assume. The family should be suing the federal government, in my opinion, for like millions. This guy can't walk now. They just decided to tackle him. He looked brown. They had no right. They had no right to do this. They had no fucking right to do any of this. They should sue for fucking millions. I swear to God.
They deserve to be treated like humans, not like animals or how they call it, illegal aliens.
Gracie says she's not sure what she's going to do now to help provide for the couple's 5-year-old daughter.
Jesus Christ. Okay, there you have it. They haven't, I think they've retained counsel. I don't think they've actually sued the city, or not the city. In this case, it's ICE. They have, I don't think they've done that yet, but they should be. They got a 5-year-old daughter, and now the dad can't work. Because I saw a brown guy and decided to tackle him. Brutalize him in broad daylight. Without, I don't know, checking to see if he should be here in the first place. But that shouldn't even be their job. That's not their job. Or at least it seems to be their job. But it shouldn't be their job to go around and checking the status of every brown person they see. You know? Oh, this guy's looking suspiciously brown. Let's go tackle him. That's fucked. That's anarchy. That is despotism. And unfortunately, at airports across the country, TSA is helping ICE with its despotic efforts. This is as of 2 days ago. Forbes. Article, TSA is helping ICE ramp up arrests at airports. Top line. TSA and Immigrations and Customs Enforcement are working together to arrest foreign visitors at airports who have overstayed U.S. visas, according to what the fuck is this gray screen? According to new reports raising questions about how travelers' personal data is stored. No, you bastards. It's a freaking paywall. I just realized it. Guys are dicks. Maybe this will solve it. I don't know. Hopefully. Trump administration is arresting foreign citizens with expired U.S. visas, including spouses of Americans, as they travel through airports. The New York Times reported Tuesday, noting enforcement actions in at least 15 airports in recent weeks. A memo of agreement signed in May 2025 between the TSA and ICE, obtained through the Freedom of Information Act by American Oversight, a nonpartisan, nonprofit watchdog organization, outlined the terms, conditions, and safeguards under which ICE and TSA will share information. You know, they continue to try, from what I can tell, the Trump administration continues to try and tie different agencies together. We've seen it in a number of different instances where they've tried to get rid of it. Get rid of agencies or to have interagency cooperation that did not exist previously.
Columbia _9505 just cheered 100 bits. Make it make sense. So literally people are leaving the country because this racist regime wants that, but then they cut off the means to do so. It's like deportation is not the reason for this enforcement. The detention centers are making money.
Yeah, no, I mean, this whole thing is just insane. It's just intended to... I think it's just intended to cause terror. One of the fringe benefits is that it benefits Trump allies. You know, it's the terror and the cruelty. You know, it's people like Stephen Miller and Russ Vought who kind of came up with much of the elements of what's going on and continue to go on. But in my opinion, their decision to tie ICE and TSA further makes the argument that DHS needs to be defunded. It is not just ICE, right? It's not just ICE or CBP. It's the entire, like, militarized interior. Like, DHS is like a militarized department of the interior. It's really what it is when it really comes down to it. They're dealing with interior issues, but from a militarized sort of mindset created in the wake of 9/11, justified because terrorism was around every single corner. And it's just, it's an artifice of an era that should never have even started in the first place. And it's stuff like this, like ICE, and we you know, the government refunds TSA, and now they're helping ICE get their jobs done. Of course, ICE has the money to do it now too, but they're just working in tandem on all of this. ICE is going to be sharing information with TSA to identify individuals of interest. Not individuals who have committed a crime, not individuals who are here illegally, not individuals who've done anything wrong. They're just interesting to ICE. Individuals of interest to ICE in furtherance of its law enforcement mission, quote unquote, the agreement states, noting that, quote, TSA intends to share the data element specified, quote, in appendices A, B, and C. However, appendices A, B, and C were redacted in the document furnished American oversight. So the TSA is going to share the data elements being specified by ICE, but then they're going to Epstein files that shit, redact over it, say, here's your data. Wow. How transparent. I think that should probably disturb everybody. they're working in tandem. The people there to look through your bags. Make sure you're not going to do something to the plane. I would point out, in all the years of TSA's existence, they really have not thwarted very many terror plots. We spend billions of dollars on this agency. All they really serve to do is slow down airports. In my opinion, they're really not doing much for security. They are doing a lot in the way of groping people. They're doing a lot in the way of, feeling people up, stealing shit out of their bags, and now apparently working with ICE to help them enact their regime of terror in our airports. Yeah. Now let's go back to the people who are sick of ICE. People who are fighting back against ICE in their towns. Like here in California's Bay Area, San Jose's Japantown rallying against the possibility of an ICE facility in their area. Here's NBC Bay Area from yesterday.
They don't want it. Opposition again growing against the possibility of an ICE detention facility in Gilroy. Today, protesters in San Jose pointed to history as an important reason for fighting against that idea. NBC Bay Area's Marianne Favre is in Japantown for us with a closer look at it. Marianne.
Many in the Japanese American community have relatives who were forced into internment camps during World War II, and they believe that an ICE detention center could once again allow the government to unlawfully detain immigrants.
The people united will never be defeated.
A community fight in Japantown as more than 100 people gathered to oppose a proposed ICE detention center in Gilroy. Reverend John Oda pointed to injustices his uncle's family faced when they were forced to live in an internment camp during World War II.
He fought and died for this country while his own family, my mother's entire family, was behind barbed wire.
Now he says he's speaking out so history does not repeat itself.
When you see your government begin to sort human beings into categories of who deserve rights and who doesn't, who gets due process and who doesn't, you do not stay quiet.
A message echoed by many during the protest.
The thing we feared is happening again now. In World War II, there were 75 confinement sites. Today, there are over 200, and there are reports of horrifying subhuman conditions.
After Santa Clara County and the state sued the Trump administration to halt the project, federal officials agreed to pause construction until September 9th.
That's like a month away. I think pausing it for a month is going to make anybody happier. They're just hoping that the furor dies down over the project. Hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully people continue to fight against this latest ICE detention center. They've got enough. They've got more than enough. We should be shutting them all down, not building more. It's just a waste of resources because we're just going to shut it down. Hopefully whenever we get power back. Okay. Japantown was burned down 100 years ago. Who would you guess burnt the places down? I'm trying to remember. It depends on what time you're talking about, actually, I think. Although San Jose history, I'm not all that familiar with, but the FBI and citizens were involved in burning these sorts of things down. 100 years ago is a vague. That's vague. Are you specifically talking about in 1926? Are you talking about in 42? 41? Yes, what is exactly 100 years, Mantha? That's what my question is. Because I can't answer this question unless we're more specific. And you'll be shocked to hear that naturalizations of new U.S. citizens is dropping precipitously in the United States, in areas like Chicago, according to the latest federal data. Here's ABC7 from yesterday.
Over the past 4 years, we've seen anywhere between 20 to 30,000 people per year become new U.S. citizens in the Chicago area. But this year, there's been a shocking decline in new naturalizations, those numbers dropping by more than 80% in northern Illinois ahead of a major midterm election.
That I will support and defend. the Constitution and laws of the United States of America.
It's one of the most solemn and joyous moments on the immigrant journey in the United States, the moment of becoming a new U.S. citizen.
Congratulations. We see people throughout this nation every day who would give anything to trade places with you. It's not given to you, you've earned it.
It's a very emotional moment, so it's very hard to speak right now. Yes.
Isabella Kulikowska, originally from Poland, has been working towards her citizenship for 25 years.
It was a long process, and I'm really happy and grateful to be citizen.
Francisco Rivera from Mexico, overjoyed with his niece by his side.
Very, very excited. Oh my God.
He put all of his effort in to get to this.
Love Doty has been striving for this moment for 2 decades.
A loss of words, basically. Started in 2006.
But
yeah, I mean, the stories of the individual people who are achieving the, their citizenship, their goal here, singular goal, it's only a microcosm of a larger story.
He and his wife applied for citizenship at the same time. She is still waiting. Doty is hardly alone. Just a few years ago, there were multiple naturalization ceremonies in the Northern District per week, some even packing Wrigley Field and other area stadiums. But federal data from the Northern District Court, analyzed by the I-Team, shows a precipitous drop in new naturalization ceremonies in 2026 compared to the last 4 years, from a high.
Wow. Now, this is only the first, half of the year. But still, even if you double it, it's like less than 10%. It's like less than 10% of the number of people that are normally naturalized. Yeah, this graph honestly is quite disturbing to me, and I listened to this piece, and it's not 100% clear to me that this is not a multi-factor issue, right? That there's a significant drop in the number of immigration judges because the Trump administration has fired them all. So they have a larger caseload when it comes to ICE and all these other sorts of things going on technically. But then less people to deal with it. So that's part of the factors here. But I wonder to myself while listening to this if there was any chance that people that you could attribute people's disinterest in being Americans to this. I'm just wondering, because I know that Trump has fired a fuck ton of immigration judges, but it's not 90% of them. They fired a ton, but it's not 90%. But it's a 90% drop. You see what I'm saying here? Like, I feel like there's got to be some other external factor here that's at play. And that's the thing that came to mind immediately. It was like, what? Maybe people just don't want to come here. Maybe they're looking around at the media, the news in America, and saying, actually, maybe it's safer somewhere else. Maybe it's more prosperous somewhere else. Maybe there's more opportunity somewhere else. Maybe, you know, maybe I should try raising a family in a place that isn't doing all of these different things that might put me and my family at risk or hamper our potential futures. But a near 90% drop is just utterly massive. I think to some degree people just don't like. I think there's got to be some number of people who are just like, I don't want to come there. I don't want to be a citizen there. You know, I don't want to come to America and be brown. Or even if I am a citizen, I might just get blasted by ICE on the street for just happening to be a legal immigrant. Because that's literally the world that we're living in right now. Having the vague appearances of being an immigrant to an unaccountable, unidentified, armed militarized force, sort of like running through the streets, armed to the teeth in unmarked vehicles. You know, they're just doing random attacks on people who look like they might be undocumented. Like that guy who was super documented that had to have knee surgery, that can't walk anymore. Or like Corey Ruiz, who is now fucking dead and never coming back. Or Joan Alejandro, what's his fucking name? God damn it. All of the people, right, that are never coming back, or have been irreparably harmed, or still in detention, or living in fear. You know, it's this environment that I think is to some degree probably getting people to second guess putting all of the work that it takes to become a citizen. Because, just a reminder, it takes a fuck ton of effort to become a citizen. But of course, there is the other element of this that I think we cannot forget, is that people are too terrified, I think. Because all of the people who are here legally, who could be applying and going through the process, memorizing every president and, you know, the ins and outs of our Constitution, all the things that you probably don't know and couldn't name on the fly, like, and have to Google, are, you know, it's a lot to go through. And then literally have to be going to places that ICE is stalking people at. So it's like, it's a confluence of factors, I'm fairly certain, right? It's like at least three different things. It's like a lack of immigration judges. It is ICE terrorizing all locations where immigrants are hanging out, even if they're doing all of the right things, all of the things that our government asks them to do, the 10,000 hoops that are being asked of them to jump through. Those hoops are now being lit on fire and have ICE agents stationed out with guns pointed at the hoops. Araujo, thank you. Yes, Araujo. Oh, thank you. Oh, okay, stretch. Now here's a tiny bit of good news showing that activism can make a difference. Because huge news when it comes to one of America's big banks. But activists and organizers' efforts have resulted in Citizens Bank cutting ties to both Geo Group and Core Civic.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. So true GSL. Being an American citizen doesn't protect us from being killed by ICE. As we have already seen. Racial profiling mixed with incentive-style policing is a lethal and dangerous combination.
Yeah. 100%. I'm sorry. I was trying to keep the thought in my head that I had to keep me going into this segment. But thank you for the bids, Columbia Regan. But speaking of bids, let's talk about banks. Citizens Bank, who has cut ties to ICE contractors, Geo Group, and Core Civic after a long-fought grassroots campaign.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up.
Democracy Now! Yesterday.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
We turn now to news that Citizens Bank has severed financial ties to Core Civic and the Geo Group, two of the nation's largest private prison operators that work directly with ICE to run immigration jails. The National Bank has faced significant pushback from social justice groups and activists for providing more than $2.5 billion in financing to the two private prison companies. Earlier this month, Citizens Bank said it was ending its lending relationships with the Geo Group and Core Civic, insisting that the move was a, quote, business decision based on changed commercial circumstances and unrelated to protest actions and the growing boycott of Citizens
unrelated.
Bank.
Yeah.
3 days before Citizens decided to end its financial relationship with the Geo Group and Core Civic, the township of Montclair, New Jersey, voted to pull its $91 million account from Citizens Bank. This is Montclair Mayor Renee Baskerville speaking in favor of divesting from Citizens Bank at a Montclair Township Council meeting earlier this month.
It's not just a one out, it's like a wake-up call that I think that we need to be more diligent about who we're doing business with, who we're investing with, what contracts we're giving out, and really, you know, when we're doing these things, maybe we should be just a little bit more aware and take a look at the behind the scenes types of things. And even when we were talking about, you know, well, what next? You take it from citizens, and I'm saying, well, let's make sure that we know wherever we go, whether it's Valley, Bank of America, whoever it may be, that we know who, you know, they're doing banking with, because there's a lot of other categories, none as urgent as this is immediately in this setting here and now with what's going to Delaney.
I think that this proves
Claire's decision.
This proves something important because I don't personally think that individual boycotts, right, like, are all that helpful. But if you can identify where the money is coming from on things like this, and then, you know, activate enough people to pressure local governments to take these sorts of actions, all of a sudden you get real results, because you're immediately targeting a serious source of revenue, right? It's immediately identifiable to the bank. It's not some sort of vague concept of maybe losing revenue from maybe people not buying stuff. It's a threat of some sort of vague loss of revenue. That doesn't scare banks, right? That doesn't scare, you know, it doesn't scare companies so much. But if you can, you know, be like, well, what if we get the whole municipality to switch banks? You know, with $100 million in our accounts. Well, that changes things real fast, real quick. Because let's also not forget when it comes to banks specifically, let's not forget the concept of fractional reserve banking. Okay? If you got $100 million at the bank, Citizens probably has at least $1 billion in loans out on that money on deposit, because they tend to put out 10 or more times the value of loans on deposit, right, to the bank, right, back out to businesses like Geo Group, CoreCivic, and, you know, in theory, hopefully local businesses and stuff like that, not just criminal organizations terrorizing local businesses. And, you know, that's money. That's a lot of money. That puts them under serious threat, financially speaking. The books. Can't have the books under threat. That's basically the end of the world.
Follows a decision last month by Jersey City in New Jersey to divest from Citizens Bank and close its over $250 million account. The Geo Group runs the Delaney Hall Federal Immigration Detention Center in Newark, New Jersey, and CoreCivic operates the Elizabeth Detention Center in Elizabeth, New Jersey. For more, we're joined by two guests. Reverend John Edgerton is the senior minister of Old South Church in Boston and board member of the Greater Boston Interfaith Organization, which has withdrawn $3 million from Citizens Bank over its concerns with the bank's relationship with CoreCivic and Geo. And joining us here in New York is Jake Efros, Jersey City.
Okay, I'm going to skip ahead in this discussion, but one thing I do want to remind people, though, we have to follow the money. I can almost guarantee you right now that the what do you call it? I can almost guarantee you this loan has been transferred to some other institution. You got to follow the money. You got to follow the money. Although it may be private. My guess is it probably went private. But like a credit card, I'll bet this loan was basically, you know, transferred to another bank. It's totally doable. Who knows who it is now? But it's at least an incremental win, in my opinion.
For NJ.com about their decision to close their accounts over the bank's complicity with Delaney Hall. We want to go to a clip of Julie speaking at Bloomfield, New Jersey Town Council earlier this month.
I think it's important to be really clear that this is about citizens' complicity with ICE. My husband and I actually closed our own accounts at the Citizens branch on Broad Street in December after we learned that Citizens was providing financing for Geo Group and CoreCivic, the private prison companies that are behind the now notorious ICE detention at Delaney Hall, at Dilley in Texas, where there are parents and children together in a center where there are 0 criminals, at Elizabeth Detention, and a lot of places where there's a lack of due process and where there are all kinds of human rights violations. We didn't want our own money going to that, and we certainly don't want our tax dollars in bank accounts that are associated with ICE and that really enable some of ICE's worst behavior.
So that's the Oscar-nominated filmmaker Julie Cohen, who together with her husband, Paul Barrett, pulled out their accounts from Citizens Bank. We're joined in Boston by Reverend John Edgerton, senior minister of the Old South Church in Boston, board member of the Greater Boston Interfaith Organization, which has withdrawn $3 million from Citizens Bank. If you can, Reverend, talk about your decision. And I mean, we're talking about cities. Now we're talking about churches. What was the decision of the church, and did Citizens Bank respond?
So we've been involved in this with our sister organization, Greater Cleveland Congregations, with the De-ICE Coalition, which is...
Here's the thing I just want everybody to think about. Every time that they take out like $1 million, multiply it by 10, right? Every time you hear $1 million taken out, think of 10 million in loans that are now put under stress, right? Stress. under potential threat, right? Because banks have capital requirements, right? If they don't meet those capital requirements, they run the potential of running afoul of banking regulations. A crime.
Illegal. Right to jail, right away.
And so they could potentially have to like recall loans or do any number of sorts of things, liquidate assets on the books of the bank to like cover so that they don't like close the day, the banking day, with some sort of deficiency on their books. You know, so when they're talking about like 3 million coming out of the church, that's 30 million in loans all of a sudden under pressure. It's like, do we have enough to cover this? It's like, what's it called? What's that fucking movie? It's like it's like A Beautiful Life, you know? It's like the savings and loan.
Call a crackhead.
All volunteer, grassroots-led organization for many months. We attended the annual shareholders meeting in Rhode Island and informed the board, informed the CEO, Bruce Van Zandt, in the wintertime of our concerns about this. We asked for a meeting to discuss this, and they never actually made that meeting happen. And so we told them, if you won't meet with us, won't discuss our concerns, then we will withdraw $1 million on this date. And we did so, and they didn't reply, and we then withdrew $2 million from that. And then, of course, when Jersey City and Montclair withdrew $356 million, municipalities just have more zeros at the end of their bank accounts than churches do. And so this was really a broad movement, and the pressure became too much for citizens to bear, and they had to do the right thing.
And so, Reverend Edgerton, do you hope that other...
Perfect. That's the spot that I wanted. I just wanted to make the point that it's, you know, it's about that collective effort, being able to go to institutions and pressure them, or have institutions that are independently deciding to pressure the banks in this way for supporting these kinds of things. I would like to point out this is the exact sort of thing that we should be thinking about doing when it comes to climate change. You know, it's the exact same sort of thing, you know, wrapping around, you know, fuck, I can't remember where it's at, but wrapping around, you know, JP Morgan Chase's building, you know, blocking the entrance, not as effective as necessarily threatening massive amounts of deposits. Now, of course, JP Morgan is much larger than Citizens Bank. I'm just making the point that, you know, you got institutions that are funding all sorts of stuff. We can be going down the list on the issues, not just ICE. It just brings, you know, it just brings thoughts to mind when I see this sort of successful political activity happening. Let's quickly talk about this in Minnesota. While we're talking about ICE, you'll be shocked to hear that more and more cases against ICE protesters for allegedly assaulting federal officers are being dismissed.
What now?
Could you drum up?
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. That's crazy.
Cases dismissed. Federal judges have now dismissed at least 19 cases against Minnesotans accused of assaulting federal agents during Operation Metro Surge. And that includes one woman who is only speaking to WCCO. We have video from the morning of January 12th. This, of course, is during Operation Metro Surge. Christina Rank says she followed ICE agents onto the road. You can see those cars coming from the Concord Education Center in Inver Grove Heights, where she works. This is from the school's security camera. Now, Rank is in the white sedan there, and you see that she tries to turn left into the parking lot. The ICE SUV next to her, left from the right lane. The headlights, though, it makes it all a little difficult to see, but Rank says this is where the ICE vehicle hit her passenger side door. Now, that incident eventually leads to her arrest, which we also now have video of. And it's in this moment that the 25-year-old tells us she could not understand why this was happening.
Arrested for getting run into. Ma'am, you've illegally been crashed into by a federal officer. Right to jail.
Right to jail, right away.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Documents show Special Agent Richard Berger claimed Rank caused the collision, and that led to her assault charge. Rank's attorneys say security video and the officer body camera footage, it tells a different story. Questioning this charge, Judge Douglas Miko wrote, quote, "It is hard to imagine how blocking an entrance standing alone could be an assault." Earlier this month, federal prosecutors asked to drop the case, saying they no longer believed there was enough evidence to support the charge.
Oh, no.
It's very...
Oh, shocking. Federal prosecutors felt that they didn't have enough evidence to prosecute the case. The DOJ, the Trump DOJ, thought they didn't have enough evidence to prosecute. No kidding. This dangerous criminal right here? Oh, my God.
Clear. Even the judge stated that what the agents said and what the video showed did not match up at all. And so right then and there, I was like, yeah, it shows perfectly clear that I did not do what they said that I did. They ran into me.
And Rank says the day she was arrested, she spent 11 hours detained at the federal Whipple building. It's also the day she says agents took this photo of her. At the time, then Attorney General Pam Bondi.
Posted by AG Pam Bondi. For the love of God, does that woman have any shame? Answer, no.
The Dow right now is over. The Dow is over 50.
Posted the photo to her social media and put a spotlight on Rank that she says led to death threats online. Now, Special Agent Berger has written affidavits in at least 22 cases, and similar cases during Operation Metro Surge, I should say, and judges have dismissed 11 of them.
So at least half of them have already been dismissed. So half of the time, at least half of the time, they are lying so blatantly the cases aren't even making it to trial. That is a bad record. That is a horrible record. Half of these fucking cases being brought or being dismissed before even making it to a trial? You gotta be kidding me, dude. Right, like they gotta like take these things to like grand juries if you're gonna do a federal case and all these other things, and judges are like, we're not spending the tax dollars for this. We're not even gonna spend the tax dollars for this. These are so spurious. Half of these are just getting thrown out before they even see the light of day. It's insane. It is insane. Crime. What's crime? You gotta have crime to. You gotta have laws. I mean, you gotta have. You gotta enforce the law to have crime. Well, look, listen. We still have to pretend that the justice system is focused on justice, or well, we still need to pretend that the justice system should be focused on justice. The concept of a plan of justice. Okay, but it doesn't even have that right now. Doesn't even have that. Doesn't even have the premise of justice from behind it. It's now just a weaponized system of lawfare to go after everyone and anyone that defies and or otherwise bothers the Trump administration or the president himself. Early lurk? Actually, it's not that early. I'm just realizing I just started the stream super late. Speaking of starting things late, I gotta start the Galactic content goal. Because we've been going for over an hour. How many bits has Columbia Rican gifted? 1, 2, 3. 300 Earth bits gifted. So I will adjust the goal slightly. $42? No, it was more than 42. 'Twas more than 42. Boku. 'Twas 300. What is today? Ah, yes. By the way, sorry everybody for starting the stream late tonight. It couldn't be helped. I needed sleep between last night's stream and this night's stream. That election stream went for 11 hours. Went for 11 freaking hours, and I was falling asleep at in the afternoon, but I really did need the rest. Otherwise, I never would have been able to do night stream at all. Now let's go to non-immigration related crimes. Oh, before we do that, I gotta feed the puppy. Here we go. All right, let's move on to non-immigration related crimes. And one woman's family is demanding justice after a woman was murdered by Mundian police. It's Chicago. It's like North Chicago. North Chicago. After her death was ruled a homicide by a coroner. Or, what's it called? It's actually, I think it's a jury process involved. I don't know how it's complicated, but suffice to say, it's been ruled a homicide, and they are pretty mad.
The Lake County Coroner's Inquest determined that Mary Alice Love died by homicide. And while that finding does not necessarily place any blame, Love's family is encouraged by the finding. The Love family, along with community supporters, leave a meeting with Lake County State's Attorney Eric Reinhardt this morning. They say the findings of the coroner's inquest provide some closure, but also opens a new chapter in their fight for justice.
I never would have thought that picking up the phone to call and ask for help and support, then we would be in this position.
Yeah, I guess what happens, Space Fams? A concerned family member called the police for a wellness check on a family member, and it led to an officer gunning her down in what's been determined to be a homicide.
illegal.
We gotta do some changing about some stuff.
Specifically, why wasn't a taser used? And the person who interviewed him said he didn't believe it would work. How are you a trainer? How are you a supervisor? And you don't believe in de-escalation.
The family says the officer never issued a warning before opening fire. They say a taser would have been more appropriate than a gun. They're asking the police department to fire the officer immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay, let's hit on that fucking story. Speaking of injustice, let's go to Donald Trump's weaponization of the Justice Department. Of course, the DOJ has been used in all sorts of things, like we've been talking about, regarding ICE. But it's also been used to wage wars against his own perceived enemies. And, to help him with his election crimes and all sorts of other stuff. Todd and Pam have been up to covering up the Epstein crimes, of course. Can't forget that. But it's also being used to go after anybody who's touched the reflecting pool. The glorious reflecting pool. And now Trump's DOJ, U.S. Attorney Weinbach's, sorry, what's her name? Janine Pirro, is attempting to charge the Olympic canoeist with a federal felony for having improperly touched the fucking memorial reflecting pool. Here's NBC News from 3 days ago.
This is ridiculous.
Okay, some late developing news today. Attorneys for the Olympic canoeists facing a felony charge over an incident at the reflecting pool are now accusing the Justice Department of misleading a grand jury to get an indictment of their client.
Did GSL talk about letter hack yet? No, I haven't talked about letter hack yet, and I wasn't really planning on it. Like, I'm not gonna do like a clip. Like, I didn't watch it. It's a little sad, but I actually kind of thought this was coming. He hasn't done a stream for months. It felt like he had given up. And so I was like, I think it was probably best that he did a video to let people know that he was done. But I don't think it's worth getting into. It's his own choice.
Remember, former Olympian David Hearn was indicted for destruction of property after he was accused of causing more than $1,000 in damages to the reflecting pool. Hearn has pleaded not guilty. But the Trump Justice Department's only witness on damages, who has not been named, testified that the pool already had damage.
He mentioned me.
Page Larson _12_1989 just subscribed for 10 months. Happy 10-month anniversary to me. Of course, go after people for your badly hiring of someone to fix something that didn't need to be fixed.
Yeah. No, absolutely, Paige. And thank you for the resubscription. 10 months. 10 beautiful months. Why would he mention me, though? That's weird. Hopefully it wasn't negative. But, yeah, I don't hold any grudges against him. I don't know why I would, or why he would. No, it's a personal decision, I assume, for him to wrap it up.
Would have cost up to $15,000 before Hearn ever approached the pool. We reached out to the Justice Department for comment. We've not heard back. NBC's Ryan Riley joins us now for more on this story. Okay, so this is kind of interesting, right? So what are you hearing from Hearn's attorneys if the key witness for the Justice Department is already suggesting that there was pre-existing damage? And the $1,000 figure is a significant one, right?
Yeah, Tom, that $1,000 figure is so essential. It's basically the make or break of the case. And it's really why, when Jeanine Pirro first rolled out at a press conference these charges, I really zeroed in on this questioning her. Take a listen.
Why $1,000? Why is that important?
It's the threshold between felony and misdemeanor. So that's what.
Yeah, so they're trying to prove that the touching of the reflecting pool coating was at least $1,000 in damages, because if it's less than that, if it's $999.99 worth of damage, then it's not a felony, and they can't try and put him in jail for touching the reflecting pool. I mean, it's utterly ridiculous. This whole thing is so fucking stupid. Oh, Jeanine Pirro, she's got to put the wine box down. I swear to God, she is dangerous.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
That is an unironic using of that sound shot.
So take a listen to the audio.
We can state and prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he caused damage, and that damage is over $1,000.
Key in on that. How do you prove that $1,000?
With an expert. Come to the trial.
And so the issue.
Oh my God. Look at his face. I forget this guy's name, but look at his face. Oh God. She is deranged. It wasn't anything negative with regard. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. No, there's no reason to get into that. I just wish Letterheck the best of luck. I mean, he had a successful animation career before he started trying to do the politics stuff, and so I don't see why. I understand him wanting to maybe take a break from things. It's chaos lately, it's chaos. I can understand. There are many a day where I feel tested. Believe me. But I live, I live by a code.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up. There's if something's already damaged, right, and you're already going to have to do some repairs to it, how much of the differential can you actually attribute to any additional damage that was caused? And that's really, I think, where the Justice Department's going to struggle. And the key thing here with this witness is that when he originally testified, he was not able to put a figure on it. And then, lo and behold, we found out, and this was not something that was disclosed to the defense, he later came back about 21 minutes later and said, oh, no, it would have been over $1,000. So this is going to be a really big issue, I think, for this case moving forward.
And there are at least 3 other people facing misdemeanor charges related to this pool, right after President Trump blamed it on vandals for the reflecting pool damage. Do all of these defendants now have to get counsel because the DOJ is coming after them?
Yeah, I mean, even though these are misdemeanor cases, you're still going to need to hire a lawyer. Of course, if you can't afford one, there'll be one appointed for you. But I also think there's going to be a major hit they're going to take on their Google results, right? This is going to be associated with them, for the rest of their lives over this kind of really minor incident. In those misdemeanor cases, they're talking about people who maybe took a little scrap of the material, but nothing really serious.
But to be clear, the witness now says that the damage existed before the canoeist ever showed up.
Correct.
All right. Ryan Riley will watch the space. Thank you very much.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated.
This whole thing is just incredible. I mean, it really is. At this point, they have provided absolutely zero evidence. I got a little distracted during that clip with the conversation regarding Letterhack. I wasn't expecting, to bring that up. It had sort of already slipped my mind. Just because there's so much else going on right now. It is unfortunate. It's an unfortunate loss to the community. I was wondering at the time when I saw that stream happening, what was going to happen with this space. Whether or not he would still be dealing with that. But this whole fucking situation is insane regarding the Olympic canoeist and the reflecting pool. I mean, they say, at no point have they provided any evidence that he's damaged the pool at all, let alone that it's $1,000. And yet they're trying to tell us, oh, you'll see in court. It's like, what are you talking about? You're going to convene a grand jury on that? You're going to convene a grand jury on that and say, yeah, don't worry, we've got evidence. Oh, it's damning. We will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he committed grand damage of $1,000 to the reflecting pool's American flag blue colored liner. In fact, they've proven no. I don't think they've proven that anybody's done any damage to the pool. What has been proven is they got some Trump acolyte, some random contractor who's worked on former Trump properties to do this thing. He used what I think a lot of people agree is probably the wrong stuff to line the pool. And now they're trying to blame everyone else for their failures. And they're taking it to just a ridiculous level. It really is. They're trying to charge this guy. Like, this is really, I can't describe this as anything else but America Last behavior. Okay? This is peak America Last behavior. They are trying to charge an Olympian. You're trying to charge an American hero, an Olympian, with having touched a pool with a felony. To try and mask over their own deeply flawed and calamitous, haphazard dealing with this pool. It's for truck beds, exactly. It's for truck beds. Everybody knows it. Everybody's saying it. Everybody's saying it that this is not the thing. Do you fill your truck bed with water? Here's two questions. A, do you line your truck bed and then drive over it with a motorcade of presidential? Do you drive over your truck bed with a motorcade and then fill it with, thousands and thousands of gallons of water? Is that what you do? Or do you do normal things with it? In fact, I would argue most people don't even put anything on their truck bed. Like, half of people who have truck bed liner on their trucks don't use their trucks for work. And they use it as like an extension for their manhood. Right? Like they don't, like, nothing ever goes in the back of that thing. You know? Like, I don't know the exact number, but it's got to be at least 50% of pickup truck owners do not even put anything in their pickup truck region. Shut up, we don't talk about that. Shut up, we don't talk about the very real scourge of pickup trucks that aren't used for any sort of work purposes. Their intended function. We're not going to talk about that. I am gonna talk about that. You don't tell me. You're not my daddy, okay?
Dead.
All right, let's go here next. To more of Trump's DOJ Another episode in Trump's DOJ this week. A revelation regarding a situation from over a year ago, I think. I can't remember the exact timing of this, but I'm pretty sure this has got to be close to a year ago. Remember when James Comey, former FBI director, tweeted a nasty picture of shells on a beach? A very horrible picture of a grouping of shells that formed numbers, 4 specific numbers, which the entire right-wing ecosystem accused of being some sort of terroristic threat or a call to violence of some kind. Well, as it turns out, Donald Trump, or at least somebody high up, directed the FBI to carry out a retribution plot against James Comey, which included illegal, like, what basically amounts to like wiretapping and like tracking of James Comey's movements. Oh, it's fascinating. For more, let's go here to MS Now from 2 days ago.
We're back with Carol, Mark, Director Brennan, and Lisa. Let me read a little bit more from the filing on the irregularities of the investigation. Quote, federal officials acted irregularly across the course of this investigation. Immediately after Mr. Comey's post, the Secret Service changed its policy to newly treat 8647 as a threat. Secret Service agents were also ordered to conduct unlawful surveillance of Mr. Comey and share their interview notes with the president. When the Secret Service declined to open a full investigation, the DOJ instructed the FBI to pick up the baton, which Director Patel eagerly did. The FBI acted irregularly too. When the FBI applied for search warrants in March and May of 2026, long after the social media posts, those applications distorted the facts of the case. The newly installed political officials in the DOJ strove to accomplish what their predecessors could not, namely effectuating the president's desire to punish Mr. Comey. There is a long list of people, Carol Lennick, who touched this case and left. The prosecutor who secured the indictment has since removed himself from the case. The people who have signed on to this have also left the department, to say nothing of Eric Siebert, who was the first person who brought a different case to a grand jury, or refused to do that because he said there was not enough evidence. Just talk about the blast radius of every.
Yeah, the Trump administration threw like a freaking nuke into the justice system, just trying to get this, get something. It's not even this. This is too specific. Get something, anything on James Comey. Right? They were just investigating James Comey, not for a crime, but for crimes. Just looking for crimes, searching for whatever they can find, which is not how the Justice Department is supposed to work. But that is exactly what happened here. It's quite disturbing, really, when you think about it, that they would do really any of this. Just go, you're like, look, just go follow James Comey around until you find something. That's not justice. I don't care what you think about James Comey. That's not justice. That's not how the justice of the system. That's a witch hunt. This is a literal witch hunt. Just go watch him until he does something suspicious. And throw him in jail.
Right to jail, right away.
You got a truck bed expert in the chat. Wow. Mr. Truck Bed Expert. Now, while the DOJ attempts to levy trumped-up charges against anti-ICE protesters, they get immediately thrown out by judges, or going after Olympians for touching pools, directing the FBI to go and literally bring trumped up charges against Trump enemies. Find literally any crime you can. They're not doing that when it comes to the Epstein files. You might even say they're doing the exact opposite. Well, they say all gloves off, no holds barred. Go at it. Go at James Comey's every single move. Go through his text messages, his movements, go when he's at his home. Just track him on GPS, follow him around in a car. I don't care. Find some crime on the guy. They are, of course, actively continuing to cover up the Epstein files. Doing the exact opposite of let's find any crime we can here. Instead, it's let's cover up any crime that we possibly think could be tied to President Trump or his allies. Be it all detrimental to anybody like that. And claim that there's zero. Literally, DOJ literally came out and said there's zero investigations needed here. Right? Remember that? I don't have that clip in front of me. But does everybody remember when the DOJ literally came out and said we've done a thorough accounting of the files and don't think that it warrants any further investigation? Case closed.
Tomorrow.
Yeah. Well. Meanwhile, you got Ghislaine Maxwell living it up in federal prison right now. The cushiest of cushy jail experiences a prisoner could hope for to the world's most notorious living convicted sex offender, excluding the president. Let's go here to the Senate.
Reduce the sentence of Ghislaine Maxwell, well, just in order to get her to say nice things about Donald Trump.
Oh, sorry. I forgot to say, this was... Jackie Rosen here is speaking... This is right before the proposed timing of the hearing, which didn't happen, for the nomination hearing for AG Todd Blanche.
Unquote. According to the Times, a convicted sex trafficker wishes something in return from the President of the United States. The White House counsel then laid out the possibility that Ghislaine Maxwell might be pardoned or have her sentence reduced. So you heard that right. There literally was a serious discussion at the White House to pardon or reduce the sentence of Ghislaine Maxwell, well, just in order to get her to say nice things about Donald Trump. And mind you, this is the same woman who facilitated Jeffrey Epstein's horrific abuse of underage girls over many years, year after year, hundreds of young women. Our justice system worked as it was supposed to. Maxwell was found guilty by a jury of her peers. She was sentenced to 20 years in prison for her crimes. And that's why it was odd when Todd Blanche, in a highly unusual step, personally interviewed Maxwell. And days later, she was magically transferred to a minimum security prison. Imagine that. That's not the only thing that's odd. Ghislaine Maxwell's attorney, who Todd Blanche calls a friend, said that Maxwell wanted a pardon from Trump in exchange for her public testimony that she would help Donald Trump.
What now?
At the same time, Trump has refused to rule out pardoning her. Trump has said, I'm going to quote here, "I'm allowed to do it." He's even gone as far to say, "I'll take a look at it. I'll speak to the DOJ." This is our president. The president said he would speak to the DOJ, which would now be led by his former lawyer, Todd Blanche. It's frankly horrifying that Trump would entertain the idea of clemency for even a second for a convicted sex trafficker. That alone should be enough for the Senate to speak up with one voice and affirm that there should be absolutely no pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell, not now, not ever. That's why earlier this year I introduced a resolution doing just that.
Okay, thank you, Jackie. Anyway, she's absolutely right. Donald Trump continues to refuse to rule out pardoning the world's most notorious living sex offender, if you don't count him. And I think we all know why. Because it's because Ghislaine is got something or some things on president or on the president's allies. Or on people for whom things were to come out, it'd probably be uncomfortable for president or the president's allies. Some number of those people. She has known him for decades. That's why she continues to get extra special treatment. However, Todd Blanche, the man in question, the dude hoping to get confirmed to officially be the Attorney General of the United States, the president's lawyer, is sort of run into a little bit of an issue, a little bit of a kerfuffle. And this week, Todd was not brought to the Senate for a hearing.
A major Republican stand-up to Trump. Todd Blanche's nomination for Attorney General is indeed in deep trouble tonight. A top Republican threatening to sink Trump's pick for the job. Now, the Senate Judiciary Committee was scheduled to vote. It was a key vote in just a few hours. But the way things were going, this was going to go through. Republicans were going to get on board. It was going to happen. But that is not what has happened. And it is no longer clear tonight if that vote will happen. We'll see. I mean, at this hour, there's a flurry of activity, meetings behind closed doors between Republicans. Todd Blanche just left the Capitol. He refused to answer questions. So there's a lot of drama. He even went to the White House this afternoon. So here's what it comes down to. Republican Senator John Cornyn wants it in writing that Trump's $1.8 billion basically slush fund for his political allies is dead for good, is over, is not going to happen, not get resurrected. As of now, it does not appear Cornyn is getting the assurance he needs.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening here. As of earlier this evening, I've seen no movement on Todd Blanche. And he's been completely held up by John Cornyn, a man who Donald Trump just primaried, I would point out. Donald Trump just literally got done waging a primary against John Cornyn. It's not shocking. Like, is it that, that Cornyn isn't feeling all that generous with the president? The president's been making no allies. He's been asking for pure loyalty. That only goes so far when you're constantly punishing people, right? At some point, somebody goes, actually, the punishment doesn't, it goes too far, right? It doesn't fit the crime, and I'm going to revolt.
You ever heard from the DOJ at all? They responded to you after you sent that back to them?
As I told you earlier, it was not responsive to my concerns. I mean, we've heard from them. It's just that they refused to commit to writing what he testified to under oath. And it's not a big ask.
Why don't you think Todd Blanche has met your demands at around the 11th hour before this vote?
Well, I assume he's getting some pushback from the president's lawyers.
Here's the thing. We know that this slush fund matters a lot to Trump, and that may be what this is all about. But Cornyn is correct that it is not a big ask if you actually believe what people tell you under oath, and if you believe that people are people of honor, and when they say they're going to do something, they're going to do it. I mean, Blanche, in his confirmation hearing, testified that the fund was dead. But then he admitted it could be brought back by Trump's lawyers.
Just to be clear, the President of the United States, who is a plaintiff in this lawsuit, has not agreed in writing to delete the weaponization fund, and there's no guarantee that he or one of the other plaintiffs might raise that issue by way of a lawsuit and a breach of contract lawsuit in the future.
I suppose they could bring a lawsuit, and then we would litigate it.
I suppose they could. I suppose they could, says Todd Blanche.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
Yeah. So yeah, Todd Blanche's nomination dead in the water, but continues to be acting AG. Although I think there's an expiration on that. How long is it? 210 days. Oh, he's getting close. Oh, Todd is getting very close. I don't know how long it's been, but Pam left earlier this year. When was that? The spring? Oh, God. I wonder how many days it's been, Todd. It's probably like a couple of months left, maybe? Oh, Todd. Cutting it close here, pal. The United States could suddenly have no attorney general. Do we even have an assistant? Who's Todd's assistant now? The ghost of what's his name? Ray Cohn? Another Trump attorney? Meanwhile, we should talk about this situation in... Wait, where is this? Is this Wisconsin? I think this is... No, Michigan? It's Michigan or Wisconsin. I cannot remember which one it is now. One of the northern states. This is horrifying. A camp that has been around for decades, like 100 years or something like that, is being accused of systemic abuse of campers amidst what you will be shocking to everyone, revelations regarding Jeffrey Epstein supposedly funding the camp at some point in his life.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Michconsin, yes, thank you. Yep. In the great state of Michconsin.
A new independent investigation is shining a light on decades of abuse at a prestigious fine arts camp in northern Michigan.
Officials with Interlochen Center for the Arts did release findings to the public last night. The 97-page report does come from the accounts of 70 former students who accused nearly 50 adults in leadership at that camp of sexual assault and misconduct. Some of those incidents span all the way back to the 1950s. None of the 47 accused still work at Interlochen, and most of them have died.
Those still living have been reported to prosecutors. The investigation started 2 years ago after a former student reported being sexually assaulted by a faculty member in the 1970s. This entire investigation was triggered by questions about Jeffrey Epstein's conduct at the center. He was a longtime donor. According to the report, investigators reached out to 8 alums regarding Epstein. Of those 8,
oh, this is fucking disturbing. Some camp has been abusing kids since the 50s. Epstein, a long-time donor. Oh, God. Oh, I can't even. Just horrifying. This is from the Times. From yesterday. Hold on. This is lagging out. Why is this happening? This is from the Times from yesterday. How Epstein's music school became a hunting ground for predators. Jeffrey Epstein groomed his first victims at Interlochen, where 47 abusers are alleged to have preyed on students over decades. How did it happen? It was the summer of '97, and Amber, a student at Interlochen, an elite art school in Michigan, was on a lunch break from school as she walked down a winding path linking the school's cabins. The 14-year-old was approached at Wishing Well by a couple and their Yorkshire Terrier. Amber remembers them asking if she was enjoying her studies and whether she planned to return the next year. She wasn't sure, she told them. It would depend on whether she was able to secure a scholarship. That couple were Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. In hindsight, Amber, who had previously requested anonymity, realized that they were seeking a perfect candidate, quote-unquote, for abuse. I guess what they were sensing at that moment was that I was financially vulnerable, she told the Times. Quote, I was from another country. I couldn't afford to come back, unquote. She would spend years in Epstein's orbit, locked in a cycle of abuse and control. Epstein was a student of Interlochen in the 60s. He would return 3 decades later to scout and recruit young girls like Amber, paying for their educations to ensure that they were indebted to him. He would even wind up building a cabin on its campus to which he would lure pupils who became some of his earliest victims. This is a harrowing read. goes back quite a ways. You can see little Jeffrey Epstein over there on the left-hand side, back in 1967. Oh, we are not going to go through this whole thing, but it is horrifying, to say the least. Well, while we're talking about justice and lack thereof, some people are accusing Mayor Zohran Mamdani of a lack of Jewish representation on a judicial panel. Here's, what is this, NBC New York? No, CBS New York from 2 days ago.
Mayor Mamdani is responding to criticism by some New York attorneys over the lack of Jewish representation on his judicial panel. Ali Bauman spoke with some of those attorneys about the possible ripple effects through the court system.
Who decides which judges will preside over New York City courtrooms? The mayor has final say, but an 18-member advisory committee vets and nominates judges. Last week, Mayor Mamdani unveiled who will serve on his advisory panel.
In a city with such a high population of not just Jews, but Jewish lawyers, I find it hard to believe that there was not one Jewish former lawyer or law professor or law school dean, former judge who was qualified for this position.
Attorney Elizabeth Forspan, along with other Jewish legal professionals, have now sent a joint letter to Mayor Mamdani expressing their disappointment over the lack of Jewish representation on the committee.
It's very, very disappointing, but it's very concerning. You know, there is a high...
Yeah, now, to some degree, I was surprised by the lack of Jewish representation on this panel. I'm not entirely sure how it was decided. I've been trying to look through it. The how it was gone, like with the process of determining who was going to be on the panel and who wasn't. But it's a very diverse panel. And I'm not sure if people had... I could have sworn that he put out like a... before, but I can't find it. I could have sworn that he put out like a call to different legal... people, like legal professionals, to apply for this thing. I just can't remember, and I can't find a story on it. But if you just look through the people being added to this judicial panel, it's a very diverse group of people. Black, Hispanic, Asian, Muslim, Middle Eastern, right? But the lack of Jewish representation, I mean, to me, it is strange in a city with so many Jewish lawyers, as was pointed out here on CBS New York. But apparently at least one Jewish legal professional was considered, but I think everyone's still just trying to get a grasp on exactly how the process happened. But supposedly at least one Jewish legal professional was considered in this process. I just want to quickly hear what the mayor said here towards the end.
in our city's institutions.
In my 6 months of being the mayor, I've had the privilege of appointing a dozen qualified judges from a range of backgrounds, including Jewish judges.
The mayor responded Wednesday that he did not ask for the religion of committee candidates.
And I want to be clear that any suggestion that the composition of the advisory committee was motivated by religion is false.
Okay, so we just heard the mayor, but do we have any idea how many Jewish candidates were vetted for these positions?
So, Jess, we don't have an official.
So yes, while there was a lot of, racial, like ethnic diversity on the judicial panel, when it comes to religious, religion, apparently, according to Zohar Mamdani, that was not considered at all, and nobody was asked what their religion was in the process. Which, yeah. Honestly, to some degree, it shouldn't be a determination. But it should be, the job should be, all the jobs should be as, made as available to everyone as possible, right? But since there was, in fact, a Jewish person, at least one, who was considered, it doesn't seem to me that this was at all intentional. And I think it's right here. We got to listen to the very end of this.
Any idea how many Jewish candidates were vetted for these positions?
So, Jess, we don't have an official count. The attorneys group did name one candidate in particular, a former judge who was rejected. And the mayor today said that candidate in particular was rejected because he previously served on Ghislaine Maxwell's legal defense team.
So, yeah, that individual in particular did not, consideration was dropped for very, very reasonable motives, right? Used to work for Ghislaine fucking Maxwell? Yeah, no, thank you. Actually, next, please. I don't care what your religious or ethnic identity is, please, next. Please, get away from the judicial panel immediately, if not sooner, ma'am and or sir.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So it's not clear how many Jewish candidates were considered, but at least one was, and the reason which that they were denied the job is completely valid, in my estimation. And unless Zoran is just making shit up all of a sudden, which I don't think he's doing, this thing is being blown out of proportion, in my opinion. Like, do I understand people wanting perhaps more transparency into how the process went about or whatever else? Yeah, I can understand that. 100%. All right, well, let's move on from the justice system onto the elections and the fight in the Democratic Party. And I have a secret video hidden in here. One which I've known is coming now for at least a week. I've been waiting and waiting and waiting for this to happen. And, well...
Imagine buying your kid a toy.
Settle down, pal. It finally has. It finally has happened. Perhaps you didn't know this, but the new political kingmaker in leftist internet politics went on to the biggest,
be
newest independent news organization to talk to one of our favorite guys, Mehdi Hassan, Twitch's golden boy, or most hated pundit, Hassan Parker.
Hassan Parker.
A communist. China.
Yes, indeed. Zadeo finally dropped this gem. And we're going to talk about it.
I think that this race will shock the world.
You are a lightning rod. Is it weird for you to be hearing all these prominent Democrats just using you as the punch bag? I was on the PBD podcast.
Yeah, Patrick cooked you.
Yeah, Patrick cooked me. Okay.
There is power in shamelessness. Donald Trump has proven that.
We've got to talk about a big topic, and that is a man named Tucker Carlson.
He's a phenomenal communicator, and that's what makes him so dangerous.
I don't believe J.D. Vance believes anything sincerely.
J.D. Vance is on janitorial duty right now.
The Bill Maher, Joe Rogans, they do this free speech champion stuff. They don't have people who come on and disagree with them or call them out.
Zoran has done a pretty good job, but in ways that annoy me sometimes. I'm like, shut the fuck up, dude.
Are we really going to end the show on you saying, shut the fuck up, Zoran, I'm done?
I mean, come on.
What a twist.
They're going to arrest me as soon as I get out of this podcast if you keep talking about this.
Right to jail, right away.
Oh boy, it's time for us to get into some definitely not kidding. What's it called? We're not kidding. Definitely no kidding here with Mehdi and friend Hassan Biker. We're in the official Hassan Piker action figure outfit, equipped with Mao Zedong suit, as everybody's calling it. Everybody's saying it.
China!
And brown loafers.
A podcast where I get to talk to funny people about serious things, but also funny things too, I hope. Hassan Piker, welcome to the show.
Wait,
honor
hold
to be
on.
here.
It's an honor to be here. It's taken age.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I was just told we're not going to be doing any kidding 25 seconds ago. And now Mehdi's telling me he's hoping for funny?
How rude.
How is my brain to deal with this?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Just to get you on the show.
I know.
Get you in DC.
I hate being in DC.
Well, you're here now. Oh, you miss LA?
No, it's not that I love LA. I mean, I do like LA. That's why I live there. But I feel like every time I'm in this town, the aura of evil is so palpable. Like, it's a beautiful city. There are phenomenal people that live here, but then it's just overshadowed by the metric ton of evil that you experience and you feel on a daily basis. Like, I'm staying at a hotel and I'm walking around and I'm looking around, I'm like, there's like war criminals here right now.
That's you humble bragging that you're staying at a really nice hotel.
That's not what my intention was with
That's how it came across. It is good to see you in town. This is our casual podcast. You're very dressed up, but you dress up a lot these days. You're in a suit. I see you.
Yeah.
I thought you'd be in a suit today. What is this Chairman Mao outfit you're rocking?
This is a Zhongshan suit. So this is a traditional Chinese suit when they
Chairman Mao
initially, in China, I think it was like the nationalists as well.
What is this Chairman Mao outfit that you're wearing, says Mehdi?
China.
Coming out hot out of the gates. We're going to watch the whole thing? No, we're not going to watch the whole thing. When do we ever watch the whole thing of anything? The only time that happens is when something I'm upset about, usually. Even then, doesn't usually happen. But no, we're not going to watch the whole discussion. That's crazy. You're saying crazy things. We're going to watch some bits. We're going to try and get the good parts. Stuff that's relevant to the segueing from the one topic we were just talking about to when we're about to start talking about. We're doing it in chronological order because we're going to be talking about election stuff throughout the week. Other sorts of narrative things within the Democratic Party. This has been a busy ass week, and I think this was at least last weekend, if not older. I don't know how long it's been. I've heard Hassan talk about it on his stream. I've seen a clip posted to YouTube on Zateo's channel, but I'm not a subscriber, so I have not had access to the... I mean, it's brilliant. I mean, really. If you want to get subs up, paywall some Hassan content. That'll do it. That'll do it. It'll get it done.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I always say that. I also say,
hydration.
Socialism only works in theory until you run out of other people's money.
And people can't see off camera. You've got Ayn Rand books piled up. You've got with you to read on your flight.
No, I'm such a small C conservative. I'm illiterate now. I leaned in fully. I forgot how to read and write
because of the elite literature industry.
Yeah, because I hate reading is woke and gay.
Why were you in New York on the night of the Democratic primaries? I was enjoying yourself with all these wins that we saw in New York. You were there. We saw you there. With
I don't know
Claire
what you're talking
Valdez,
about. I don't know what you're talking about.
Elisa,
Must have been
Avila
somebody
Chevalier,
else.
Brad Lander, Melat Kiros, who was just on your stream, who won in Colorado. All these lefties, or almost all of these lefties who are winning, there is a link to you. You've backed them. You've public talked. Some of them you've campaigned with. How is it that a 34-year-old Turkish-American socialist Twitch streamer is now a kingmaker in the Democratic Party of the United States? Liking this video? Then don't just hit like, share, and subscribe. And tap the bell so you never miss a video or live show.
Damn it.
But if you want early access to exclusive content...
God damn it, Mehdi. Stop tricking me.
This is a much larger movement. I don't think anyone is a kingmaker. I don't think Zoran is a kingmaker.
An appropriately modest answer.
No. I'm not even I'm not even demonstrating humility. I'll take ownership over some of those victories, where I feel like I've made the most impact, right? Where I feel like maybe even some of these races are overlooked. But ultimately, this is a real movement that we've been working to build. For the last decade or so, I think, from failure after failure, every single time people have gone back to the drawing board and figured out new ways of reaching as many people as possible. I'm a firm believer that there is no such thing as a spontaneous revolution, and I think that we have to be organized, we have to be disciplined, and we have to be ready for when the moment comes when people start recognizing that this system is fundamentally flawed.
And I'll come back to system just on you before we move on.
Yeah.
Clearly you've played a role, even if you're not a kingmaker.
Yeah.
Is that a role you saw yourself when you were making videos for TYT, when you were in college, you moved...
Before this gets further down the road here, I think I may have clipped out part of that, but Hassan's basically saying that he doesn't take credit for... who is it? Chris Robb winning in the primary, or if he loses in the general. And that's fair, I think. I think that's totally fair for him to not take credit one way or the other. I think he should take credit for the efforts that he's putting in. The efforts that he's putting in aren't winning races singly, right? The candidates themselves are doing the work. People like Hassan, or me, but really we're talking about Hassan here, are just talking about those candidates and what they're doing, right? And especially in the case of people like Hassan probably wouldn't have ever been talking about people like Chris Robb or Melat Kiros if they weren't coming out with the policy sets that they had. So, really, is the candidates themselves that got the Hassan endorsements in the first place. And that, that have been mobilizing on the ground. Not that Hassan hasn't been doing any of that, but, he'll show up to, wherever it is, Colorado or St. Louis or wherever else he's gone. He'll be there for a day or two, maybe as much as a few days, and then he's gone. But those candidates, they're running a race for over a year in some cases, right? And maybe Hassan's getting them over the hump. Maybe he's getting more enthusiasm from a different group, whatever it might be. But he's just a factor in an equation. And if these candidates were, if Hassan was getting behind DNC candidates, like lackluster, milquetoast, you know, like pro-Israel candidates that wanted to cut taxes for billionaires and corporations, I don't think that we, you know, like, first off, he wouldn't even be having this conversation, right? But they certainly wouldn't be getting the same sort of support from the groups that people like Malat and Chris and whoever else have been getting. I don't think, or I know. I think we can say with certainty, it'd be a very different conversation.
Turkey. Do you see yourself as the Twitch gaming streamer guy who's also dabbling in national and international politics?
Yes and no. Like I always had a lot of hubris. I think I always
Some
thought.
of us noticed. No, kidding.
Yeah, I always thought that I was destined for something, right? I don't know what it was, and I just kind of go along with the wind. But I did not think that I would have this much impact. I did not think that we would get to a point where, you know, the overwhelming majority of Americans are pro-Palestine, for example.
I never imagined I'd see
Yeah,
those
so
pure
there have been dramatic shifts in public consciousness, and I'm honored to have played a small role in that, as you have as well. But I just did not think that the broader shifts would happen in general.
And it's not just a shift on Palestine. We'll come to Palestine. Just sticking with socialism. That was a dirty word until very recently. The S word.
Yeah.
I mean, going back to FDR, people were calling FDR a socialist. People.
Yeah. Is Hassan a kingmaker, though? He doesn't seem to think so. And like I said, these candidates are making their own arguments. They're going to these debates. They are campaigning. They're knocking on doors. They're putting together teams of volunteers, getting donations, whatever else, right? Like, they are out there. Is this the... Wait, hold on, let me think. What parts do I actually want? I'm just trying to think about what parts I want in here that I think we should do. Yeah.
While we're on the subject of lefty candidates, the rise of socialism, actually, a candidate who is not a socialist but is running a very lefty campaign is Abdul El-Sayed in Michigan, running a very progressive, insurgent campaign in the Senate Democratic primary there in a key swing state. You've been stumping hard for him. You've campaigned for him. You look at the polls this week, Hassan. The polls are interesting. They're kind of all over the place. You have a Detroit News poll that shows Haley Stevens, the centrist establishment pro-Israel candidate, the sitting congresswoman, at 48%, and Abdul El-Sayed at...
I think this thing's got to be at least 2 weeks old. Holy shit, this thing is old. This has been sitting in the Zateo vaults for weeks. Those polls are so much different right now. I got to skip part of this. I forgot about this part of it. Yeah, these numbers are old as fuck.
The corporate PAC expenditure candidate out there who is a Bernie-crat through and through.
Yeah.
They don't want that in the Senate.
And actually, hold on, I'm going to go back like... few clips there, but I just want to show you all what I mean by that. I mean, I'm shocked that she hasn't dropped out at this point. But the latest polls have Abdul El-Sayed leading Haley Stevens by 13 points on the aggregate. 19 points here, 18 points here, 17 points here, 14 points here. Every single poll coming out in the last few days, all have Abdul in double-digit leads, approaching 20 points. So this is old. Back when she had a lead was like here. That's July 13th. Yeah, this is like 2 weeks old. This is like really, really old video. Oh my god. Zadeo's been hiding it from us. It's very rude.
How rude.
Very, very rude of you, you shrewd businessman. Mehdi Hassan.
Far more consequential. There's less senators, more powerful. It's the upper chamber. And I think it's terrifying that there is an avowed anti-Zionist, pro-Medicare for all, anti-corporate PAC expenditure candidate out there who is a Bernie-crat through and through. They don't want that in the Senate. And when I say they, I don't mean just AIPAC. I mean all of these other big corporations definitely are terrified. And that's precisely the reason why the total expenditure, outside expenditure so far has been around $54 million.
Insane
Haley
numbers.
Stevens is a non-entity on the ground. She every now and then she pops up and does a couple safe events.
And even at the safe events, she says some weird stuff. And
There's-
if you
well,
say it's
now-
weird,
now you're
being misogynistic.
You're being yes, you're being a classic woman-hating Muslim.
Exactly.
Which is what I think because I'm a small C conservative.
Well, they've said it about Abdul. They've said it about
Yeah.
you. They'll say it about me. In my defense, you know, I call a lot of Republicans weirdos. I call a lot of Democrats weirdos.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to describe someone who says Israel comes to me in my dreams as. Other than a weirdo.
You know what I call them? The next senator from Michigan because I love all of that. That's my favorite type of
Abdul
politics.
El Sayed recently tweeted, Hassan, it's become impossible to ignore the way that people online make fun of my opponent for things that have nothing to do with their policies or politics. It's unkind and unhelpful. If you support me, please stop. Some people say he's talking about you.
That's Shannon Watts saying that. No, I don't think he's talking about me because he could talk
Do you
to
agree
me.
do you agree with that sentiment?
I agree with the sentiment, but I also disagree with it at the same time. So I agree that, and I even brought this up before he even tweeted that out, like a couple days prior to this, where I was like, I think people are focusing a little too much on how folksy Haley Stevens is, right? And what people should be focusing on instead is how utterly devoid of policy her campaigning has been, and also how bought and sold she is to AIPAC.
Yeah, Hassan's absolutely right. I mean, she might be weird and kind of off-putting on a sort of, what do you call it? On a surface level, but her policies are in fact worse. She just is. I think it's really easy, and I fall into this sometimes myself. It's just really easy to make fun of her because of those things. Because she is so quirky, if you will. You know? That she feels like she's trying to be hokey. It feels like she's trying to like do this sort of aw shucks like act. Like there's like almost, it feels like there's no way that that's actually how she is.
Numerous other corporations, like those are the real problems here. That's why Abdul
And that's
should
unique
win.
to Haley Stevens, because whatever you think of Mallory McMorrow, she didn't have as bad a record or as much outside spending. Like there's a difference between Mallory McMorrow and Haley Stevens.
Mallory McMorrow called Haley Stevens out a lot during her campaign. So I agree with him on that front. What I disagree with him in principle is leaning in any way, shape, or form, or conceding in any way, shape, or form to bad faith attacks.
Because they never accept those.
That's not.
They just want more.
It actually backfires because what ends up happening, and I gave this. I gave this advice to Democrats. It's free advice on my stream all the time during the 2024 election as well, where I was like, never apologize for something you don't have to apologize for. Never accept your opposition's framing.
Yeah, agreed.
And if you ever do apologize for something, your opposition is going to take that in bad faith and then say, see, they're taking ownership over it.
Absolutely. It's a narrative war out there. This Fed sure knows how to yap. Are you calling Hassan a Fed? Are you really in here calling Hassan a Fed? Or are you calling me a Fed? Who is a Fed in this situation? I feel like I've heard people calling Hassan a Fed, and it just seems like empty nonsense. I feel like people calling Hassan a Fed are Feds. Like, thine dost protest Fed a bit too much, I do think. Like, it feels like it's just something to, like, yell into the void. Oh, Hassan's a Fed. But it's never backed up by, like, literally anything substantive.
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 1,000 bits. How can we not trust one, but two stupid sexy Hassans, who are also immigrants? Do we maybe have something actually winnable here?
Wow, wow, wow. Oh, Megastar, 1,000 bits. Incredibly generous. Although now I think it's officially August. So I gotta wait. I gotta wait 2 months to see that. Well, a month and a half. But thank you so very much, Omega. How can we not trust one but two sexy Hassans? It's too many sexy Hassans. How is anyone get anything done? Hassan, dude. So you're saying Hassan's a Fed? Would you like to follow that up with literally anything? Hassan's a Fed because. A, B, and C, therefore Hassan Fed.
Yeah.
Look, you are a lightning rod in a way that it's happened very fast. I've known you for many years, and in the last couple of years, especially post October 7th, post the 2024 election, you've become this lightning rod. We went through a weird roller coaster where after the 2024 election, is this the left Joe Rogan? I was like, how many fucking profiles are we going to read about Hassan Pike?
Yeah.
Look, you're just doing your best Alex Jones right now. Right? Like you're doing a Candace Owens. My tinfoil hat is impervious to your ridiculous conspiracy theory thoughts, okay? Do you think they're not live streamers? I'm not the only one saying it. Do you think the CIA are not live streamers? You're not the only one saying it, are not arguments. Now you're just making, like completely just unrelated arguments. It's like, I will grant you that maybe there's CIA live streamers. Where's your evidence that Hassan is a Fed? Because you're claiming Hassan is a Fed.
Don James 1676 just subscribed for 20 months. Well, don't forget that Hassan is Chinese. However,
good point. China.
China!
My point is the existence of conspiracies does not make all conspiracy thoughts valid, okay? This is what we have to do when it comes to conspiracies, because there are real ones and there are fake ones, okay? We can suppose literally anything, but we need to have at least some framework to base these thoughts on, and you can't just go like, look, CIA exists, therefore Hassan is a Fed. You are jumping a bunch of hoops. They're completely skirting any sorts of, all sorts of any sort of like evidentiary trail that would lead us there. You're just like, dude, have you never heard of the CIA? Look at Hassan. Look at him. He's wearing a suit. He's clearly the CIA.
Hassan Parker.
time I open the New York Times or New York Magazine or whatever it is, there's a glossy profile of you working out somewhere, not in a Chinese suit.
Yeah.
And then it changed quite quickly into you are evil personified. You are this anti-Semite. Since earlier this year, just this year, Mallory McMorrow, who we mentioned a moment ago, compared you to Nick Fuentes, the Nazi, called you misogynistic and anti-Semitic. Josh Gottheimer, congressman from New Jersey, said all elected officials should condemn your rhetoric. Andrew Cuomo, remember him? He said that Zoran Mamdani said on the debate stage.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're watching that live debate. I wonder what you thought when you heard your name.
I knew it was going to happen.
Mamdani should condemn Hassan Piker, he said. Neera Tanden, former Obama and Clinton official, now head of the Center for American Progress, said AIPAC would spend $50 million to defeat any candidate campaigning with Hassan Piker. I'm definitely against super PAC money, but let's get real. Is it weird for you to be hearing all these prominent Democrats just using you as...
It's weird for me to hear prominent Democrats talking about wanting to spend tens of millions of dollars to defeat Hassan Piker, the Twitch streamer. It's odd. It is odd.
The punch bag?
No, it's
enjoy
expected. I think I'm the perfect guy to draw all of their enmity. I'll draw all the aggro. I can tank it. I've been in a very contentious.
But it's not weird. This is happening suddenly in your life. Like for 33 years, you were just like a streamer, and that 34th year, you're the enemy of the Democratic Party establishment, and they hate you.
Yeah, but the hatred is coming from the success of this movement. So who cares? Let them hate. I don't care about what they think of me. I just want to win.
Yeah.
I want to win for the working class, and I want to make sure that we have real fighters that get elected.
So a lot of the attacks on you are clearly bad faith and bullshit. A lot of the attacks on you are because you're anti-Israel and anti-Zionism. If you weren't, they wouldn't care what you said on your streams. Let's just be real about that. At the same time, there is no denying that you've said some stuff that has pissed a lot of people off.
Yes, Hassan, always saying mean, naughty things. Bad Hassan. Such a bad boy. Why are you always saying these mean, nasty things, Hassan? Everybody's saying it. Oh, Hassan, why do you hate America and love 9/11 so much? All right. We're going to the very end of this thing. You can't spend all of the time of this stream talking about Hassan Piker. However, speaking of using all of our time, somehow we're already 2 hours and 45 minutes into the stream. But we've only made a rather incremental amount of progress. Maybe like 35%, I want to say. 35% of the way through the galactic content goal. Leaving us exposed. Only like an hour and a half left to complete said goal. Just pointing out, I think, the obvious. All right, let's talk about Zoran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani.
I think Zoran has done a pretty good job of merging those two worlds, where he speaks the language of liberalism,
but then
in
goes
ways
on
that
Andrew Schultz and
but
wins
in
them
ways
over.
that annoy me sometimes too. Oh my God, I just listened to his new New York Times conversation where they asked, or the New York Times asked him, like, if you had unlimited money, what would you do? And he's like, exactly the same policies I'm implementing. I'm like, shut the fuck up, dude. Like, really? You wouldn't. If you had unlimited money, if money was no object, you would do fast and free buses.
I was about to end the show, but are we really going to end the show on you saying "shut the fuck up, Zoran Mamdani"?
I mean, come on! I was like,
what a twist there!
Like, turn it off sometime.
I'm so disappointed in both of us.
Yeah,
although you do copy his
how
soup
the
style.
establishment is focused on the wrong guy. Literally took the aggro. The establishment think Hassan is the one running for office.
Yep, that is what is so incredible. They keep trying to run hit pieces against Hassan. And the fact is, none of them want this same level of scrutiny on the reverse. None of them want this same level of scrutiny on the reverse in so many frickin' ways. Same people supported Andrew Cuomo, first off, and a whole host of different fucking just creeps. But also, like, do you really want to talk about all of your friends? I mean, you really want to talk about all of the people that you're all associated with and have that be the test? Because right now we're just going by how much money, like who's getting money from here or there, and like what policies they are, ascribing to. And honestly, I don't have time for what I'm talking about right now. But, like, let's be really, really real about it. Like, if we were to go through all of the friends, acquaintances, podcasters, media figures, and whoever else that these guys have ever associated with, gone on their show and or spoken to in the past, done an event with, dinner with, event, you know what I mean? Like what do you call it? Like a fundraiser, like, oh my God. Are you kidding me? It's just filled with Epstein files freaks. And you want to complain about Hassan saying one time that the United States, funded the terrorists who did 9/11 to some degree? It's just sort of facts. So it's just weird that I mean, that's basically the thing that they like want to come after him for. And or like whatever else he said like 20 years ago or like 15 years ago or whatever. Like it's ridiculous. They gotta go back to like 2009 to assassinate this guy's character.
Today,
no,
but in general.
No,
Today you're
I
copying
look, I
Chairman
love
Mao.
the guy. I have my disagreements with him from time to
But
time.
you're saying unleash
as
a bit
well.
more. What was it? Bold, brave.
I mean, this is what I've told him as
I
well.
want to know the
Tell him
mug
to be
style. What was
bold, brave, and unapologetic. Let's not say shameless.
Okay.
Bold, brave, and unapologetic. But that's what it is, because when Tucker speaks on this issue, he speaks with conviction because he has a lot of experience
All right,
being a shameless person.
We're making a mug. I'm going to talk to the merch team. We're making a mug of that Hassan Piker quote on We're Not Kidding. Bold, brave, unapologetic.
Yeah.
And then tiny little asterisks, really shameless.
Yeah.
Hassan, it's your birthday soon. Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you. I'm going to be 35.
You can run for president.
Hassan Piker could run for president. Revelation. First seen here on GNN. Nobody knew. Nobody knew Hassan is 35 now. Hassan officially a human man.
This is a human man.
It's very exciting. Although I don't believe he's going to be running for president. It would seem. All right, well, let's move on to things actually happening this week, because that was like 2 weeks ago. Finally posted. Yesterday, I had to at least peek at this thing tonight. All right, let's talk about those midterms. Fuck, I am hungry. I should have made food before this. Let's start with the numbers. Start with the numbers. Harry Emden. You know I'm a numbers guy.
Hey there, if Democrats lose to Trump yet again, these are all the red flags. Democrats, you have only about 100 days until the midterm elections, and you don't have control of either chamber anywhere close to being locked up. What are we talking about here? Well, we're talking, first off, we're talking about cash on hand. We're talking about cash on hand. And, you know, Democrats, they're much more like this. They're your $1 bills. while Republicans, you're much more like this, your 50s, and dare I say, even your $100 bills, because just take a look here. Cash on hand from the main outside groups, ergo your congressional committees, right, your NRSC. Take a look here. Republicans at this point, $657 million. My goodness gracious, that's why I'm talking about these bills, right, $100 bills. While the Democrats, only about $334 million, only about half the level of Republicans. And of course, cash is what makes the world go round in politics.
Yes, but wait, there's more.
Committee. Look at this. Cash they have, June 2026. The RNC, $129 million. That's pretty gosh darn good, right? But get this, the Democrats are a rarity. The DNC is red on your screen. Why are they red? Because they're literally in the red, way down there. They're actually in negative territory. That's cash on hand subtracted by the party debt. The party debt actually is greater than the cash on hand. The Democratic National Committee.
Yeah, those are the numbers. Those are the numbers leading into the week. The realization that the DNC is literally broke. While DNC allies spend tens of millions of dollars on a Michigan primary race against a guy who did an event with Hassan Piker one time. Seems irresponsible when you think about it. I like that. In other political news, we should quickly talk about the Texas general race, which is heating up. Primary over Tallarico, Paxton, Mono, I think, heading into the general. And the latest polls, shocking, to say the least.
What you talking about?
Here's breaking points. Crystal, Emily, 2 days ago.
ESA aligned candidates for the populist left going forward. I mean, that's if you're here in Washington at the DNC, you're looking at those numbers and thinking to yourself, I was going to say something that I should not say, but that is what you're thinking to yourself. You're like, oh my gosh, this is. I was just reminded there's this great Twitter account that's 10 years ago today. It posts pictures from 10 years ago today.
Oh, yeah.
And it reminded me of my favorite picture from the 2016 DNC, which is Susan Sarandon shaking her head, watching what's happening on the floor, just completely seething, which if you were a Democrat in 2016, many people were completely seething watching this coronation of Hillary Clinton. 2026, maybe people just had to be patient, Crystal, because this is a rout. It's shaping up to be a total rout in 2026.
The establishment is thoroughly discredited. Their strongest weapon against the left was electability. Oh, and also this like weird identity, racial resentment politics that they're.
Yeah, and by the way, they were talking about a couple of different races, the Michigan Senate, I think the Wisconsin governor's race, both of which, like I've been saying, are now almost not guaranteed wins, but you have double-digit leads for both Abdul El-Sayed and Francesca Hong, two of the bigger races that are being talked about right now, although they're not the only ones who are leading in the polls. It's just other little things. Because, like, for instance, like yesterday, we spent 11 hours talking about the primaries across 14 different states. I went through so many polls on all these different races. And you would be shocked to see how well some of those candidates we talked about yesterday are doing.
Trying to use. And I think it's just been, the electability piece has just been so thoroughly discredited. I think the identity, racial resentment piece has been fairly discredited as well. It doesn't seem to be landing in the same way it did when Hillary Clinton was using this against Bernie Sanders back in 2016. How are you going to say, oh, we can tell you who's electable? Donald Trump's in the White House. Yeah. You told us you knew what you were doing. This man is back here again. You were not able to vanquish him. We've been doing it your way. We don't believe you anymore. And there's a new media ecosystem that, is able to break through. And it's not just, like lefty shows, but, Midas Touch is very progressive. And a lot of people who used to be MSNBC watchers are now like Midas Touch watchers. And they're very favorable towards candidates like Bernie Sanders, candidates like Abdul Sayed. So it is a very new dynamic in the Democratic Party. Question now is how much that translates into the general election. Yeah. And I did want to put this F3 up on the screen. This is the white whale for Democrats trying to win Texas. You've got Tallarico here in a new poll up by 5 points. What's interesting is that both he and Ken Paxton lost a little bit of ground from the last time.
There you go. James Tallarico gaining ground on Ken Paxton somehow by losing ground in the polls. A mathematical wonder. All right, it's not that crazy, but Tallarico, Paxton both losing a little ground in the polls, but Paxton losing twice as much. Tallarico now 5 points ahead in this race. Big change from late May. Still anybody's race, but it's pretty crazy. Could have a Democratic senator in Texas. But who knows? Maybe it's the same thing like with MAGA. What are they called? Closet MAGA folk? People too ashamed to admit that they love Ken Paxton, who are going to vote for him in the general, but are secretly planning to. I don't know. I don't know. All right, let's listen to Moron. Moron / ogre / APAC funded ghoul. Senator John Fetterman. D next to his name stands for Dickbag of Pennsylvania. See what he had to say about the fight going on internally in the Democratic Party.
He got the legal advice to just plead the fifth, and that's why he decided to do that.
So you're saying he should have testified and provided the public with some answers?
What I'm saying that, when I think Dr. Fauci knew.
Sorry, I don't need all of it. We're gonna
into like a loaded room.
All right, shut up, idiot.
Excessive as it was today.
And Senator, you have been outspoken, especially recently, about the direction of the Democratic Party. You said you would leave the party if it adopted an anti-Israel stance. Are you saying that right now you still view the Democratic Party as pro-Israel?
No, I don't. I see the Democratic Party as some people are trying to have it both ways, where they won't really be willing to go the full side the way with the left, but I think overall, without a doubt, there's very few that I'm aware of that are proud to stand with Israel through every.
What in the hell is he saying? How is this guy a senator? Is his job to legislate? You know how we legislate? With words. This guy can't come up with sentences. He says words with no connection to the words said before them, and it's very difficult to know what the hell he's trying to say. You can tell he's very upset, but But he does admit to the fact that the party is no longer pro-Israel, which I found to be a fascinating omission. That the party, and what I think he means is the voters, are no longer pro-Israel. As a result, we're voting in a lot of anti-Israel candidates, and formerly pro-Israel, some, a very small some, but it's slowly growing because it went from like a dozen people voting to end the aid to Israel to like 100 or something. But still not big enough, in my opinion. Growing number of people in the government who are waking up to the fact that the voters want them to stop doing that. But John apparently is not ready to become a Republican. I invite him to become retired because his brain doesn't work. And I don't think he's capable of doing the job of a legislator. Let alone, I don't know, I wouldn't trust him to do like accounting, right? Or like bookkeeping, or like to work a desk at a dentist office, or to make change at a Walmart. Okay, like I don't trust John Fetterman to be able to take care of himself, let alone others. Like no level of responsibility is like, any level of responsibility is too much responsibility for John Fetterman. I don't think he can handle it. He is too fucking stupid. I don't know if it's a result of the stroke or if it's something he's just predisposed to pre-stroke or some combination of the two. But when he talks, it hurts my brain. When he talks, it hurts my brain, and I feel like society is collapsing in front of my eyes. Knowing that he is a U.S. senator, a man with some of the most responsibility in the entire country, whose every action has serious consequences on 350 million people and much of the rest of the world. That is the thing that really disturbs me. Because in any of those other scenarios, it's really, you know, he's making bad change, he's doing people's taxes wrong, any of these other sorts of things. The outcome, you know, it could be bad like on an individual level, but when it comes to the Senate, this is affecting all of everyone. This is as high stakes as it gets, and the dude can't he can't say words. He can't come up with sentences. He goes on TV and he just says mush. He goes, people, Democrats, liberals, Israel, pro-Israel, people, they're on one side of it, and there's another side, and there's people that are over there, and I'm here, I think. Where's here? I don't know. Exactly. He is a rock. He is a human rock. In no ways should that guy be a senator. What he needs to be legislating is like how to recover from his brain injury, I think, or something. I don't know what it is. But not how we're allocating taxes. Not U.S. foreign policy. Not, or domestic policy, for that matter. I don't think he should be a Democrat. I don't think he should be a Republican. I think that guy should just leave. I don't know why people keep trotting him out. Fact is, every time he goes on, I watch anchors really struggle with the interview because he can't say words or sentences, like coherent thoughts. And I can tell that they can tell that he is struggling mentally, and yet they keep bringing him out. They just keep bringing this guy. I don't understand. That's how beat the Democratic Party is. All they got is fucking John Fetterman and James Carville. Oh, good God.
Having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassan Ever broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thursday, also known as Norm Day. Norman Finkelstein. Whoa.
Hassan Parker.
Yeah, my interview with Donny O'Sullivan, pieces of it are also out. He's just teasing us at this.
Okay, we don't need this whole Hassan clip. I figured I'd just let him introduce it. Let's move to the point, the purpose of this clip. Where's James Carville? Oh, actually, I forgot. We have to watch the first part. We have to watch the first part, and then... Right. Actually, yeah, this is... And then this is... Right, this is... I'm remembering this... Why am I remembering this in reverse order? I could have sworn this part was... okay, never mind. I take it back. This is relevant.
At this point, little tickles, little teases. Look at that. It's coming out on Sunday, baby.
Guys have failed so publicly and so spectacularly that it is caused...
Columbia Arican _9505 just cheered 100 bits. I honestly think that Fetterman has always been a Republican. I doubt it was the stroke. And did the Israeli handler give Fetterman some sort of honeypot? Just saying.
Yeah, I honestly don't know. I have no idea. I didn't pay enough attention to Fetterman back before he became a complete ghoul. And... like, I vaguely thought of him, like, as an ally, but, like, I didn't really follow his race before he got elected. Like, what he said before he got elected type of thing, right? Like, what he promised to do. So I don't have as much, like, but, like, I know that he promised enough stuff to know that he's a piece of shit. I don't know well enough, like, to know, like, his... to be able to make a serious, what do you want to call it? Claim, I guess, one way or the other, on what led him to change his ideology, right? Or if he ever changed at all. And if that was in fact how he always perceived things. I do know that he did. I remember, didn't he like chase a black guy around the neighborhood with a gun or something like that? Or was that somebody else? Like, he clearly had some red flags, from what I understand. From pre-office, so I don't know.
People to seek out alternatives.
I see challenges from the quote progressive left unquote, and these people are too hard-headed to know that they're not popular. People don't like them. They don't win elections. They never run against Republicans. They just run against other Democrats.
It's so funny. This is literally the same meta always. You wearing the same jacket? I am. There's nothing different about what James Carville is saying than what Neera Tanden is saying, than what the dumbest, like, liberal on Twitter is saying. They all repeat the same talking points over and over again. It's so funny. It's just such a dumb thing to say. Carville's married to a Nazi, by the way. Carville is a Nazi himself.
And their only message is, we're going to blow everything up.
James Carville says this is all going to implode at the general election.
Yeah, as opposed to previous neoliberal Democratic candidacies that have been spectacular successes so far. Hillary Rodham Clinton in 2016 and Kamala Harris in 2024. There are a lot of people who are just like, this is not working. Cost of living crisis is.
Yeah, let's not forget that Kamala's implosion was really sort of like, it was like a neutron star, like sucking up another star. It's like turning into a black hole. It's like one black hole sucking up another black hole, right? Like, but Biden dropped out. Like his campaign completely imploded. The one that was foisted upon us, even though we were promised a one-term presidency. And then we had Kamala, a smaller black hole that was, like part of the same system of black holes that were really consuming one another, and just all sort of failures, similar failures stemming from one another. Like each time, really, like when you think about it, like Hillary Clinton started off that whole thing. It was Hillary, then Biden imploded, and then Kamala imploded, right? It's like 1, 2, 3. In terms of presidential generals, we could talk about other candidates that have imploded too. Other liberal people in Texas, for instance, we talked about that. We were just talking about. We could talk about, a number of different places where liberal candidates have been propped up as some sort of, as the future. It's the great future, the great neoliberal future that keeps failing us.
Is completely out of control. Democrats haven't done anything about it. Republicans haven't done anything about it. There has to be a different alternative.
I have one simple philosophy about politics. Winning is everything, stupid.
Okay, then win the primary. Like, does he not realize that the primary is also an electoral
Stop saying black hole. What do you got against black holes? Little racist.
How rude.
Little racist.
I just do not understand what the argument is here.
Let's think of somebody. Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders ran for president twice.
Yeah, he lost. He lost. Great point, right? So why are you complaining about your guys losing the primaries? You literally saw a couple insurgent candidates, DSA candidates, win their primaries against long-term incumbents. And you immediately said, we got to do a schism. We got to do a schism. Get it out of here. That's not my party. It's so funny. It's so funny. He's like, but also Bernie lost. Okay, well, now you're losing. You know what I mean? Old people in this country want to burn it before they die. No, every day, look. We're going to be talking to one of the best and brightest in the boomer class today. So I can't be doing too much generational resentment. But every day that goes on, and I know this is reactionary, the only politics that matters, the only struggle that matters is class struggle. There is no such thing as generational politics. However, every damn day that goes on, every time I hear from the old guard, like a James Carville type, or just the average boomer that's being interviewed as a median voter on television.
Yeah, we do have a problem of having that cemented, ossified establishment class foisted upon us when we don't ask for it. In fact, even including when we say we would prefer something else, they say, no, this is the future. The 80-year-old, the octogenarian centrist is your future. Anything that represents change or a passing of the torch power-wise, or of a paradigm that would benefit you, the non-octogenarian congressperson and or person in power. Well, we're not interested in that narrative. Do you have bootstraps? Huh? We can't help you too much, like with things like healthcare. You know, like that's the thing, right? Is like we're promised we're promised all these things by the neoliberals, then they fail, and then they promise if we put them back in power, then not only will they'll it's like one term, but they'll also get a bunch of stuff done that will totally solve that stuff. And then they don't go far enough. Like on some things, I've said before, I approve on Biden's job. But they, like, if it wasn't like Lena Khan, or if it wasn't like on a couple of attempts that wound up getting watered down anyways, like you have what is effectively a feckless party that refuses to push at all for the policies that are being asked for by the base. And guys like James Carville are getting replaced. And they see it as an affront to them personally. And honestly, they should. James Carville has not been relevant. Nothing he has said has been relevant to the moment for like 30 years. But he continues to be traipsed around as if he has something important for us to say. I couldn't be more sick of the fucking Ragin' Cajun. Crossfire, that shit is dead. Right? Like that, the time from which, you know, like old James Carville comes from, that shit is dead. Like nobody wants the like, because I feel like Carville comes from like the enlightened centrist time, like of debates, you know, like of like reasonable debates, not Jubilee debates where people are coming out as outright fascists, right? Who are like, actually authoritarianism is better than democracy. Like he's living in a time and yearning for a time and operating from a mindset from a time that no longer exists, but they are demanding and they are insisting is coming back. It's the same thing as Obama claiming that the fever is going to break. And like, if I recall correctly, at the Obama Museum unveiling in Chicago, he literally said it. He literally said that the fever is going to break any second. These guys are still hanging on to this concept of like some sort of sickness in Republican politics and conservatism, and they are deluded. If anything, it's been a failure of neocentrism to deliver on any sort of real benefits for the working class in the last 30 years that didn't come along with completely gutting all of their like economic rights. Like it's just, you know, that has led to people embracing, you know, these reactionary fucking policies that they think more neoliberalism is going to solve, that more embracing of tech oligarchs and whatever else is going to fix. And it's not. Sorry, I'm monologuing.
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 100 bits. Jubilee asked a scientist if a flat earther could change their mind once in a debate.
Exactly. We're debating flat Earth. That's the world we live in. Okay, we have. It's like 1 in 10 people in America think flat Earth is a real, is a legitimate fucking theory. Like we have devolved into a world where civilized debate is not really. It's not really happening, right? It's not really a thing. We've completely changed. People are embracing one side or the other right now. It's not the world that James Carville comes from. I know that much.
I think these guys have failed so publicly and so spectacularly that it has caused people to seek out alternatives.
You don't think neocentrism is a thing? You don't think neocentrism is a thing? At all? Like Like, you don't like, because when I talk about neocentrism, I'm talking about bipartisanship, basically, right? Like when I'm talking about neocentrism, I'm talking about the things that have been broadly agreed upon by neoliberals and neoconservatives, right? The things that they claim they can come together on and have actually come together on when you really look at it. When you think of like I mean, war, first off, being one of the big ones, and like the appropriations of trillions and trillions of dollars for the military industrial complex, but also like for instance, like Obamacare, right? Obamacare is literally, like in my opinion, like a neo-centrist creation intended to continue the status quo of like corporate takeover of both parties, right? The insurance companies pay both parties, and what did we get? We got an insurance company backed policy made by a Republican and backed by Democrats that was technically backed by both conservatives and liberals. The only reason the conservatives ever even soured on it was because of a hatred of Barack Obama. It had nothing to do with the policies themselves. It was created by the Heritage Foundation. Had it been any other president, they would have loved it. Right? If Barack Obama had been Joe Biden, they would have loved it. That if we had just instead of Barack winning and Biden winning and him introducing Romney Care, they would have applauded Biden for it. But it's because they hated Barack Obama so much that they had to come out against it. But that's what I'm talking about when I say neocentrism, is like the things that they clearly can agree on. Corporate takeover and military industrial complex type of shit, like that is what I see as like neo-centrist.
Progressive left, unquote. And these people are too hard-headed to know that they're not popular. People don't like them. They don't win elections. They never run against Republicans. They just run against other Democrats. And their only message is, we're going to blow everything up.
James Carville says this is all going to implode at the general election.
Yeah, as opposed to previous neoliberal Democratic candidacies that have been spectacular successes so far. Hillary Rodham Clinton in 2016 and Kamala Harris in 2024. There are a lot of people who are just like, this is not working. Cost of living crisis is completely out of control. Democrats haven't done anything about it. Republicans haven't done anything about it. There has to be a different alternative.
I have one simple philosophy about politics. Winning is everything, stupid. Let's think of somebody. Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders ran for president twice. You know what he did twice? He lost. By a lot.
Because for progressives, getting out of the primary is a far more difficult battle than winning in the general. This is our theory. The reason for that is because Republicans don't have a vision for change. Socialists do.
Yes, I'm wearing the same suit jacket, chat. Shut up. My attitude on this has been very clear. If the establishment Democrats coalesce behind socialist candidates in the general and use their turnout machine not against the socialist candidates, but instead in the direction of socialist candidates, it would be over. There would never be another Republican victory for the upcoming 10 generations, okay? This would be a one-party state. The problem is Democrats, or at least the center of power in the Democratic Party, is unfortunately far too invested in the corporate oligopoly that exists in the same exact way that the Republicans are.
Yeah, exactly. Man. But honestly, watching people like Carville have these sort of public breakdowns Like, repeatedly. Like, he keeps doing it. He keeps coming out here and doing it.
Columbia-9 just cheered 100 bits. This is why Dems lose, cause look at what Carville said.
Yeah.
Winning is everything. So politics is just as sporting, even instead in enacting policies that will help the actual citizens that vote.
Exactly, but this is what I've been saying for a while, right? Is like the power center in the Democratic Party, as Hassan just described it, operate in this way. It's not ideological. It's about power. It is about winning. It is not at all about achieving any actual goals, but about coming up with ways in which to strike a tone and narrative that separates them from the Republicans without promising anything, and hoping, praying, and spending as much money as possible to try and ensure that that works at the ballot box. That's all it is. They're just, it is genuinely is just performative, right? Like, they don't have ideologies. They will make nods. But like, this is the thing, like, as somebody who's been going through all of these campaign websites, I see the very clear differences in the ways in which the issues are being framed and discussed by leftist candidates and centrist candidates, right? Center-left candidates, you know, DCCC backed candidates, they are not talking about the solutions. They are talking about how they're going to return us to the at the very best, they're talking about how they will return us to the status quo before Trump. You know, they'll undo the bad stuff that Trump did because everything before Trump was good. That is the very basis upon which they are framing everything. They are not a party of change. They're also essentially a regressive party. They want to take us back to another time. Right? They're essentially just like Republicans. They just want to regress us back to a different time, right? Don't get me wrong. I think that doing that in the case of Trump is beneficial. It's less, you know, it's better than the time that the Trump administration wants to take us back to. But we're trying to take us forward, right? And there's a huge difference between those two things, right? They want to return us to the status quo. The Republicans want to return us back to 1850, and you know, leftists and TSA aligned and or backed candidates want to progress us towards a future forward on ideas, on a vision of you know, society that like includes everyone, right? That doesn't worry about what the donors are going to have to say. It's an unapologetic ideological movement intended to bring as many benefits to as many people as possible, and they see that somehow as something to fight, as you know, something they see as being something to oppose. Spend $50 million against it in one race, in one primary race. All right, moving on from the what is now turning into the James Carville Hassan Piker feud. Those are words I never thought I would say. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Am I wrong for that? Like, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. I just said the sentence, Hassan Piker, James Carville feud.
Would you drum up?
It doesn't make any sense. Those are words that just came out of my mouth.
Ridiculous!
Yes, it is ridiculous. I agree. It is ridiculous. It doesn't make any. It's 2026, people. Where's the future? We can't forget that we're living in the present. In the present, we still have the past in charge. People like leader Chuck Schumer have this to say to an awkward question regarding one particular DSA policy platform. You may or may not be familiar with the whole DSA platform. There's quite a lot of stuff in there. Priority level on some of this stuff varies big time within the DSA, from my understanding. But just listen to how Chuck Schumer responds when asked about one particular DSA platform policy. What was this, Wednesday? Yeah, I think this is Wednesday, 29th, while doing a press conference about Donald Trump.
Thank you, Patty, for your great work. Go ahead. Go ahead. No, not you.
Had the opportunity to speak with Troy Jackson after becoming the nominee in Maine. What have those conversations been like?
We had a great meeting this morning. We're going to be working together to win the seat, beat Susan Collins, and take back the Senate. Yes.
Schumer, the Democratic Socialists of America recently released their new platform. One of the things in that platform is to abolish the Senate and create a new unicameral House and Congress. Is this something Democratic Socialist candidates have been winning in races across the country? Is this something that has a place, this type of policy position?
The bottom line is Democrats, from one end of the spectrum to the other, are going to be working to defeat Trump, to bring down costs, to go after his corruption.
So, I don't know if you could hear a little bit of an echo here in the halls of Congress, but you got a reporter asking about the DSA policy of potentially getting rid of the Senate completely, just abolishing the Senate, and Chuck's response is to just start filibustering about affordability and beating like Susan Collins or something. I can't remember exactly, but he does not respond to that question at all. Shock of shock, Senate Leader Thune. I almost called him Senate Leader fucking Thune. Senate Leader Schumer. Not even entertaining the concept of the abolishing of the Senate. He's going to keep fighting. He's going to be fighting and fighting and fighting. And affordability and fighting. Cost of living and fighting. Donald Trump fighting. Fighting, fighting, and more fighting. Not resting, but fighting. Not resting, but also fighting while not resting. It's a lot to juggle. Chuck has got it. But what Chuck doesn't have is a response to the question about what he thinks about the abolishing of the Senate. That's fair. I didn't expect anything too impressive, but zero response. Not great, Chuck. I would have assumed something more snappy than that. I would assume that he, as leader of the Senate, he would have had a better response, better justification for his existence, other than to keep fighting. What has this fighting amounted to so far? Nothing. He's been fighting a brick wall. It's not even a wall near Donald Trump. He's just fighting a brick wall in a parking lot somewhere. Speaking of fighting, let's talk about those midterms. New polls, new forecasts, new numbers being run. Suggests further shifting in House and Senate races. CBS News. Yesterday, Major Garrett. Honestly, I don't know if you've noticed, I have been... Major Garrett is on the good list over at CBS. He keeps doing these pieces that I could swear are going to get him fired any day now. They almost feel like journalism. Like they're approaching what feels like journalism, and I'm like, what's Major doing over here? Where's Barry? Is Barry going to fire him? This is like, but supposedly this is just for the interwebs, so I guess they're just hoping the president doesn't see it. I guess that's a good bet. But he's terminally online. I don't know.
Welcome back to Takeout. Thanks for hanging out with us. University of Virginia's election forecaster Sabato's crystal ball has updated its outlook in favor of Democrats, at least some House races, and in one particular Senate race. Georgia Senator John Ossoff's reelection bid shifted from leaning Democrat to likely Democrat, and 13 House seats have a new and slightly better outlook for Democrats than before. CBS News contributor Kyle Kondak is with me to discuss.
Yeah, this is fascinating. The numbers are somehow, when it comes to the elections themselves, regardless of the popularity of Democrats as a party, looking better and better for Democrats. I wonder how that's possible. Huh. How does that math?
He's the managing editor of Sabato's Crystal Ball, and he wears a necktie, which I don't disparage because his mother prefers that. And I always defer to mothers with sartorial choices here on The Takeout. Kyle, great to have you here. Mom, hello, great to have you. So I want to talk about the upper Midwest. We have talked a lot about Michigan, understandably so, but Minnesota and Wisconsin also have some interesting statewide contests with progressive components to it.
Yeah, it looks like Francesca Hong, who is a progressive member of the state assembly there, she's a big favorite to win the
Democratic Socialism of America. She's a DSA'er.
Yeah, a big favorite to win the Democratic gubernatorial nomination.
In part because Mandela Barnes, trailing by a lot, dropped out today.
Yeah, and the quote-unquote establishment, the sitting governor Tony Evers, Democrat, endorsed David Crowley from Milwaukee to try to save this thing and nominate a kind of a
no traction.
Doesn't seem like it. No, I mean, doesn't seem like he has any real name ID outside of Milwaukee.
In Wisconsin.
Yeah. Now, we're not going to watch this whole clip, but this is exactly what I think is happening. This is a microcosm of what I think is happening. I think you're seeing more leftist candidates like Francesca Hong more likely to win their races because they're more popular. Just more broadly popular because they have better policies. Her, Abdul, Zoran. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, Zoran's done. But you know what I'm saying? Like these people are more popular because they get shit done. They're promising stuff, and people are starting to realize that they actually are also, they also have solutions. They're not just talking about vague concepts, triangulations, or whatever else, platitudes. They're talking about real freaking world solutions. As a result, they're looking more likely to win against Republicans who have no solutions because they're the same, right? I mean, they're not the same, but to some degree, like, they too have no real solutions, or any of the solutions that they have are already being tried by the Trump administration, like getting rid of all the immigrants. By the way, how's the Trump administration on immigration policy right now? Oh, deeply underwater? That's right. But, like, Republicans never have any solutions either. right? Or if they do, they'll all be fucking worst possible solutions, like blame immigrants or trans people or whatever else, Muslims. The existence of dissenting thoughts.
Illegal.
Oh no, not more dissenting thoughts. Oh God, we have to go to Fox News, to a candidate we were just talking about yesterday, running in Florida, I think, right? No. Yes. Actually, we didn't talk about him. I take it back. We didn't even talk about him yesterday, but we have talked about him in the past. That guy is named Oliver Larkin, running for Florida's 25th, looking to unseat one Jared Moskowitz. Incumbent establishment, corporate PAC, APAC, Dem, who said some very naughty things on Fox the other day.
Apparently, Larkin went on Fox News to cook.
What is the number that is fine with you? Is there a benchmark? Is it fine? How many children can be raped and it's fine if you're in relation to the immigration community?
If we're going to talk about children being, then we need to hold this pedophile president, Donald Trump, accountable and all those that have been implicated by the Epstein files that the Department of Justice is still not leaking. And they've sent APAC after Thomas Massey for...
Oh, I can't believe he's saying this. I love this guy. He gets the opportunity to go on Fox News and just, I mean, he just goes on a spree. He just goes on a spree and it's glorious. It's just zero fucks given. What's that? You want me to come talk on Fox News? Sure. Sure, why not? And immediately Fox News boy over here is like, okay, thanks, let's move on. Okay, wait, sir, please, okay, we get the point. Thank you. Look at his face. Look at his fucking face. Oh God.
We're going to talk about children being, then we need to hold this pedophile president, Donald Trump, accountable and all those that have been implicated by the Epstein files that the Department of Justice is still not leaking. And they've sent APAC after Thomas Massey for having the temerity to hold accountable the pedophiles that are in control of our government.
Thank you. We appreciate your time very much.
We got to get this in front of as many people as possible. For those of you who don't know, Oliver Larkin.
Dude, Oliver, like, honestly, I already liked Oliver. He was already on my endorsement list. But this one was so glorious. This was so fucking glorious. And he knows where he's running, dude. That's the other thing about this that I found fascinating. That he was moving so fast that before getting cut off by Fox News, he was able to jump in there and get a Thomas Massey reference. A Republican out the door who is honestly quite popular among Republican voters. So while on Fox News, running in a red state like Florida as a Democratic socialist, he's also giving a nod to Thomas Massey. I think literally just as a political gambit, which is brilliant. It's brilliantly done. I just think it couldn't be more well done, politically speaking. Like, while simultaneously doing just utterly decimating this host on the president and the Epstein files. Oh my God! Everybody knows that that Massey is out, that he's losing his job right now because of the Epstein files.
is running against one of the most right-wing Democrats, Jared Moskowitz in Florida. Oliver Larkin is running for Congress in Florida 25 against Jared Moskowitz, one of the most right-wing Democrats, a person who's called himself a DeSantis Democrat.
I'm a twice-appointed Ron DeSantis Democrat.
A person who has openly said is more to the right than Marco Rubio.
I'm to the right of this issue to the J.D. Vance Witkoff approach. And
Hey,
I
don't
agree,
worry about
quite
it,
frankly,
little
more
Marco.
with
Gentlemen,
Senator Lindsey Graham and probably Senator Tom Cotton.
A person who was the first person to join the Doge Caucus as a Democrat. That is who Oliver Larkin will unseat. That is beast mode. We need real fighters like Oliver Larkin in Congress. Oh my God, what a cook. What a...
Yeah, me and Hassan are on the same wavelength on this one. When I saw that, I was like, dude, this guy is masterful. I already liked his policies. But I hadn't seen enough. He'd only made a few media appearances that were all in like friendly waters. I think he did Breaking Point's Majority Report. I can't remember who else. We were talking about it before anybody else, I think, technically. Not that I need any kind of credit for this. But like this shit is like incredible. Like like there's something about like him going from like, you know, friendly waters, talking to like podcasters who are supportive of his race, to him going on to Fox News into unfriendly waters in a Republican space. You know, up against the Fox News reporter and just be like, just cooking. Just, oh, it's glorious. Oh, it's glorious. I think there's a little bit more. Yeah.
Larkin will very quickly turn around and flip the Uno reverse. As you can see here from the way he is pulling off the Shia smirk, he's ready for it. He receives this racial information and this racial agitprop, and instead of getting very offended or angry at it, he very quickly deploys the Shia smirk. You can see that right here. You know, famously, the Shia smirk, you've probably seen Abbas Araghchi also deploy a similar Shia smirk as well. Sometimes you'll see this from the Houthis, the Ansar Allah communiques. Let's see what his retort looks like.
If you're in relation to the immigration community.
If we're going to talk about children being, then we need to hold this pedophile president, Donald Trump, accountable, and all those that have been implicated by the Epstein files that the Department of Justice is still not leaking. And they've sent AIPAC after Thomas Massey for having the...
Now, this is a double bind, okay?
Never mind.
First, he deploys the no UTEC.
I take it back. You know, I might have to go find this one later. I could have sworn I was listening to this pretty quickly earlier today. I think I might have to go find his appearance on Fox News. Maybe for actually when I do the Florida race. I don't think I'm gonna do it today just because of how slow I'm moving. Also, speaking of moving slow, we're moving super slow on the galactic content goal tonight. We are in danger of having the stream end suddenly. A lot of great ways to contribute to it. You can do Twitch, bits, power up, subs, give to subs, prime subs. Or you can donate directly to the stream, Cash App, PayPal. You can become a Galactic Patreon member. Only $3 Earth dollars a month. All of these are great ways to help fund the stream, prevent the sudden ceasing of stream activities. They'll give us an extra 30 minutes, hour, I guess, since we're already 4 hours in, but oh boy, we are in danger. Serious freaking danger. Okay. Let's move on from political candidates, political races, political narratives to political... I almost called it a political tragedy, but that's not right. Political... I'm struggling with the word right now. The loss of political...
Here comes...
Monsters? No, not monster. I don't believe in monsters. Dickbag? Turd. What the fuck was that? That was the sound shot. You don't like it? What? You don't like it? God, I can't do anything right. All right, let's talk about the death of Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina, who this week was laid to rest. Funeral held at the National Cathedral. In attendance, a lot of terrible people, really. Just in this one shot, you got like at least a dozen of the worst people on the planet. Maybe more, actually. I mean, J.D. Vance, Scott Bessent, Eric Trump, Lara Trump, Steve Witkoff. You got AG Todd Blanche.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
Mike Walls. Mike Signal Walls, the guy who leaked the Yemeni strike chat to an Atlantic reporter. I can just make out Pete Hegseth from behind Derek. You got little Marco Rubio over here.
Wait, don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
Fucking DHS Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen.
Give me a joke.
Jameson Greer. And Doug Burgum. I mean, look at this group of trash people. J.D. Vance, don't think I missed you, pal. I'm just saving you for the end here. He's one of the worst human beings in this group. And then, of course, you have the President of the United States. I mean, look at this motley crew. Mourning the death of Lindsey Graham.
President Trump and his alliance with President Trump in recent years made him be called the Trump Whisperer.
And President Trump is now making his way up to address.
Very solemn. Very solemn. I must adequately, very respectfully say words about another human being. I got it. I've got it.
Those there, the great and the good, not just from Washington, D.C., but from around the world as well. People who felt they owed Senator Lindsey Graham a debt in their careers and their lives. Let's listen to what the president has to say.
Thank you very much. Vice President Vance, members of the Cabinet, members of the House and Senate, distinguished guests, Darlene, and the entire Graham family. We love you all.
Love you all very
Today
much.
we gather in the deepest gratitude and profoundest sorrow to
Did you see the way that he reacted to the sentence? The words, the phrase, the profoundest sorrow? He was like, are we? Am I supposed to be feeling sorrow? Did you see the body language on that?
in the deepest gratitude and profoundest.
I don't think he read the speech ahead of time. He's like, oh, wait, am I supposed to be feeling sorrow right now? I'm very sad. I'm very sad. Oh, I'm the saddest. I'm very, very sad. Don't you see? Look at how sad I am. My body's doing sad people things.
To honor a beloved friend, a devoted brother, a respected statesman.
Now, he does manage to say at least a few kind words about Lindsey Graham, but they were not completely uninterrupted by Trump thoughts, I guess you might call them. I'm trying to remember where these start. I think maybe somewhere around here, I want to say. It's a long speech. I'm trying to remember. I think around here.
And I remember the number 202-228.
Oh, wait. I'm a little too far. Wait, please hold. I went slightly too far. Jesus, he is a real fucking piece of work. You know that? Jesus Christ. Maybe here? I think.
He rose. He never forgot where he came from. There's probably not a single town in South Carolina where Lindsey did not help repair a bridge, expand a school, improve a hospital, or recover from a disaster. He was a force of nature, and I will miss him greatly. As you remember, Lindsey and I did not exactly get off to the best of starts. Running against each other. Back in 2016, Lindsey said something rather nasty on his flight to becoming the next president of the United States. So naturally, I did something that I shouldn't have done. I shared his personal cell phone number with the millions of people that happened to be watching that particular day as I made a speech, a very important speech. And I remember the number 202-228-0292 if anybody wants to give it a shot. His
He redoxes Senator Graham. I even remember the number.
phone exploded. He said, I had that number for 20 years. His phone totally, I don't know what he did with it, but it exploded. That was the beginning of a friendship in a way. But it was Lindsey who had the last laugh because while I blew up his phone for one day, we became great friends, and Lindsey did not stop calling me for the next 10 years. It was not easy. I always share.
Jesus Christ. Dictator couldn't help but make it all about himself. I remember when I very wrongly doxed one of my political opponents, Lindsey Graham, the guy that we're supposed to be honoring here today. And I completely ruined his life. Well, not completely, but just for a little while. I really made things tough for him, and he had to get a new phone number, and it was really, and then he was like, actually, I'll call you every day. And he was like my best friend. He's like my little minion. Called me all the time, asking me, sir, what can I do for you? I was like a bully. I was like an internet bully who doxed a public figure. And then was rewarded for it with loyalty. It's a great story when you think about it. Really a good one. He's a real sociopath. Okay. Well, let's move on from the death of Lindsey Graham to other situations involving health. But not the health of one individual person, but that of the nation. And the U.S.'s response to the COVID-19 pandemic back in 2020. Republicans, 6 years later, are still deeply obsessed with a man by the name of Anthony Fauci. You may have heard of him. He's a doctor. Used to be the, I believe, the director of the CDC or the HHS. No, I can't remember which one it was now, for some reason. But suffice to say, Republicans have been obsessed with this man for a very long time. Oh my God. He just can't shut up about this guy. And so, unlike with anybody in the Epstein files, Republicans called Anthony Fauci to testify before the court under oath. You know, under oath, unlike any of the co-conspirators named in the Epstein files. They got to get Fauci under oath. Oh. I wonder why they would want to do something like that.
I will invoke my right under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution to refrain from answering your questions.
Dr. Anthony Fauci pleaded the Fifth Amendment and declined to answer questions from senators in a Republican-led committee hearing about his handling of the COVID-19 pandemic. Kentucky Senator Rand Paul, who has long had a fraught relationship with the now-retired infectious disease expert, subpoenaed him to testify. Some Republicans in Congress, including Paul, have long called on Fauci to be arrested. Though Fauci has received a presidential pardon from Joe Biden, some of Fauci's critics have suggested he could still face charges if he perjures himself under oath. Fauci's decision to invoke the Fifth is not an admission of guilt and at least for now, averts the possibility of prosecution. His refusal to answer questions may also further inflame partisan divides that have festered for years about.
Yeah, well, the reason that Republicans subpoenaed Fauci is because they wanted to get him on literally anything. They wanted to get him in here because right-wing Reddit 4chaners, lovers of Massey and other sorts of Republican types, all these fucking people who are still obsessed about Anthony Fauci have been insisting that he be charged with any crime. Right? It is deranged. It's the same thing with it's the same thing with James Comey, right? It's any crime will do, and just investigate him. If we can just get him in and get him to say something that we can prove is a lie, then we can put him in jail for lying to Congress because they feel so wronged by his time as director at CDC that they subpoenaed the man and got him to testify under oath and forced him to take the Fifth, essentially, from what I can tell. They want to make it a big bombshell thing. It's literally their own creation. It's a monster of their own creation. Like, oh my God, look how scary the monster is. He's the Fifth. He pled the Fifth. It's proof of guilt. It's actually not. You're just a lunatic who needs help.
You have a mental health problem.
I got more from the hearings. Thomas Massey getting very heated at the conduct of Anthony Fauci's lawyer. Having an outburst at the hearing over the most nothing burger shit I think I've ever seen. I'm sorry, not Massey. Rand Paul. Rand is very upset.
Would you behave this way in a courtroom? No, because the judge would put you in jail. I can't do that today, but I can have you escorted from the premises.
Do you notice that while he's shouting, he's just sitting there looking forward, looking while Senator Rand Paul is yelling at him, he's just sitting there with his legs crossed, tapping on the table. And Rand is furious. How dare you sit there? How dare you sit there being the attorney for the witness? Very rude of you. This is insubordinate.
Would you behave this way in a courtroom? No, because the judge would put you in jail. I can't do that today, but I can have you escorted from the premises. So I would say, sir, sit quietly and don't say another word. I said, sit quietly, you are not recognized. Another word and you're gone. And now you're disrupting the proceedings. And so, look, this is the way Anthony Fauci wants to be remembered, for a lawyer not listening to the rules. That's the way you want to be remembered, and that's what you're going to do. You are not recognized, sir. Security, please remove him from the room.
You can't hear it. It's almost completely inaudible. But he says, "Will you allow me to be recognized?" He says, "Will you allow me to be recognized?" And drama queen Rand Paul goes, "I'm gonna get him out of here. Get him out of here, asking to be recognized when I told him he is not recognized. That is unacceptable in this here kangaroo court. We will not have that. This is a serious kangaroo court, okay? And we will not have people asking to be recognized when I'm saying they are not recognized. That is not allowed." Applause. Yes, please clap. Please clap. Thank you. Thank you. I am such a great victor. I'm a lover of democracy, Rand Paul. Liberty. Freedom. You have the freedom to leave. Freedom! Meanwhile, Rand Paul and Republicans are continuing to allow the Trump administration to dismantle the health apparatus in this country intended to keep us safe. You know, we got now, I believe in the thousands of cyclosporiasis cases and a growing number of measles cases continuing to be seen this year. 2 more health care facilities identified as measles exposure sites in Oregon. Here's KGW News from 2 days ago. Making America healthy again by pretending modern medicine doesn't exist.
Two more healthcare locations have been identified as potential measles exposure sites. The first is the ER at Randall Children's Hospital in North Portland. The Oregon Health Authority says a person with the measles was there last Thursday and Friday night and Saturday morning. The second spot is Providence St. Vincent in the East Pavilion Medical Office. That exposure was Monday morning.
Great. Good. Those aren't horrible places for there to be exposures. Super busy places, medical offices, busy hospital ERs over nearly an entire week. That doesn't sound bad at all. Yeah. And of course, slowly more and more big, beautiful bill cuts to the health apparatus are kicking in. Meanwhile, the Trump administration is ending even more programs intended to make things more affordable. Yeah, let's go here to We Are Local Iowa 5 News. From Wednesday.
Medicare premiums are expected to rise next year. The Trump administration says it's ending a Biden-era program that lowered the cost of drug coverage for millions 65 and older. The federal government gave health insurers billions of dollars in subsidies to keep prescription costs down. Once those subsidies are gone, millions of Medicare users will pay hundreds more per year for medication plans.
Boo. Yep. Very soon, everybody's going to have to start paying more for medicine. And it's going to be a fucking disaster. More and more people going uninsured. Now those who are insured are going to be paying more for prescriptions anyway. So the Trump administration is doing everything they can to make people pay more for prescription medicine. I could have sworn he said they were going to be 2,000% less. Didn't he say 2,000% less? Or am I the crazy guy? Am I the weirdo? Checking on the progress of the galactic content goal. Donation, $10. Does this put us a bit closer to the goal? Yes. $10 does get us closer to the goal. I don't know exactly how close we are now. But we're closer. Suffice to say. I think we're about 2/3, if I had to guess, about 2/3 of the way. 66%. I think somewhere around there. You know, I'll even open it up right now, so I'm feeling saucy. I'll open up the Galactic Content Gold Donos to Throne. You could buy me snacks, drinks, anything on the list. I'll add any of those sorts of expenditures to the goal. Just because I haven't yet calculated it's really just becoming August. Haven't calculated a galactic deficit goal yet. I'll allow it. Somebody mentioned they wanted to help me with the mic stand situation. This would be a perfect time for that. Although that's... How much is that? I forget how much that is. What are we doing? Okay. Well, move on from health and how much it's costing to be healthy in the United States. And more broadly, about how people are feeling about the economy here in America.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
To the numbers. Harry Emden. Nope. Harry is not Canadian that I'm aware of.
That's too much, man.
Wait, wait, what? Is this?
Holy Toledo.
Oh my god, I'm just realizing. I gotta change that. They're all red? How are all three of those squares red? They all look the same. Oh. Those are all wrong sound shots. Sometimes I'm not perfect. Look, I use what is basically like a form of synesthesia to remember where all the sound shots are on my soundboard. I have 8 sets of 16. I make them all different colors. They light up. They're pretty. And I remember them by shapes of colors. And sometimes I don't look hard enough. I don't realize what I'm looking at. And I just realized that 3 different red squares on 3 different groups are all colored red. And that's a real problem. I've tried to make it so that's not the case, but it's hard. There's only so many colors. It can be difficult. All right, to the numbers. 4 days ago on the Trump economy.
I did everything right, and
If
they
he does
indicted
tout
me.
the economy,
Yeah.
how do voters feel about his performance on that subject?
Yeah, promises made, promises broken in the minds of the American public. Because just take a look here. The reason he won back in 2024 was because the plurality of voters thought that Trump would make them financially better off. 44%. 38% said they make them worse off back in October of 2024. Look at these numbers now. Oh my goodness, John's shaking his head off on the side. Now 58%, nearly 3 in 5 voters say that Trump is making them financially worse off. That's up like a rocket. The better off down through the floor in a Lake Michigan. Look at that, from 44% to just 13% now saying better off. The rest say about the same. These
Man, these are some bad numbers.
Holy Toledo.
Holy Toledo, Batman, those are some bad numbers. 20% of people think they are worse off, while basically no one feels that they are doing better. 'Cause that's the thing about these. The more I look at this number, I'm like, holy shit. 2/3 of the country, it went from sort of this weird split, like 40-40 kind of thing, give or take, worse off, better off. Now it's like 2/3 of the country thinks they're worse off, while basically nobody thinks they're doing better. Like, it's pretty stark just how big that change really is. But these are just the facts. If we look at the numbers, things are worse. Inflation worse. Jobs numbers worse. Just like everything is just worse. Gas prices, grocery prices, everybody's paying more for everything. And that is the economy, as it turns out, mostly speaking. To most people, that's the economy. Am I paying more for all the shit that I buy every fucking day? Yeah? Well, it's bad then. Then it's bad. All right. I gotta keep this puppy moving. I've got so many clips tonight. I'm not moving nearly as fast as I should be. God, I'm doing really bad. It's been a busy week. I got kind of dragged through, like not dragged through the mud. What's the word? I got sidetracked talking about Mehdi Hassan, ex Hassan Piker. I mean, can you blame me? That's pretty exciting. I thought about holding off until Sunday Fun Day. I said no, this is too relevant to the discussions we're having today. But whatever. I'm the decider. I'm the arbiter of what we watch and or listen to. Who am I to blame but myself? Awful.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
All right, staying on the economy. Let's talk about groceries. That's one of the big expenditures for people. It's like groceries, gas, healthcare, mortgage, and or rent. And childcare if you got kids. However, one man's got a plan that's going into implementation this week.
Zohran Mamdani.
8x16 is crazy. Is there even that many colors? No, there aren't that many colors. Which is, like I said, why I rely on not just color, but the arrangement of the colors, right? Because if you imagine a 4x4 array of colors, you can kind of make different patterns, right? You can like intentionally try and differentiate one from another by color and hope that helps your brain recognize what you're looking at. And honestly, it does, at least for me. I'm usually able to do this show with like a 90% hit rate on the sound shots at the very least. I think I'd do better than that, actually. Maybe 95%.
Aren't I a good guy?
You know? All right, Zohran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani.
The big announcement on city-owned grocery stores this week. Big help for affordability for New Yorkers. Eyewitness News ABC 7 New York from 4 days ago.
Mamdani administration hoping to make grocery shopping in New York City cheaper when officials launch its new city-owned grocery stores.
The mayor says this basket of goods will include all fresh produce, meat, seafood, along with some pantry staples and refrigerated goods, and the discount will apply to all people. Doesn't matter what you make. Here's Eyewitness News reporter NJ Burkett with the details.
In East New York, Brooklyn, where the mayor made his announcement this morning, his vision for municipal grocery stores is getting clearer. We now know what the discounted items will be and how much shoppers will save.
No New Yorker should have to worry about being able to afford to feed their family.
For Mayor Mamdani, it's a crucial step in fulfilling his campaign promise of providing affordable groceries for working New Yorkers. He announced that certain basic necessities in each of New York's 5 neighborhood groceries will be discounted by 30%. Items like produce and pasta, meat and seafood, bread and yogurt, and rice and beans, and more.
Once a month, our 5 city-run grocery stores will set prices for this core set of goods at 30% below typical retail prices.
Yes, indeed. Now, this is sort of like a... what do you want to call it? Like, Mamdani is doing an incremental introduction of his plan here, working in partnership with already existing local grocery stores while they work on building out actual government-owned and run grocery stores, which I believe is the full plan here. But in conjunction with these grocery stores, they will not be seeking profits or drastically reducing profits to be able to reduce prices by 30% on all of these goods that you see here. Hugely beneficial to anybody who takes them up on the offer. And right now, fact is, more and more consumers are turning to grocery stores for meals as things like fast food continue to rise in prices. Let's go here to Western Mass. Massachusetts. Western Mass News.
The drive-thru.
Western Mass News ABC 40 from 2 days ago.
The drive-thru. More Americans are heading to the deli counter for dinner. According to the International Business Information Service, Americans spent more than $400 billion on fast food last year alone. And as Western Mass News reporter Chris Pisano found out, rising menu prices are weakening the traditional cheap and easy appeal of many quick-serve restaurants.
Traditionally, grocery stores have been the place we shop for, well, groceries. But increasingly, these same stores are offering ready-made meals, food that requires little, if any, preparation and effort to serve for yourself or your family.
Way more convenient, yeah. Just don't have this time to cook, you know? Babysitting and working and no time to cook.
And she's not alone. Consumers are rapidly shifting to these ready-to-eat supermarket options, and not just for convenience. One's considered an affordable eating option. A survey from LendingTree showed nearly 80% of Americans say fast food is now a luxury because it's become so expensive.
Yes, indeed, fast food now become a luxury, forcing people back to grocery stores. Grocery stores happy about it. But a disturbing trend for the reasons it's happening. Nobody can even afford to buy a hamburger at Wendy's anymore. How is that new? This is America. This is America, where We are the land of McDonald's. Have you heard of it? McDonald's, Burger King, Wendy's, Taco Bell, to name a few. We're the land of fast food. But now even America says fast food somehow too expensive. It's supposed to be affordable and quick. Now it's somehow more expensive. You know, so drastically more expensive. People are like, screw that, I'm going to the store. And for America, that is actually something of a change. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's probably theoretically better for Americans' health, but the reason for why it's happening is not good. People should be able to afford their lives. They can't. They're having to change their lives because they can't afford them. And that is a bad trend. Something that the president wants to fix, but has no idea how. Saying this on Monday.
Rates should be lowered. This country could be at 8%, 9%, 10%, 12% GDP. That's what it should be. We have other countries that are paying less interest rates, and if it wasn't for us, they wouldn't even exist. And it shouldn't be that way. We should have the lowest interest rate in the world. I could take the money that these countries are making, put it into our portfolio, and we should have the lowest interest rate in the world, like it used to be 30 years ago. We always paid the lowest rate.
Yes, rates in the news this week with the Federal Reserve making an interest rate decision. Unfortunately for the president, the Federal Reserve, at its meeting of FOMC governors, the Board of 12 decided to leave rates unchanged, although there was some disagreement about the trajectory, including some officials suggesting the potential for rate increases, the opposite of the thing the president has been begging, demanding to have happen. We used to be a country. Yes, supposedly. People are saying, everybody's saying it. Everybody's saying it. How many subs did we get today? 2? Why aren't they counting? It's really weird. The subs aren't counting towards the goal, even though I definitely started a goal. None of them have counted. So I guess it... Let me think. I'm just gonna sit here and make sure I do the math. Because we're approaching an hour. I just want to let you all know exactly how far away from the completion of the galactic content goal we are right now. 2 of 12 is what? That's 17%. And then, Jesus Christ. 7, that's 37 plus. Add 1, 17.5 plus. Wait, no. What did I just do? Right. Oh, I know what I just did. Son of a bitch. And then what was the number? I hate having to do this math. It's always so annoying. Okay, that. Okay, all right. I figured it out. I figured it out. We are 80% of the way through the goal. After all of this base, it's like 10 bones. 10 bones on Cash App or PayPal. A few Patreon memberships. For like 1,000 bits. The bits is the most expensive option out of all of those, clearly. It's just about what they all add up to me at the end of the day. But we were very close. Very, very close to completing the galactic content goal, people. Every dollar counts. But yes, the Federal Reserve left rates unchanged. The possibility of the Fed raising interest rates now increasing, seemingly, to many analysts.
Despite President
Shut your stupid mouth. I don't need to hear from you whatsoever. Ever again, Joe Scarborough. All right, let's talk about inflation and Federal Reserve rates. The lending rates at which the Federal Reserve loans money to banks and other financial institutions. Not the rates that you pay on your credit cards, just to be clear. In fact, this is always what everyone's talking about when they talk about interest rates. They don't actually give a shit about what you're paying on your card. Like, I mean, unless they're specifically talking about credit card interest rates, this is almost always the rate they're talking about. Because trickle-down capitalism, actually. The reason we talk about Federal Reserve interest rates more than anything else, not the actual rates that people are paying on their loans, is because we believe in trickle-down capitalism, and that the rate at which the Federal Reserve loans money to banks determines what they loan the money to you at, and is bullshit.
Attention every day to the Fed, but the Fed is incredibly important, and what it does with monetary policy represents probably at least half of what makes our economy do well or not so well. But what's happened in the last few months is quite interesting. Some of it has to do with war, some of it has to do, of course, with the war. But you can...
Oh, damn, Columbia Regan immediately donating 10 bones on Cash App. Thank you, pal. Wow. Yeah, that does it. That'll do it. That'll do it. That'll do, Regan. That'll do. How do I end the bits goal? I wanted the subscription goal, I mean. There we go. There we go. Okay, perfect. Okay, I've ended the goals on the Twitch. Ended the goals on Twitch. Gotta do a party. Quick celebration here for completing another galactic content goal. Thanks to all of you and your support. We now know that the stream is no longer in danger. And that we have so much in front of us. Oh yeah. Alright, what am I thinking? Do we take a break now, or 4.5 in? Jesus. I wish I hadn't started late tonight. Alright, confetti party over. I'm sorry. Oh, thank you everybody for your beautiful support. To all of you. Great generosity. Keeping the Galactic News Network funded. Cannot thank you enough. All right. So fact is, this graph is boring as shit. I don't want to talk about it very much. These are predictions. These are like stock market predictions on where inflation is going to go from the Federal Reserve, as well as what's been happening in the bond markets. Two incredibly boring things. Federal Reserve predictions and bond market predictions. Suffice to say, the Federal Reserve thinks inflation is going to go plummeting down to 2%. I disagree. The bond market thinks rates are going to keep going up. I agree. And I agree on that. So I agree and I disagree in two different places. That's it. That is really it on that one. I don't feel like going into it very much. Mostly because I'm still kind of exhausted from last night. I haven't eaten, so I think I'm kind of hangry right now. I'm trying to think how I get food on a break. Right now, 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time in a space station. Oh! So I think what I'm going to do is take a quick galactic intermission, try and solve that. But we will be right back after these brief galactic messages. Alright, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, Patreon. So many fantastic ways, even though we are still demonetized on YouTube, for you to support the stream. You pick your adventure, Space Fams. And how you want to help out. It's up to you. But following, subscribing, these are things you can do completely free. Technically help you out too. Alright, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I'll be right back. right, everybody. Break is coming to an end, so you better get back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss the beginning of the second half of the show. Okay, everybody, sorry for the delay. Wow, a lot of mutes in here. I wasn't talking just now, although I was talking at one point. Maybe I was muted then. Definitely not muted anymore.
Columbiarican _9505 just cheered 100 bits. Hey GSL, do you know you are muted? We see the flapping of the gums, but no audio. What gives?
I wasn't talking. I wasn't talking. Swear to God. I just got back. Although at one point I said that the stream was going to start soon. I don't know if I was muted then, but it was like 10 seconds. It's like 10 seconds, and then I was gone. I have no idea what happened. Apparently somebody's taking over my body. I don't know. I still haven't eaten yet. I was just trying to put together food. And unfortunately, because we're moving kind of slow, I think I'm going to have to... I think I'm going to have to skip. Let me think. How far are we through all this right now? What are we going to... It's just...
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
I think I'm just going to skip the AI talk for tonight because we have so much else to talk about, like the environment's like collapsing. Let's just stop using AI. I say we got rogue AI running around. Maybe we should just stop using it because it's using an unbelievable amount of resources we need, and some of which are leading to more climate change, which we're going to talk about here in a second. But to wrap up the U.S. talk, we are going to go here to CNN. CNN's Harry Emden.
So the new CNN polling out this week showed...
With the numbers on the president.
Holy Toledo.
So the new CNN polling out this week shows that President Trump has hit some historic lows, underwater on just about everything. His overall approval rating has slipped to 34%, matching his career low, which came just after January 6th, which has led to a question now being asked, which is, where exactly is the floor for the president's polling? CNN's Harry Enton running the numbers for you on this one. What are these polls say about the president?
Yeah, is there a bottom? And to me, it does not appear that there is a bottom. Trump is heading towards an electoral black hole. I feel like this is like one of those magician's tricks, right? Where the floor just falls out beneath you. And that is exactly what is happening with President Trump. Kate off on the side laughing there. Trump's...
Like, it really is crazy to me that it's taken this long, honestly, for his popularity to go back to the Jan 6 lows. And it's crazy that... It's honestly crazy to me that he became, like, as popular enough to become president again after doing an insurrection.
Hits record term 2 lows all out this week. You know, you mentioned the CNN poll, 34%. You think that's all? How about AP Newark, 33%? You think that's all? How about Quinnipiac University, 32%? So you look at it and you get 3 different pollsters all saying that Trump is hitting term 2 lows this week. In fact, Quinnipiac, I believe that is an all-time low for him. And the CNN poll, as you were mentioning, Kate, that is tied for an all-time low for him. So is there a bottom? It does not appear to be, to me, that there is a bottom for President Trump.
Compare this to history for me, please.
Yeah, okay, so we'll compare it to history. Let's compare it to the other presidents who got a term 2 in the 21st century. You could see it right here, and I'm averaging CNN, Quinnipiac, and the AP. Look at this, approval, 21st century presidents. At this point in term 2, you average them out, you average out CNN, Quinnipiac, AP, you get 33% for Trump. Obama wasn't too hot to trot, but he was at least at 41%.
Oh my God. I'm trying to think of what year that would be. So what, in 2014? Like deep into the I guess that's kind of, I mean, like 2014 when Alex Jones is doing like, I think around that time, was he doing like FEMA camp videos, and that Obama's like planning to do some kind of like military takeover? All that other shit. Obama's 10 points higher than him. Bush, a year and a half. What year is that? I'm trying to think. Oh my god, like 2006? 7? Bush in the thick of doing, I mean, just some atrocious shit in the Middle East. Even he's 5% higher than Trump. Trump is basically becoming the most unpopular president in all of American history.
Immediately, if not sooner.
That seems bad. Don't you think? You know, it is fascinating, though. These numbers.
Holy Toledo.
On Democrat favorability, Chuck Schumer, +1. Among Democrats, by the way. Not broadly, but among Democrats. Chuck Schumer, +1. Hakeem Jeffries, +22. DSA, +30. The DSA is more popular, just broadly speaking, than Hakeem and Chuck, than the leaders of the Senate and House combined. Democratic Party, 39. AOC and Zoran, 45 and 54%. Wow.
Zohran Mamdani.
It seems like a no-brainer if you want to win in the Democratic primaries. If you want to get Democrats out to vote in the general, might want to embrace a slightly more left-of-center candidate. Because while the DSA is technically polling lower than the Democratic Party, internally in the Democratic Party, the left candidates that are most associated with that ideology are polling much better than the liberal DNC establishment candidates and or politicians. So Trump's hitting historic lows. Zoran hitting historic highs over here. And Democrats like Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries chasing just horrible approval numbers within their own party. President AOC and Zoran. I don't think Zoran can be president. All right, it's time to talk about the environment, which is completely collapsing. We are watching fires. Horrifying, historic, and devastating fires across multiple continents. Insane, devastating storms. Droughts. All at the same time. Some all on the same continent. America. North America. Pretty fucked up right now, weather-wise. Got the super El Nino. Supercharging some of these horrifying weather events we're seeing. But if you go up to Canada, for instance, the British Columbia Wildfire Service is hitting capacity as over 100 fires burning across the province this week. CBC News to get us started off 4 days ago.
The wildfire situation in British Columbia intensified over the weekend. Nearly 140 fires are now burning in the province. Dozens of evacuation orders and alerts are in place, affecting hundreds of people. For more, let's bring in the CBC's Brady Strawn. He joins us now from Kelowna. So, Brady, what's the latest?
Hi, Andrew. Yeah, hot, dry conditions here in the interior. And of course, we hear about these evacuations in the Clinton area. This is on top of the community of Boston Bar in the Fraser Canyon that has a large fire there that's evacuated the community. And with the weather, a continuing of hot, dry conditions, low humidity, and gusts of winds, fire officials are saying that, yeah, it's really not, the weather is not helping them. So
yeah, I mean, look at that map. It is across the entire territory, a massive area of fires. Concentration here in the south, but crews are stretched to their limits right now in Canada, trying to fight all these blazes. They have continued throughout the week. For more updates on this, this is CTV News from 2 days ago, with more residents on evacuation alerts.
We begin with the latest on BC's fierce wildfire fight. More than a dozen new wildfires sparked in the last 24 hours. Firefighters continue battling major blazes across the province. The Big Bar Fire Complex near Clinton continues to burn, forcing hundreds from their homes. We're now joined by CTV's Dimitra Maragos, who's been live with us all morning. Well, good morning, Dimitra. This wildfire season is showing no signs of slowing down. What can you tell us about the fire near Clinton this morning?
Yeah, Craig, well, that's exactly right. The Big Bar Fire Complex continues to burn out of control, forcing hundreds from their homes in the Clinton and 70 Mile House region. Now, the Pear Lake fire has now merged with the 59 Creek fire, creating a massive wildfire spanning more than 66,000 hectares. The complex also includes the French Bar and...
By the way, 66,000 hectares. That's metric. In freedom units, that's close to 150,000 acres.
French Bar fire, which is also out of control. The BC Wildfire Service warns the next 48 hours could be critical, with hot, dry conditions, gusty winds, and the threat of thunderstorms all expected to drive extreme fire behavior and rapid growth. The province says crews remain focused on protecting homes and critical infrastructure, while downed power lines and heavy smoke continue to create dangerous conditions.
These fires continue to rage on with seemingly no relent. With officials in BC warning that the wildfires are likely to grow even larger in the coming days. Here's CBC British Columbia from yesterday. The latest on these Canadian wildfires.
Evacuated from their home last Friday, residents of Clinton in BC's interior are still waiting to know when they'll be able to go back to their community. A list of criteria required to lift the evacuation order has been established. On the list, that flames have moved away, that 911 has been restored, that air and water quality has been tested, and that there is a safe way to move both in and out of the community, all criteria that has not been met yet. This afternoon, firefighters will organize the planned ignition to prevent the fire from reaching the north side of town.
This is critical.
So fire crews trying to get ahead of the fires and remove a strip of forest, timing of which is critical. They can't finish in time. These fires could make their way towards much more populated regions. It's quite disturbing. Meanwhile, just south in Washington, wildfires continue to burn as well. Massive, horrible ones. I mean, it's every state at this point, it feels like, in the West, where we are just seeing never-ending wildfire activity. Washington, Oregon, Utah, Colorado, just getting hammered this year.
The state's largest wildfire continues to grow amid hot, dry, and windy conditions in eastern Washington. The Kaiser Canyon wildfire grew about 2,000 acres since yesterday. It's now burned more than 128,000 acres. More than 1,000 firefighters are now battling that blaze. It started July 16th in Okanogan County, and over the past 2 weeks has burned an area twice the size of Seattle. For perspective, crews are up against red flag conditions, especially on the east side of the fire. They are working to keep the flames from moving farther east.
An area twice the size of Seattle. And it sounds like a lot. Until you realize that's only part of the story. All right, one more clip from King 5, this one from yesterday. Seems like there is no relenting to these fires. Actually, you know what? Hold on, before we switch to those clips.
Homes along the Highway 121 corridor. One of their biggest concerns is spotting when wind carries embers beyond the main fire.
Spotting potential for this fire has been roughly up to a mile. If the winds are over 40, it has the potential to ignite even farther than that.
Crews say they are making progress. The Kaiser Canyon fire is now 17% contained. The Little Giant fire burning west of Lake Chelan is now more than 24,000 acres and is still 0% contained. Level 1, 2, and 3 evacuations have stayed the same for the past 3 days.
Right. So you just got multiple massive wildfires all burning in eastern and central Washington right now, all over British Columbia, all over multiple Canadian provinces for that matter.
More than a dozen large wildfires are burning in Washington. This right here is video of one of the largest, the Modrite fire, burning south of Inchelum in Ferry County. New numbers.
Yep, everything is burning. It's burning fast. Now to Utah. No, wait, nope. I'm getting too ahead of myself. Oregon. Can't forget them. Multiple 100,000 acre fires burning in that state. Here's New York Post from Monday. So you can see them trying to get containment of this blaze is currently burning in Oregon, one of multiple 200,000 acre fire here, which as of Monday was at about a third contained. But these fires have continued to burn. The state asking for help from the federal government. You know, that federal government we pay taxes to. Well, Senator Jeff Merkley of Oregon asked FEMA for help. I wonder what FEMA said.
The U.S. has just hit its highest wildfire preparedness level of the year. It's another way of saying federal resources are stretched thin.
There are currently 34 major fires burning in Oregon and thousands under evacuation orders. More than 15,000 firefighters are now working to contain all the flames. Senator Jeff Merkley says a big concern right now is whether the money for firefighting will last through the rest of the season.
For 5 years, we have been successful in making sure there's enough funds, that we haven't run out of funds. This is the first year we're in danger of running out of funds in quite a long time. That's why I'm working with the
Scary stuff. Merkley says he's working directly with the U.S. Secretary of Agriculture to make sure crews do not lose funding. He's also specifically asking why FEMA has denied funding for two of Oregon's largest wildfires burning right now.
Yeah, FEMA has denied Oregon federal funds to fight two of the largest fires burning in the United States. Why? Because they voted for Kamala Harris in 2024. Just let the whole state burn down. It's truly fucking disturbing, the level of negligence being displayed by the Trump administration, the politically charged negligence, the willful and utter governmental negligence. If I was from Oregon, I'd be fucking pissed.
This video.
All right, let's get a view of how these fires are being fought right now from the air.
This video, taken high above rural Oregon, follows the flight of an Air Force C-130 heading towards skies blackened by wildfire smoke.
If you see a 2 and 5 fly over, that's us.
The view from inside the cockpit shows what the pilot sees as they prepare to dump flame retardant on one of Oregon's wildfires. Major Kai Tran is the mission commander for a team stationed at the Peterson Space Force Base in Colorado Springs.
My job is to make sure that everybody is in the loop on whatever the operation needs.
Since early July, the team, along with two C-130 Hercules aircraft, have been temporarily flying out of Klamath Falls, helping in Oregon's firefighting efforts.
Yep. I mean, it's crazy how even from the air, you just notice just how big these things are. That even the air, from different angles, you're completely overtaken by smoke, and you almost can't see anything. It's crazy. I guess that is where smoke goes. But it's a lot of smoke. Now, not too far away, like one state over or so, in Utah, new evacuation orders have been ordered in the state due to new wildfires there. Wildfires have been burning in Utah now for quite a while, which we've been watching. Oh shit, I almost forgot this happened. Almost forgot there's a fire in California too. The Woodside the Woodside fire, which is near Sonoma County. Here's Crown 4 from earlier this evening.
Well, right now, major road closures along Highway 1 and toxic levels of smoke are taking a toll on businesses as well. Crown 4's Amanda Harry has more from Jenner.
Thursday, throughout Sonoma County, it smelled like a campfire. Now, the smoke smell is much more subtle. Businesses like Jenner Inn are feeling the impact of the fire in more ways than one.
Around here, we just try to take one day at a time.
Jill Updike is the innkeeper at Jenner Inn. She spent Thursday and Friday calling guests to warn them about the Woodside fire, burning only about 20 miles away. She says the impact has been a double-edged sword.
Earlier today, we had several cancellations for people who had asthma or just don't want to be around the haze and the smoke. So they've canceled. But then towards the end of the day, as other people who are vacationing north of us have been canceled, they are coming back down Route 1 and they're checking into those rooms that have been.
Yeah. Anyway, fires burning in California as well, affecting businesses and communities. Most of the West is on fire, including Utah as well, where Hollywood scenes could be yours for the price of potentially your life.
Hell with that.
That's right. It's a fire NATO in Utah.
This is ridiculous.
Fire fucking NATO.
Air wide mouth, air attack on Airgun 18.
I have 2 longs for some dip sites to the northeast and east of the fire.
L-attack, go ahead.
Yep, just a good old fire NATO. Smoke NATO, fire NATO, whatever you want to call it. Some kind of unusual NATO happening amidst all of the fires in Utah. Here's KSL News Utah from 2 days ago. One more clip.
People near Turkey Track Lane and Cemetery Road, and really anyone in the Kanash area, need to act now. The Wide Mouth 2 fire has grown to more than 4,000 acres, and evacuation orders remain in place. Residents south of 300 South in Kanash are now under set status in that Ready, Set, Go protocol and should be prepared to leave at a moment's notice. Officials urge anyone with disabilities, mobility challenges, or anyone who may need extra time to evacuate to move to a safe location as soon as possible. The Millard County Sheriff's Office says every available resource is now focused on this fire. More than 150 firefighters from state and local agencies are actively working the lines. Crews also have support from multiple aircraft making water and retardant drops, while heavy equipment operators continue building fire breaks to hopefully slow the fire's spread.
Yeah. So in the West, everything's on fire or out of water, like in Las Vegas, where they are now enforcing new water restrictions. Record low snowpacks from last winter have led to super low reserve water levels at the reservoir or whatever here in Nevada.
As the state grapples with severe drought, New Mexico City is stepping up its water conservation efforts. News 13's Michaela DePauli spoke with city leaders about what this means for people who live in Las Vegas.
The city of Las Vegas in northern New Mexico relies on the Gainas River for its drinking water. But after record low snowpack on the Sangre de Cristos, the Gainas is flowing much quieter these days, made worse by severe drought conditions.
The state engineer water master basically regulates the flow of the river, and we know how much we can pull out, and they know how much they'll have for agriculture and other uses beyond our water system.
It's at times like this that a 2011 city ordinance comes into play, establishing conservation guidelines for when water storage levels drop below 90% capacity. The city just initiated Stage 3 restrictions.
Stage 3 restrictions? What does that mean? That sounds bad.
We're preparing, we're making sure that every drop of water is saved.
Under Stage 3, residents can only water their yards once a week, compared to Stage 2's allowance of twice a week. Mayor David Romero says it won't be too drastic of a change for residents because many prioritize water conservation to this extent already.
Yes, thankfully it won't be anything too severe yet here in Las Vegas, although I would point out it's only August 1st and things are probably gonna continue to heat up for at least another month. Yes, that's supposed to be a river. Not quite rivery right now. Well, I mean, it's rivering. I mean, it's barely rivering. A trickle. A trickle of water there. Looks like a puddle, yeah. It's all managed by the reservoir board, wherever that is located. We're managing all the water upstream. Fact is all these desert towns would not exist without that system. But now, because it's so low, rationing is starting to happen, but on a very reduced, it's really not, it's not that drastic yet. I think it could get a lot worse than that. Lot worse. Once a week lawn waterings is not necessarily too bad. You could be like Colorado ranchers, which are having to literally truck water in daily to feed animals.
Obviously, dry well. It was a no snowpack winter. Maybe a snow or two of 5 or 6 inches and it would be gone in a day. Nobody's got water now, so that's why the water hauling is going on as we speak.
Well, we got one that's half full, one that's quarter full, and one not so full.
How we adapt is just getting water to the cattle. It seems simple, but it's not simple. Cows are our livelihood, and they don't do well unless they have water. We found a water source on some private land. It's every bit of money, every bit of time, every bit of effort, and a lot of sleepless nights of trying to control what is really not controllable.
Yeah, agricultural, animal agricultural, farmers, essentially, cattle ranchers and such in Colorado are struggling real hard. No water, wells running dry, looking all over the place where they can find water, and then trucking it back to the cows. Unfortunately, the West is under severe drought conditions. Now, if only they were just a little bit more to the east. Well, I don't know if only is the right way to put it. But there is technically more water. You just go a little east, as long as you're willing to put up with severe destruction. You know, floods, tornadoes, stuff like that. Jesus. Oh my God.
Right, now to this. Hundreds of thousands of people in the Midwest do not have power this morning after destructive storms battered the area just last night. We can show you intense dash cam footage. This is out of Appleton, Wisconsin. Meteorologists confirmed a tornado did touch down there. Just look at this. See how powerful the wind and rain is, tearing down trees.
This is ridiculous!
See what I mean? You could get water, but you would have to take with it the horrifying weather that comes along with the rain. Yes, no longer does Mother Earth just give us rain without taking anything back. No. No, she's taking all of our homes for the rain.
Homes that are damaged for blocks around where we are. And after this storm did all this damage here, it continued moving south down across the state and into Illinois.
A dashboard camera captured the moment a dangerous tornado sent tree limbs flying across the road and power poles falling, trapping a driver southwest of Green Bay, Wisconsin. Another video shows debris flying across a backyard.
It's definitely a tornado. We should go to the basement.
The tornado blasted through neighborhoods, packing winds more than 110 miles an hour.
I still in shock. Like, this is traumatizing. I feel like we should have died, but we didn't.
Ripping roofs and walls off of homes, uprooting trees, and leaving piles of debris littered across yards.
Yeah, horrifying scenes in the Midwest. The storms ravaged the region, while the West, it's on frickin' fire. More on these tornadoes seen across Wisconsin. Clip from New York Post. Why do Americans live in sheds? Because homes aren't meant to be lived in the United States. They're investment vehicles. Meant to be sold to the next schlub. Next rube. You know, we don't make them to last, to live in. We make them to sell quickly. To investors and such. Yeah, pretty horrifying scenes here in Wisconsin. Devastating tornadoes. I think EF4 or something like that. Really bad. Schlubnado. Yes, the Schlubnado. It's not good. Pretty scary when you think about it. Meanwhile, just a bit north of Wisconsin, In Edmonton, Alberta, I guess northwest, they're smashing rainfall records. Here's global news.
The summer in Edmonton has been a wild ride.
It was like sheet rain, so much windier than I've ever experienced. There was moments where I thought for sure the stage was just going to come down. It was a lot. It was intense.
Amy McBain was among the more than 30,000 left to shelter at Commonwealth Stadium last weekend after a powerful thunderstorm brought the Post Malone concert to an abrupt end. Just 2 days later,
This is so bad.
she was caught in another flash flood.
I've got friends whose basements are flooded every time it rains at this point. Our city can't really handle any more water.
It is the wettest summer we've ever had on record.
The wettest summer we've ever had on record. Everybody's having some kind of record summer, year, rainfall, drought, fire season. Yes, that is the world we're living in right now, I'm afraid. Back down to the United States. In New York, the tri-state area, and Washington. Oh, dramatic scenes from flash floods, other storm damage. Starting the, I think it's the Hudson Valley. New York Post. 2 days ago. Yeah. That is apparently a 300-year-old landmark. The age of the building is important, because it implies that the building's been standing there for 300 years. Follow me? Therefore, this storm, by the transitive property, must be the most powerful storm seen in the area for 300 years, no? Is that making sense? Which does make sense when you think about it, since the whole town seems to be underwater here. I mean, you look, there's a road. I know it's easy to miss. There's the guy taking the video standing on a road, looking down a road that no longer exists, and seemingly goes past buildings that are quickly no longer existing. And it's quite a scene. Yeah, seems bad.
Holy Toledo.
Meanwhile, down in Jersey, flooding at the Passaic River led to the deaths of at least one child. Here's Eyewitness News ABC 7 from 2 days ago.
And that breaking news unfolding tonight in New Jersey, where rescue teams in the Passaic River for the past couple of hours searching for children. Good evening at 11 o'clock. I'm Mike Marzo.
And I'm Sade Betterinwa. 3 children went into the water near Dundee Island Park. 1 came out alive, and sadly, 1 is dead.
Eyewitness News reporter Anthony Carlo live at the scene as search crews continue to look for this 3rd child who remains missing at this hour. Anthony, what do we know?
Well, Mike Sade, I'll tell you, this story has had everyone's heart in their mouth tonight, just hoping and praying for a good outcome. If you take a look there behind me, you can see first responders still out here on an overpass over the Passaic River. Those divers are still in the water below this overpass, trying to locate that third child, a 10-year-old girl who remains missing. But as you said, there were 3 children. An 11-year-old made it out alive earlier tonight, but unfortunately, her 10-year-old brother, his body was recovered. Take a listen to the mayor moments ago.
His sister is alive. She is home. In conversing with her, her account, the little boy may have saved her life as he was going under. He pushed her, and she ended up by the rocks, and she climbed out. She is alive right now.
In our mod.
Oh, that little kid's a hero. And he died saving his sister, or his cousin, whatever it was. Oh, Jesus Christ. The other kid died too. I had an update. I don't feel like watching it. It's too depressing. The other kid died too. Rather than save himself, pushed his, tried to push somebody else out of the water. It's crazy. Oh, it's crazy. Such a young child be so selfless. I'm sure the family is really struggling with that one. Meanwhile, a little further south, to the DMV. DC motor vehicles. Nope, that's not it. The DC metro region, whatever it's called. NBC for Washington. 3 days ago, storm damage seen all across this region as well.
All right, those heavy downpours today led to flooded roads just like this one and plenty of standing water out there. This was the scene along Western Avenue in Friendship Heights in Northwest D.C. this afternoon. The storm hit some parts of the district especially hard. We sent News 4's Joseph Olmo to check out the damage around the region tonight. He's live along Georgia Avenue Northwest. And Joseph, I understand the storm really did a number in that area.
Yeah, hey, Sean, good evening. Thankfully, we drove through several neighborhoods in Washington, D.C. and in Montgomery County. Most of them were all clear when it came to storm damage. But then driving along Georgia Avenue here in the Petworth neighborhood, and look at this gas station. The roof over their gas pumps just toppled over here. I'm very happy to report that there were no injuries. There was actually a gentleman inside of that work van there.
Jesus Christ. Can you imagine being in that van? Oh my God, the canopy went halfway through the van.
This is ridiculous!
Whoever was in that van is very lucky to be okay. Wow. Whoever is controlling the weather is doing a terrible job. It's true, Omega. And thank you, Gerb, for the Gesundheit. Sorry, I keep forgetting to pay attention to you, Twitch and YouTube. I'm really just focusing on the horrors of the planet. The collapsing climate in front of us. Watching society collapse in front of our eyes. Not the best vibe. If I had to rate it, probably like a 2. Speaking of a 2, this is probably not a highly ranked beach-going experience Brazilians had here in this, what I assume would have been a picturesque oceanside Instagrammable moment. Instead, it became Instagrammable for all of the wrong reasons.
Gente, que porra tá acontecendo, pelo amor de Deus?
You can see just how it's hard to tell through the glass a little bit because of the reflection, but you can see how, like, the wind is so powerful. Like, the sand and the water and all this stuff is just getting, like, lifted and just sent. Holy shit. Wow. Okay. Yeah, crazy fucking weather all over the planet, Space Fams. And it's the same across the Atlantic, I'm afraid. Scenes all week from the United Kingdom to the Mediterranean and Africa. Heat waves and wildfires abounding on the European and North African regions of the globe as well. And it is the week ending report, so we're going to talk about all of it. At least as much of it as I feel worthy. Let's start here. From last Sunday. Or this Sunday, sorry. Sunday. To the scenes on the streets of France. Yes, we talked about this pack of non-wild horses gone wild that were apparently set loose by their owner, whose stables were under threat of burning down. Rather than to watch his horses die, they very humanely, reasonably just released the horses and said, "Get the fuck out of here. I'm leaving too. Get to safety." Whatever that looks like. And so you get a whole frickin' pack of horses. Newly wild horses in the apocalypse. Yep. Now, hopefully those horses were, I suppose, retrieved. Hopefully that stable didn't burn to the ground. Suffice to say, it's one of these apocalyptic moments from this week that really stuck in my brain. Just watching a bunch of loose horses flying through a street where half of the backdrop is just dark, dark smoke from what we know is a wildfire burning out of control. Very near a large metropolitan city center. Right? Like, the factors, all the confluence of factors of the imagery, it just is apocalyptic. It's like Hollywood. It's like Hollywood-esque. And yet SAG-AFTRA and no other film production crew had anything to do with it. Just some random footage somebody caught minding their own fucking business. That's kind of when you know things are bad. But that's not the only sign, of course. There's also the fires themselves. Those are also a sign. A glaring, horrible sign that things are bad. And those fires in the United Kingdom, France, Spain, Italy, Greece, and other countries in the region continued to burn, many of them completely out of control, threatening large metropolitan city centers. Here's Monday. I got a few clips we're just gonna go through. I don't think most of these have any narrative. I should be just talking right now, watching these clips, but I'm not. This is from Forbes Breaking News. This is the 26th, which was actually Sunday, now that I'm looking at it, not Monday. Posted Monday by Forbes, but actually Sunday night. You can see firefighters battling away, struggling to clear a line. Smoke going through the trees. Like, it's honestly, it's super eerie. All of I've seen so many, like, just different photos and like footage of just like really smoky regions, like the fire, but like this seriously smoky, like daytime shit. It just, something about it like gives me vibes of war. I think because that's probably what war is like. And, you know, you see like a lot of war movies. You got smoke all around all the time. Probably because everything's on fire. It just kind of gives that vibe. It's a war against the planet. Or a war against us that the planet is waging, and one or the other. I guess it's really just a battle in a war that we've been waging. Right? Like, we've been waging a war against the planet for a long time, and the planet's just sort of recently hitting back. But the vibe's not good. Another clip from Forbes from Sunday. Actually, this one's actually Monday. Tricking me, Forbes. This one's actually from Monday. Carcass of a van. Completely burnt out homes, which...
Columbia Arican _9505 just cheered 100 bits. Watching all these fires and weird storms and wind gusts makes me angry at Elon Musk and his rich friends for ruining the planet.
Seriously,
with multiple schlubnados.
It's out of control. Are we starting? Is schlubnado a thing now or something? Are we doing that? I just want to point something out because this is something that's been, we've talked about a couple of times, but I think it's important. You know, even though Europe has homes that are actually, we were just talking about how the U.S. is built out of sheds. Even though the European Union, you know, is built out of bricks and stone, not sheds, as was mentioned earlier, they're not impervious. They're not impervious to these things. And even if the structure still remains standing somewhat here, completely burnt down. I mean, everything that was important about the building's gone. You know, everything inside of it. You know, everything, their belongings all gone. Roof gone. Everything basically gone, aside from the bricks. I mean, great, okay, you have the bricks, but got a very long road ahead of you in rebuilding this here. And even though bricks and stone are preventative somewhat, they are not impervious. They are not impervious. Neither is metal. Hey, everything has technically a burning point. Or at least a melting point. And at some point, rocks just turn into magma. We need to make Schlub-NATO a thing, you think? All right, let's go to España next for more horrifying scenes from this week. Seen on this highway engulfed in fire. Yep, some sort of creepy caravan of people fleeing ever-encroaching wildfire, taking over a highway here in Spain, seen here on Monday. Truly horrifying. Truly horrifying. Looks like Mordor or something. Like pre-Mordor. It's like whatever Mordor was before it was Mordor. It's a burning, ember-filled landscape. Slowly consuming everything. And while last weekend there was a slight pause in the European heat wave, the new week, with it returned a new heat wave. And as a result, firefighters went right back to struggling to fight it back in France. France 24 from 3 days ago.
Stabilized, but not yet fixed. That is how authorities in the Gironde described the blaze on Tuesday, after calm conditions on Monday night helped firefighters bring flare-ups under control and keep the burned area unchanged.
We are managing to contain the fire. We are responding as soon as flare-ups occur, with sector commanders monitoring their areas and intervening as quickly as possible.
But the respite might be short-lived. The Gironde has been placed under a yellow heat warning, with inland temperatures of 33 to 35 degrees expected in the region from midday Tuesday.
Yes, indeed. The heat returned, and with it, the fires continued to ravage, with experts predicting even more destruction in the coming days of summer. Here's Channel 4 news from 2 days ago, I think.
Firefighters say it's David versus Goliath. A week after it started, they're still struggling to contain this fire, and volunteers are throwing everything they have at it too. This wildfire's deadly perimeter has ravaged people's homes and people's livelihoods. This morning, as a heat wave descended, they strategized again how to hold it back.
Firefighters have brought us here to show us what they're working with. Already
Huge blazes have swept through this area, but this started this morning and it came from the other side, and you can see its rim sort of moving slowly towards us. The wind.
The Rhine is drying up in Germany. Yeah. We talked about that. Yeah. I mean, last week, like last week or 2 weeks ago, I can't remember now. We were talking about like all the rivers drying up in Eastern Europe. The Rhine, the Danube, a bunch of Netherlands estuaries drying up. It's all going bad.
Awful. Weak.
At the moment, but firefighters tell us if it picks up, this could be a real problem for them. We're not even at the hottest part of the day yet. We were told this area would be engulfed by the afternoon.
The risk is moving north, and so already regions of France that weren't previously affected by this kind of fire, like Brittany, are experiencing more and more. With climate change and rising temperatures, you could see this kind of risk becoming greater in the UK. You've already had fires in Scotland, so you've got to start preparing right now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
By the way, some of the images from France are fucking disturbing. There's some very crazy images coming out. In these regions that are sort of surrounding Bordeaux, just utterly decimated. Like as we go through these today, it feels like they just get worse somehow. Like, look at this. What is this? What am I looking at?
Wildfires in Spain have made a 21,000-acre environmental graveyard of this pine forest along the country's eastern coast. And in Playa de la Presa near Madrid.
It looks like Mount St. Helens, you know? See, everybody seen the aftermath of Mount St. Helens? Like, this is what it looked like. It looked exactly like this. Just slightly different. The tree, instead of burning down, they got knocked down. But it's very similar sort of vibes of devastation, lack of life.
Pine forests along the country's eastern coast. And in Playa de la Presa near Madrid, David returned to see what was left of his home.
It's a real disaster. All my memories. I had everything here. My father built it 40 years ago, and now everything's gone.
Today, a senior official from the EU's emergency response team warned that 2026 could become the biggest fire season in European history, surpassing even last year's record. Heavier rains in winter have given wildfires turbocharged by heat waves more greenery to burn. Back in France, the weather that draws...
Like, I honestly don't know how anybody can hear those statistics and say climate change doesn't exist. Last year, there was a record wildfire season in the EU. This year is a new record, worse than the previous record the year before. And it's the same sort of statistics. Whether it's ocean temperatures, atmospheric temperatures, pick a indicator, and you got the same fucking thing over and over again. If you're like, no, duh, flat Earth and climate, nobody doesn't exist.
Climate and everything are the same word.
Yeah, exactly. It's the year after year thing that's alarming. Of course it is. That's the main thing that I keep trying to drive home to people. Thank you for pointing that out, Mitty. That is the main point that I'm trying to drive home here. It is the year after year thing that should be alarming to everyone, because that's the scientific proof that we are rapidly descending into climate chaos. Far worse than what we're seeing right now, where our lives are completely upended. and perhaps the entire the entire like future of the planet upended. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're trying to prevent. And that's what these year after year new records in the same places are telling us that we are rapidly descending into. And that's the thing that we should all be most concerned about. Okay, now to the scene in France on Wednesday from the Associated Press.
So this is what large parts of the forest look like after nearly a week of this fire burning. Now, there are no huge flames here anymore, but there are hot ashes everywhere and smoke still rising from the ground. With the vegetation so dry after several severe heat waves, firefighters know that these hotspots can flare up again at any moment. Helping them are dozens of local volunteers.
Yeah, I know it's crazy to think, but these wet spots, it's crazy to think of a wet spot able to relight. But these, they absolutely can. They absolutely can. If you ever worked in a kitchen, you'll know. Water vapor, that shit can be pretty dangerous. In fact, get hot enough, exposed to flame at all, you get yourself in some problems. You know, and you know, there's all sorts of other sorts of like oils and chemicals and other sorts of things in the ground. It's peat moss, dry brush, needles, like pine needles and other things like that. That are just sort of slowly, whatever you want to, what do you call it? I want to say simmering, but that's the wrong word. Slowly burning, I guess. That's not the word I'm looking for, but I'm not going to sit here thinking of words all night. And yeah, like those embers can suddenly light a fire, which can then explode very quickly. Even if the ground's kinda damp. Not enough. Not nearly enough. Back in Spain, Air Force pilots continuing to fight the blazes there, continuously being disturbed and shocked by what they're seeing from the air.
Es que no dejo de sorprenderme.
I just can't stop being shocked. The fire has indeed been on a colossal scale. We've been flying for kilometers from the loading point to the drop zones, taking in a desolate landscape.
Y la verdad es que es una pena porque...
And the truth is, it's a real shame, because we're fighting to defend the greatest treasure we have, our countryside and our natural environment. And it's very emotionally draining. It's very hard to see the devastation caused by the fire. The aircraft skims across the water's surface, taking on up to 6,000 liters of water, a truly impressive figure, given that it is the largest aircraft of its kind in operation in Spain.
Fleets of planes here trying to fight these fires back in Spain. Trying to prevent Madrid from being engulfed in the fire. If you notice, we're just going back and forth between the different countries experiencing this stuff, and rather than west to east for now, just because, well, Europe, I don't know if you noticed, but you're just completely, all of you are on fire. And it makes almost more sense to be talking about these fires chronologically. And honestly, I'm considering doing the same thing to the United States lately, because of the fact that they're all happening in the same weather systems. Right? It's the same weather system that's causing what's happening in the United Kingdom as what's happening in Sicily. Right? It's just hitting at slightly different time. Yes, thank you everybody for the word recommendation on the smoldering. That was the word I was looking for. Twas the word I was looking for. Thank you, Space Fams. Alright, now to the United Kingdom, where you are having some serious problems. Where you got fires and droughts. You're literally running out of water.
What does
I don't know if you've heard.
mean for you? And is the
Don't know if you've heard, but you are running out of water there, Britain.
What does a drought mean for you? And is the UK running out of water? Well, I've been having a look at what's going on. This, first of all, could well be what your part of the UK looks like right now. If you have a garden, your lawn might even be a similar colour. Of course, though, it is not just about grass being brown. Some reservoirs have been low on water, which is used to generate power or even treated and supplied to you. At this time of year, some of this is expected, but summer so far has been exceptionally hot and dry across much of the UK. Several widespread heat waves and the longest run of dry days in central England for more than 30 years. So when does dry become drought?
Drought is effectively a prolonged period of low rainfall, but there's not one universal definition. That's because the impact varies depending on the environment, the people, the businesses.
Yeah. So, similar to Nevada, UK, you too are running out of water. Right now, it's not 5-alarm fire red alert running out of water, but you are running out of water. You are in a red zone, or like a burnt orange zone, I guess you might call it, where you're like on the cusp of some real bad shit. You're on the cusp of some real bad stuff, I'm afraid, and it's all a result of this heat and drought that's been going on across the planet. Maybe, just maybe.
What is a drought?
We should do something about, what did I just do? How did I do that? Maybe we should do something about this climate change thing. But one big problem with all of this, which we have to talk a little bit more about, is agriculture. Because while you might have enough water right now to shower, brush your teeth, have a drink or a tea, put on a kettle, if you will, and all of the normal British activities you might be getting yourself into. One group in the United Kingdom is not having enough water to do their normal activities, which is going to lead to some problems in the future. That is the agricultural industry.
With warnings of some crops failing and extra care needed for livestock.
No food for the cattle. The fields are bone dry.
We're on well water and the well's dried up, and we've got one spring going. I've been carrying water up from the local town up to help supply the cows and things. No, it's really getting really desperate for water now for the cows.
And that is not just a problem for farmers. Experts point to food security too, supply and cost, saying prices of grain often go up after a drought. Experts are also watching out for conditions similar to summer 2022.
Okay. Now, let's go to this situation. A wildfire in Suffolk. Burning still out of control. Another of a series of fires seen here in the United Kingdom recently. Okay, I gotta get a picture of it here from the air. Not good. And a lot of smoke. Here is BBC from yesterday.
Record-breaking wildfires continue to tear through parts of Europe as much of the continent remains gripped by heat waves. Forecasters warn that fire-prone conditions will spread towards the centre of the continent this week, with Greece and Turkey among the countries affected. As the wildfire threat starts to shift east, around 8,000 people have been evacuated from the Greek island of Crete. Officials there say 3 firefighters have been killed. Fires are also burning on the island of Lesbos, while a blaze on Paros that was largely contained yesterday has flared up again. And in the Gironde region of France, firefighters continue to battle relentlessly against recurring flare-ups and are bracing themselves for a long-haul operation.
Sorry, I forgot that this BBC clip started off with non-British wildfires, but this is all, I'm just doing all this in chronological order right now. But yeah, as I mentioned before, Greece also on fire.
Meanwhile, wildfires threatening Madrid have stopped spreading, but the authorities have again warned that the ongoing heat wave threatens a resurgence. More than 25,000 hectares of land has already gone up in smoke. Well, firefighters in eastern England are trying to contain a large wildfire on Dunwich Heath in Suffolk. These are live pictures coming to us from the scene. A major incident has been declared due to the size and the complexity of the blaze. With more...
Yeah, this is a real problem. Right, you see how the smoke is all going sort of flat against the ground? Means the wind's going fast enough that that's going to keep spreading the fire. That is going to keep spreading the fire. That's bad. That's for them too. It spreads the fire in 2 different ways, just to be clear. The high wind spread the fire, A, via winds blowing embers to new regions in the direction of the winds, and B, it fuels the source point of the fires with oxygen, which is needed to feed the blazes.
The situation there. Here's our reporter Alison Freeman.
The worrying signs visible for miles around. Plumes of smoke in the sky after a large wildfire broke out on Heathland on the Suffolk coast yesterday. Wind fanning the flames, causing them to spread. 90 firefighters are tackling the blaze, and the fire service says 14 appliances are being used, but it's still not under control, and a major incident has been declared. People have been told to keep windows and doors shut, and hundreds have been evacuated from their homes and a holiday park. Many evacuees sheltering at a village hall.
11:30, there was a bang on the door, and we were told to leave. No time to pick up anything, just get out straight away. So we did get into our car, and we drove here, which is about 2.5 miles. And we've been here all night. Frightening. Because of the recent wildfires in Spain and France, and the horrifying images of cars burned out and holiday homes burned out and lives lost, we were very apprehensive.
Yeah, I think that's very reasonable sort of thinking. From that guy. I too would probably want to get out of the region immediately, if not sooner. Better to be alive than not alive, I always say. More on the fires in Europe. Let's go here to France 24 English from yesterday.
It is.
Where in Greece, they are also continuing to battle out of control blazes. I feel like a broken record. Out of control blaze. Here, 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 here. Also here.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
It is the winds that are, as always, firefighters unpredictable, bedfellow. In Crete, strong gales sent embers from tree to tree, sparking blazes across the island's agricultural land. Residents and some 200 firefighters rushed to try and stomp out 2 major wildfires on the Grecian island.
We were in real danger, but with the hoses and buckets and everyone's efforts, along with the wind that moved away, we escaped the worst. The fire entered some of the yards of homes, but we escaped the worst.
After the fires on Crete broke out Wednesday, local authorities evacuated some 8,000 people from at-risk areas. This as the blazes killed 2 firefighters trapped by changing winds while they were driving from the front of one blaze to another. Another firefighter was killed in a separate wildfire in the Peloponnese. And on the island of Lesbos, some 100 firefighters were tackling yet another wildfire.
Just one after another, after another, after another, after another. Deadly, destructive blazes across the planet. From one side to the other. From Canada to Greece. Meanwhile, there are, in fact, other effects of these heat waves and fires and climate change related stuff. Because, sure, you got dry land, you got drought, you got fire, you got crazy climate-fueled storms. But you also got very warm waters, which is leading to dozens of new invasive species to the Mediterranean Sea, which are absolutely, if you can't figure it out, going to be almost certainly detrimental to the native species in the Mediterranean. Things like clownfish.
In the case of the Mediterranean, alien species are often introduced through the Suez Canal. So they come from the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean. That means that they are tropical species that are finding more suitable conditions in the Mediterranean because the temperatures are rising. And the numbers are increasing. Nowadays, we estimate that there are over 1,000 alien species present in our sea.
A good ball.
You hear that? 1,000 invasive species currently in Mediterranean waters now as a result of the changing climate and things like the Suez Canal. Combination of the two, really. Human activities, one or another, causing these sorts of things to happen. Meanwhile, down in Africa, places like Tunisia, the other side of the Mediterranean, governments trying to enforce blackouts As a result of these heat waves pushing the grids to their limits, here's France 24 English from 17 hours ago.
In Zarouin, northern Tunisia, chickens that survive the heat wave are stumbling over dead ones.
The dead chickens stretch back all the way to the end.
Mohammed lost nearly all his poultry in less than 2 hours when the ventilation stopped in the middle of a heat wave.
We called the state electricity company immediately and told them the problem, with the power cuts and so on. But no one came and our generator gave out. It burned up because of the heat. We had to run it constantly for 2 weeks in 50-degree weather.
Sorry, everyone, for not giving you more warning on that horrifying image. I forgot. Honestly, I forgot about that part of this story. Oh, God. Farms are seeing mass die-offs of birds as power cuts hit Tunisian farms and, well, everyone, forcing them to turn off their air conditioning. And then birds are just dying. They're just dying in mass. Piles of dead birds. Just horrifying. Alright, slightly less horrifying images.
So the country has had to import from abroad, mainly from Algeria. Rising energy prices means capacity can't always keep up. To keep the national grid from totally crashing during heat waves, authorities implement rolling blackouts.
Tunisia relies on imports for 2/3 of its energy needs. For hydrocarbons, Tunisia's own resources aren't producing as much as before. So proactive measures are needed to avoid this situation.
Damn, that dude is sweating hard. And he is indoors. Yeah, it does make for a great shopping experience there. Yeah, there's actually a confluence of factors happening here in Africa. On the other side of the Suez Canal, now exports of oil via the Suez, the Red Sea, are dropping as a result of tensions happening between the Houthis and the Saudis. So you have less oil coming, and so they have less energy to keep buildings cool. It's all fuck. It's all fucked. We're fucking each other like in so many bad ways. And ourselves. Most importantly, ourselves. We should stop this. Should stop it. Should stop it immediately. If not sooner. Meanwhile, horrifying images in Pakistan. Excuse me. Horrifying images in Pakistan. Lionfish, not clownfish. Thank you. Thank you, lionfish. Did I say clownfish? My bad. That's my bad. Sorry, I'm not a marine biologist, and I forgot what fish we were talking about. They both have stripes, okay? They both kind of look like clowns. They both a little bit look like clowns, but you're right. Lionfish. It doesn't look at all like a lion. I would like to point that out to everyone. The lionfish doesn't even slightly look lion-esque in any way, shape, or form. If anything, it looks kind of like a actually not a raptor. What's it called? Deinonychus, right? Like the venom-spitting raptor. I feel like that's what it looks like. Not a fucking lion. Meanwhile, this week, horrifying flash floods led to the deaths of 100 or more people in Pakistan. Here's the AP from Monday.
अब यहाँ पर मसला हमें यह आ रहा है कि ना यहाँ पर कोई इंतज़ामिया ना इधर का कोई काउंसलर ना कोई और राब्ता ही नहीं कर रहा। अब 1122 वालों की एक कश्ती आई हुई है, वो भी जनाब जो है ना उस पे
As you can see, people are just literally wading through chest-deep water to get food. Aid is not coming fast enough to people in the region, and the whole region is, as you can see, very much underwater. And traveling can only be done by boat. But it is the monsoon season, the typhoon season. And a second typhoon in 2 weeks. A third typhoon, really, in 3 weeks, hit southern China.
大量杂物被刮到了路中间，甚至被刮落的广告灯箱铁凭借着一行缓慢驱车，到达了惠东县的海边。狂风之下，道路出现积水并受到阻塞，
leading to some serious damage in Guangdong province. Sunday, Monday. Horrifying scenes there. Alright, that's it on the environmental news for tonight. I think we move on to other topics. We still got a bunch of stuff left. God, I am tired right now. I didn't get enough sleep earlier. I just didn't. I think I got like 4 or 5 hours. I'm just so beat. Oh. I need more hydration. Let's go to some quick space news before we do the Earth news. NASA, the American Space Agency, holding a brief press conference to preview the state-of-the-art Roman space telescope. They've been working on this project for quite a while. Supposed to be like a SpaceX, joint NASA SpaceX project. I can't remember when it was. I think it was during Biden's presidency that they announced this thing. It was like 2 years ago. Almost to the day. Just looking at it right now. NASA Office of Inspector General, July 31st, 2024. Audit of the this is just the audit of the Nancy Grace Roman's telescope. It's been going for a minute. They've been working on this thing for a minute. I can't remember when they first did this. Years. Culminating in what will be one of the most powerful telescopes in history. I'll be right back.
With a wider view comes a deeper understanding. Welcome to NASA's broadest view of the universe.
Hello, everyone, and thank you very much for joining us.
I'm Elise Fisher with NASA's Office of Communications, and we are here live from the agency's Goddard Space Flight Center in Greenbelt, Maryland, where NASA built its next major eye on the universe, the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope. In our news conference today, you'll hear from our experts all about Roman, which is right now undergoing final preparations for a launch next month.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay, that's it, Space Fams, on the Space News. NASA, next month launching the Grace Roman Space Telescope into space. A new eye into the cosmos. Alright, now to the Earth news. One big scandal this week that affects everybody, because basically everybody is involved. A scandal that's rocking perhaps the most beloved and also hated sporting agency on the planet. The FIFA, which decided to unveil a very controversial, privately backed, profit-seeking company involving a Kushner. Why can't we get rid of these people?
Here beside Lake Geneva in Switzerland is the headquarters of European soccer body UEFA. Inside on Thursday, UEFA is set to host an online meeting of 55 national member federations to react to a FIFA proposal that has shocked the world of soccer. FIFA and its president Gianni Infantino want to create a subsidiary running its events and competitions, including the crown jewel, the Men's World Cup. A $20 billion operation that will be 20% owned by private investors.
Yeah, and one of those being, I think, Jared Kushner's younger brother or something like that. I can't remember exactly which one of the Kushners it is. But suffice to say, the world reeled in horror at the thought of FIFA being turned into some sort of profit-focused organization. And some private individuals would be seeking profit through FIFA, something that's not supposed to be owned by private investors and rather the countries themselves. Now, of course, FIFA's always doing a bunch of corrupt stuff with money, but this is a new version of corruption being proposed in broad daylight. I think a lot of people are like, dude, what are you talking about? You don't get why people are upset. I think what it does is it takes away any of the remaining sense of what do you call it? Why can't I think of the words right now? I can't think of it. like neutrality or interest in whatever all like the fake like international blah 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 that it tries to represent, and instead just makes it quite clearly and intentionally profits of a profit-seeking corporation. But yeah, I know they've always been doing corrupt stuff, but this is, I think, this just takes it to a new level, I think. Integrity, sure, integrity. Ain't got no integrity. That's part of the problem. Ain't got no integrity. All right, now to the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, which has only gotten more and more complicated through the week. Yesterday, Poland struck by a supposedly errant missile during a Russian barrage on Ukraine. Here's CNN from yesterday.
Rescue operations are underway at this hour at multiple locations throughout Ukraine following a barrage of Russian strikes overnight. Officials say at least 8 people were killed across the country, and that includes 6 near President Zelensky's hometown. More than 20 others were wounded. Officials say the death toll could go up as they scramble to reach people who could possibly...
Hold on, this isn't the part that I wanted. When do they actually fucking talk about Poland? I think here, I guess. But yeah, this is the part of this that I find to be somewhat relevant. We've seen a lot of different sort of incursions into different EU territories, Eastern European countries, drones, things like that. An errant fighter jet or two from time to time, but a missile strike in Poland from a high precision missile, unimpeded by, you know, like interceptor or something like that, is quite worrying, considering NATO is a NATO 5. It feels like we're on the verge of some sort of triggering of that kind of thing. You know, I mean, Poland is part of NATO. Missile strike feels like an escalation, whether or not intentional. Russia claiming it's not.
In Poland, is there any new indication on the source of it? Possibly Russia?
Well, look, I think authorities in Poland and in Ukraine, likely as well, are still trying to work out exactly what happened here. But what we know at this moment is that the Polish military said overnight it was monitoring at least a dozen, it said, missiles over Western Ukraine that they said could pose a threat to Polish airspace. Then at one point after 3 o'clock in the morning, they noted that one unidentified object had crossed into Polish airspace. It then promptly disappeared from the radar, and Polish police then said that they found wreckage, a crater, and scattered debris, maybe in those pictures that we're showing now, in a village. We think we can show you a map of roughly where that crater is located, about 90 kilometers or so from the border. So this is fairly deep into Poland.
Yeah, 90 kilometers is pretty far. You know, I don't know exactly how fast these missiles may or may not be moving. One would assume it's hundreds of miles an hour. But even that means it's in Polish airspace for what, 5-10 minutes? Some of these are feeling less and less accidental and more like attempts to push the boundaries on countries around Ukraine. It's just the vibe I get. Just been watching more and more of these in and out. Poland's not the only one to have seen things like this. Honestly, if you're a country that's next to Ukraine, you've seen things like this over the last few years. But they just feel like they're escalating from what I've seen. Meanwhile, things in Russia are also escalating. Ukraine continuing to unleash drone strikes, a series of them over the last week, culminating in a third one on Wednesday at Russian wild berries facilities, a retailer giant that's been loosely compared to like Amazon, which supposedly, you know, serves like 15% of the country. But Ukraine is accusing it of supplying the front lines in Ukraine and is declaring it a legitimate, all of wild berries, legitimate military targets. These photos are freaking insane. Like the video, just giant clouds of smoke emanating from these places. One would assume that they're all just filled with everything Amazons are filled with, which I suppose are very burnable things. But yeah, these strikes continued into this week, with at least 3 different strikes in the last week on these wild berries in Russia. Some of them deep within the Russian territory. Ukraine continuing to improve and prove its ability to strike deep inside of Russia.
It's going to register the injection here. Sometimes it can be a bit stingy when it goes in, but be able to...
These conflicts just never end, do they? When will it end? When will it end? I would like it to end at some point. All things technically do have an end. Just doesn't feel like it. Alright, well, if you haven't already, hit that follow button on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube, and I do mean both. Also, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. So many great ways for you to show your support. Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon. Okay. Moving from one conflict to the next. From Russia to the Middle East. And it's been a busy week in the Middle East. Where exactly hasn't it been a busy week? Busy, I do mean chaos. Where is the chaos not at? Point me in that direction. Somebody. Okay. Let's do the Middle East. Very busy week. A lot of things happening with the full resumption of the military conflict between the United States and Iran. Started off the week on Sunday with an oil tanker exploding in the Strait of Hormuz after striking an Iranian mine.
The conflict after a 2-week escalation that saw daily tit-for-tat strikes. Iran's foreign ministry spokesman says discussions with Oman on reopening the Strait of Hormuz have been productive. An Omani delegation travelled to Tehran for talks on Friday.
Yes, those talks did not go well. Everybody's saying it. Hold on. Where's the thing? Where's the thing that I want? I think here.
As talks continue, the Strait of Hormuz remains a flashpoint in the conflict. Iranian media say an oil tanker exploded after hitting a naval mine as it was passing through the waterway. The ship had reportedly left the route designated by Iran. Tehran has been demanding that all vessels transit through Iranian-controlled waters around Larak Island, north of the strait. It's rejected the southern route that goes along the Omani coast. Meanwhile, Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, has warned his country will respond to a Ukrainian attack on an Iranian vessel in the Caspian Sea.
Yeah. So not only did we have a tanker blow up in the strait after striking a mine trying to avoid the toll, supposedly Ukraine did a strike on an Iranian vessel in the Caspian, which they claimed they were going to respond. Another sort of escalation in the direction of a full-on World War III type situation. On the other side of Saudi Arabia, escalations between the Houthis and the Saudis continued throughout the week, with the Houthi rebels on Monday claiming that they shot down a Saudi drone. Posting a video here. And I mean, things just got crazier and crazier throughout the week. U.S. forces also on Monday claiming to have taken down an Iranian tanker attempting to leave the strait. Yeah. So the U.S. CENTCOM released a video of U.S. forces forcing their way onto an Iranian oil tanker, seizing that tanker on Monday. Meanwhile, U.S. casualties continued to rise, exceeding 600 at the beginning of the week, according to CNN. All right, I need a drink. I'll be right back.
The Pentagon has updated its war casualty database, adding more than 140 wounded and restoring 4 soldiers killed in Iranian strikes last weekend since the US launched its war with Iran on February the 28th. 18 US troops have died and 624 have been wounded. Now, this comes after the Pentagon faced scrutiny last week when an apparent data glitch on the website meant the casualty numbers actually decreased. Well, CNN's Davis Winky joining me from Atlanta for more. And understandably, people now seeking further detail on the latest casualties, the updated figures, who they are, how they were injured, and why it is that these numbers were reduced over the weekend, not increased. Davis, what do we know at this point?
Becky, this saga is really interesting in that it goes a lot to show the way that this Pentagon's approach to transparency breaks from that of previous administrations. They've been treating the Defense Casualty Analysis System, this online database, as the ongoing source of truth that the public and the media can access for updated information on war casualties. The issue with that, though, is that we've been observing this website on a minute-by-minute basis for a week at this point, and we saw data fluctuation.
Yep, the White House is trying to hide casualty numbers in Operation Epstein Fury. Perhaps shocking to no one. All right, making our way through the week. Back in the United States, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu meeting with Donald Trump amidst a political election back in Israel.
Welcome to The Lead. I'm Jake Tapper. 5 months into this war with Iran, and what does President Trump have to show for it? Well, 61% of the American people disapprove, for one. 18 U.S. service members have been killed. More than 600 have been wounded. The Strait of Hormuz is largely closed. A toll on the U.S. munitions stockpile has taken place. And, of course, high gas prices at the pump. And while President Trump paused strikes this weekend after hitting Iran for 13 straight days, there is still no clear strategic advantage or plan to get out.
Yeah, okay, hold on. We don't need all of this freaking Jake Tapper shit. I just want to go... Where's the Trump part of this? Here?
Rebuilding them, including one called Pickaxe Mountain. All this culminating on the day that Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu met with President Trump at the White House for about an hour and a half. Hours before their meeting, Trump downplayed pressure to escalate the war with Iran, underscoring a strain in the U.S.-Israeli relationship. This is what Trump said when asked on Fox before the Oval Office meeting about reports of Netanyahu.
I don't need Bibi to tell me that. Bibi's telling me that because he wants me to stay involved. Yeah. Yep, Benjamin Netanyahu was in the United States this week. Sadly, not arrested. Meanwhile, a series of strikes launched by Iran across the Middle East. On Tuesday. Here's Al Jazeera English in Jordan. Iranian missiles lit up the skies.
You're watching Al Jazeera. We have some breaking news for you. It is Iranian state media saying that a number of missiles have been launched from the center of the country toward Jordan. Jordanian sources say explosions have been seen in the skies over the country. Now, don't forget, on the 17th of July, 3 U.S. military personnel were killed at the Salti Air Base in Jordan. We'll have more on this story, but at the moment we have the U.S. military saying that at 5:45 p.m. Eastern Time, that is, of course, about 45 minutes ago, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps forces launched multiple ballistic missiles from Iran. The IRGC really at the moment for launching these missiles from central Iran, and this is all coming at the moment from the U.S. military, at least. That's what we have so far. U.S. forces remain vigilant and at a high state of readiness as well. They've also said that all these missiles were in.
Yep. Iran launching a series of strikes on Jordan, supposedly intercepted. But Jordan was not the only target on Tuesday.
Let's get right over to NBC's chief White House correspondent, Garrett Hake. Garrett, before we get into today's ceremonies and meetings, let's start with Iran's surprise attack on U.S. forces. What are we learning?
Well, this took place around 5:45 this evening, CENTCOM says, and as you pointed out, was meant to be a surprise attack on U.S. forces with ballistic missiles, we believe, fired at U.S. bases in Jordan, although at this hour that's not yet been confirmed. This would mark the most significant Iranian aggression in several days after what was almost 2 straight weeks of fighting, then a couple of days of quiet, which President Trump said was to give space for negotiations, at least.
Ah, yes, beautiful negotiations. I could have sworn this was a different clip. So sorry, Space Fams. Right, this is the clip I wanted. Fire engulfed a U.S.-owned gas tanker in Egypt. Egypt having gone unscathed throughout all of this, now suddenly seeing hostilities here on Wednesday. What is apparently a U.S.-owned oil tanker, now smoldering here off of the coast of Egypt in what I assume is the Red Sea, but I guess could be the Mediterranean. Egypt has land on both sides, if I'm not mistaken. You did see firefighters trying to put it out. Yeah, this is one of a number of strikes across the region launched by Iran earlier this week. Shortly after this strike, Donald Trump vowed revenge for these strikes in Egypt. Here's Reuters from 2 days ago.
I've been briefed. It's a little more of the same, but it's going to be straightening out. It's going to be straightening out. In the meantime, we're going to be hitting them very hard because it's our turn to hit them. They know it's coming. They're asking us not to do it, but They tried shooting it last night. So we had 5 rockets shot going 8,500 miles an hour, and all 5 rockets were knocked down to the ground. But they nevertheless took a shot, so it's our turn. And we'll see if we get there with an agreement at some point, but we're going to hit them very hard.
We're going to hit them very hard. It's our turn, said Donald Trump from the Oval Office on Wednesday. And hit hard the United States did. Hours later, U.S. forces launching a series of strikes against Iran. Here's Al Jazeera from Wednesday night. It was in the Mediterranean. Yeah, that's what I thought I heard. I just couldn't remember off the top of my head.
All right, we've got some breaking news. The U.S. is carrying out strikes on Iran just hours after Donald Trump threatened to hit the country hard. So explosions have been heard near the Strait of Hormuz. This is the first American attack on the country since Friday, July the 24th. The U.S. administration said last week it was pausing the bombing campaign to give diplomacy some space. All right. The background on this, we have seen over the last 48 hours, we have seen strikes on Saudi Arabia from Iran-backed groups.
Look at America giving Iran, look at him, Iran, but giving peace. Look at us giving peace a chance. Giving peace some space by bombing Iran. This is how you do peace, right? Look at us doing peace really hard. We do peace better than everybody else. That's what people are saying. Everybody's saying it. We're the best at peace.
Here on what the bigger picture is for the Americans. These strikes now are going ahead after this pause that we've seen for the last couple of days. They had wanted to give time for negotiations, to let diplomacy have a little bit of space. Now that they're going back to direct strikes on the Iranians, what kind of indications has Washington given as to what their goal is here?
Well, the reason we're not getting a lot of detail at this point is that it would appear that these operations are still ongoing. Certainly there was a report circulating a couple of hours ago that these attacks were underway, CENTCOM confirming they only started at the top of the last hour. And given the extent of the operations in the past, they may still be ongoing, and there may well be operations in the sky above Iran at the moment. Of course, Donald Trump has claimed that, that Iran couldn't do anything about any attacks. They aren't in a position, and I'd asked them not to do anything tonight. And
yeah. Thursday morning, Wednesday evening, depending where on the planet you were. The United States launched another series of strikes on Iran, continuing this conflict into oblivion. It feels like a never-ceasing, forever war. A term I've been trying to avoid using. But we keep getting told over and over. I probably would be less apt to call it that as so quickly, but it's just they keep telling us it's not a war, and that they're not doing, and then we do war, and then we're told we're still not doing the war, but then we're doing the war. And for me, it's sort of like just the continual like dragging out of the premise that we're not at war when we're clearly at war is making it feel like it's going on even longer than it actually is. I mean, it's already gone over 5 months now. It's the 1st of August. We're on month 6. It looks like most of the year has now been spent fighting this war. Good old Operation Epstein Fury. Meanwhile, Israel's been continuing and or stepping up its wars against all of its neighbors and or occupied populations, Lebanon, Gaza, the West Bank, and Syria. Yeah, Syria in the mix this week. Let's start in Lebanon. From 2 days ago. Strikes could be seen. Seen here. Yeah. They just keep doing it, even though they're at a supposed ceasefire. In Lebanon, they keep dropping bombs, missiles, whatever they got, continuing to occupy the territory and blow shit up. Meanwhile, down in Gaza, Israel launching a series of airstrikes this week. One on Monday, which I skipped. More on Wednesday evening / Thursday morning. Seen here in the wee hours. Yeah. It's been a chaos-fueled week, I'm afraid. Multiple airstrikes seen Wednesday evening, Monday morning, Thursday morning, I mean. Wednesday evening, Thursday morning. Actually, this is Wednesday. I put these in the wrong order. This one was 28th, the other one was the 29th. Shit, how did I do that? Suffice to say, multiple days of Israeli airstrikes in Gaza. Seen out of order here in this meritless spacecast.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
This meritless spacecast, which YouTube refused to monetize. I'm sure that's the reason, because I mix up days once in a while. Like some kind of hack. No, I'm pretty sure that's not it. Nope, pretty sure it's not anything nearly that nuanced. I'm just being an idiot. I'm just being an idiot complaining. I think it's because I'm still slightly hangry and tired. So I'm slightly touchy right now, I think. But I'm upset. I'm still very upset about the situation. I'm just realizing it's August. And I still haven't finished an appeal video for that shit that I need to do before the 11th. Meanwhile, in the West Bank, Israeli settler groups have been storming different territory, attacking Palestinians, getting the IDF to help them demolish people's homes. You know, just like another normal Wednesday.
Hundreds of illegal Israeli settlers, many of them armed, raided multiple areas in and around the Palestinian city of Nablus in the occupied West Bank on Friday. They were protected by the Israeli military. At least 11 Palestinians were wounded, including a 32-year-old man who was shot in the stomach by the Israeli army. At the same time, illegal settlers attacked a home and an Islamic cemetery and shrine. They damaged over a dozen graves and set olive tree fields ablaze.
Yep. Meanwhile, similar, if not the same group of settlers. I have no way of knowing. But more settlers decided that now's the time for them to storm Syria and try and claim some land for Israel in the Golan Heights. Here's the AP from 2 days ago.
אנחנו לא נתקפל, בטח שלא נוותר על הגולן, אבל גם על הבשן. גם על הבשן, האזורים שכבר כבשנו, אנחנו לא הולכים לוותר עליהם לעולם, ואנחנו פועלים בעצם...
We are effectively acting to protect the Druze. A humanitarian corridor for their benefit must be established through the Dara district. The entire Dara district, adjacent to Mount Bashan, where the Druze reside. Oh my god. So Israeli disturbed, psychotic Israeli settlers are planning on building settlements in the Golan Heights. Oh. Seizing territory, claiming that they're protecting the ethnic group known as the Druze, not Jews, Druze, D-R-U-Z-E, Druze, which is just a laughable claim, and certainly not one which would hold up under international law. Not that the Israeli settlers give a fuck about that. But now Israeli settlers deciding, you know, the West Bank, not enough. Already running out of land there, let's go to Syria and make more settlements there. To protect the Druze, of course. Right. Meanwhile, Israel's Knesset passing a series of deeply problematic laws intended to bolster Benjamin Netanyahu's and the Likud party's chances in this election before dissolving parliament earlier this week. Here's TRT World from Wednesday.
Israel's parliament didn't address the war, the economy, or even the rift with Washington, but it took care of Netanyahu's coalition partners, and in doing so, it may have taken care of Netanyahu himself. 2 draft laws in the final hours before Israel's current parliament dissolved. The first enshrines Torah study as a constitutional value, shielding ultra-Orthodox men from military service indefinitely. The second freezes arrests of draft dodgers for 6 months, while soldiers continue to fight on multiple fronts.
The first is to show to the electoral base that we're doing what we promised, we're going against the judicial system, we're pro religious laws.
This is theocrat talk. This is full-on, like, theocracy, dictatorship talk. This is so deeply draconian. Oh my god. Look, we're getting rid of the justice system. We're pro theocracy. We're pro literally saying it. We're pro religious laws. Oh my god.
To the government. The AG is currently overseeing Netanyahu's corruption trial.
Prime Minister Netanyahu is well aware that he's facing a very serious challenge for his premiership, and he realizes that Israel, at the end of the day, is a parliamentary system. He won't be able to come back.
shit. I just realized the volume's super, super low. I'm getting delirious. I'm so tired right now.
As Prime Minister without his traditional right-wing coalition supporting him.
The calculation is simple. Ultra-Orthodox partners got draft exemptions. Far-right partners got a weakened attorney general. Netanyahu got a coalition that holds together enough to win an election.
Yep. This move, whether legal or not, may have sealed a win for Benjamin Netanyahu's Likud party, and perhaps his continued rule in the country. Look at him. Look at this fucking... Look at this psycho. Look how excited he is. Smiling from ear to ear. Couldn't be more excited. Oh, Benjamin Netanyahu's incredibly pleased with himself over there for having subverted democracy in an attempt to keep himself in power. It may have worked. We'll have to wait and see. In the meantime, big news with regards to Gaza. Hamas declaring that it will disarm so long as Israel halts all of its strikes and stops occupying all of Gaza. So, you know, probably never happening.
Officials have told the Associated Press that Hamas has agreed to disarm, which is a significant step and could lead to the end of the war in Gaza. Although there are many obstacles that lie ahead, this could take an extremely long time, and it's unclear if it will happen at all. Officials said that Hamas has agreed to a roadmap to disarm, but it is contingent also on Israel also fulfilling its part of the deal.
Oh yeah, that deal that Israel signed that they haven't even slightly stuck to, violated like 1,000 times now in the last 9 months. That deal? Oh, that's right. Yeah, well, Israel's not doing any of that stuff. They didn't, nor did they plan on it. They signed that deal like almost against their own volition. Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't want anything to do with peace with Hamas. But that's why I think it's so laid bare here. Is the fact that Hamas is literally saying, hey, we're willing to disband our military wing, completely disarm. Just say the word. All you have to do is end the illegal occupation and continued murder, wanton murder of civilians, population. They've basically given up, but Israel won't even let them give up. That's basically what we have here. Because Israel wants the conflict to just keep on going indefinitely. Well, just a couple more clips left here. Just a couple of clips last year from the last 48 hours. One in Kuwait and one in the Strait. First, Al Jazeera here 2 days ago. Kuwait says that an Iranian attack hit
Kuwait's minister.
Chinese company building in the territory, killing at least one civilian.
Kuwait's Ministry of Defense, meanwhile, says an Iranian strike there has hit a building in the country's north. In a statement, the ministry spokesperson said Iranian aggression targeted a building belonging to a Chinese company in the north of the country, resulting in the death of one worker and causing significant material damage to the building. Let's go.
You know, it's the Caspian Sea thing with Ukraine. It's this Chinese building getting blown up in Kuwait. It's just, I feel like these sorts of things just are like just dragging more and more people into the actual conflict itself. Rather than just like, I don't know, like the tangential economic stuff. And that to me seems bad. Seems like a devolution into more chaos rather than any sort of concept of peace or whatever else. All right, people, final clip of the night. From yesterday, New York Post with the clip in the Strait of Hormuz after Iran claims strikes on 2 different oil tankers. Yep. 2 more tankers here. Left burning in the middle of the strait. Just horrifying. That was yesterday, 31st of July. Quite a week. Now we got the weekend. Try and recover from this horrifying series of events that we have been witness to. Hopefully we're not all too traumatized. Can't forget.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up. Never give up. Never surrender. Ow. What is that? Well, we've gotten through another stream. It's pretty long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. And until I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Gothox, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anticorporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moano, Nadia, Choki, Skelt, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Riga, New York, Wheeling, Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benny Hanna, 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect Cell, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Akios, Emily S, Hecate, Trevor, Sweet Chewy Forever, Rogue Gerb, Tracy, Eva, and Mr. Nice Guy. That's right, all these people here have helped produce a show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.